Previously on the LCS.
Hello and welcome to Day 1, Week 1 of the 2014 North American League Championship Series Spring Split. Teemo coming out of nowhere, and he gets him with the mushroom.
Nobody expected a mid-lane Teemo.
The roster move that has sent shockwaves now through the NALCS. Hot shot back with CLG.
Continuing on the siege. That one hit the minion.
Another chain!
4 chains!
Oh, he's gonna lock it. There's the hook! A 5th chain to come in! Where's he pulling it from?
Evil Geniuses picking up their first win of the North American LCS.
Snoopy feels good about that one.
But wow, Boy is just getting fed right now. And they are giving him the kills on a silver platter.
Videos on the run. Can he get away again? One more. Oh!
Max range hook.
Dignitas breaking Cloud9's undefeated record.
Kiwi kid so excited.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Week 2 of the 2014 North American League of Legends Championship Series. We're coming to you live in front of this energized audience from our studios in Los Angeles. I am David Freak Turley, and with me is Joshua Jatleesman. How you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty good. We've got Week 2 of North American LCS coming up, and if Europe's any indication, we're going to keep seeing some crazy champion picks, so I'm pretty excited about that.
And of course, today we've got 4 big NALCS games going on. Jat, how you feel about this?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. It's actually going to be kicking off with Dignitas taking on XTG, which is a really fascinating matchup in the jungle, personally. And a little bit, we're going to see what LCS pros think of the top lane meta, so that's a little tease.
That's going to be fun to watch. Now, guys, to help us get started today, hit us up on Twitter and try out some keystrokes other than QWER. Today, we're going to ask you guys, which team do you expect to break away from the pack this weekend and why?
Be sure to use the hashtag LCS because we'll be reading the best of the best later today.
But before we dive into today's matches, let's send it over to Riv and Kobe at the caster's desk to break down the latest from around the LCS.
Thank you very much, Freak. Hello, everyone. I am Rivington Bizen III, and riding shotgun with me today is Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler. Kobe, how you doing after the weekend?
Excited.
Oh, I guess this is
So
the weekend
excited.
now. Working every weekend. So we have a lot to talk about today, and the action starts coming out of Cologne with the second week of the European LCS finishing up yesterday. The big news on that one was Fnatic is still undefeated, and they remain king of the hill in first place with 5 wins.
Yeah, Team Rocket, they look really strong. In second place with 5 wins and only 1 loss. Their mid laner Overpow took MVP for Week 2 with a Mordekaiser pick and a win over Gambit. And then Alliance won 2 games and climbed into a tie for 5th place.
And Alliance's former teammates, Evil Geniuses, are hoping to make a similar move up in the NA this weekend. Starting this week, the teams will be playing on the 4.1 patch, and this patch is a patch that giveth but also taketh away, which means return of a familiar face in Rengar, but Yasuo will be disabled.
Right. Yasuo, in his first week, he did get to see a lot of action, though. So there was 5 bans, 7 picks, and there were some players like Zion Spartan who already started to focus on that champion and carry games repeatedly with that champion. But with Yasuo being banned out now, he's going to have a plan B.
We'll see what comes up for him. The 4.1 patch should shake up an already unpredictable North American League following Sunday's wild results, not least of which was Dignitas giving Cloud9 their first defeat of the spring split.
It's a reminder that nothing is for free in League of Legends. You still have to respect the things that Dignitas is known for. You know, there was a time when nobody would give Scar Gragas.
Right.
Cloud9 did, and they paid for it pretty badly.
Yeah, they did. It might be a while before they let that happen again. Another talked about game of last week was CLG's victory against Curse. And even Hotshot said during his interview that he had never experienced that type of result in any scrim or competitive match.
Well, we just have to go back to the beginning where Afromu auto attack steals this blue. That's the point where they put Dominate so far behind in the jungle. Curse doesn't have a lot of early game playmaking after that. And then CLG were actually able to take control of this game without having any kills.
Right.
And to give you an idea of, just how unique that game was, the first blood came at 23 minutes, and the game ended at 25 minutes, just under 25 minutes. The final score, 4-0.
Well, a lot to come today. So as we take a look at how the teams stack up, you can see the dramatic effect Sunday had on the standings. Starting with Cloud9, forced to share first place with Team Solo Mid.
Then it's a 4-way tie for third with CLG, Curse, and Team Dignitas, each with 2 wins and 2 losses.
TSM fans in the crowd are ready for the games today. Tied for 7th place are Evil Geniuses and XDG with 1 win and 3 losses apiece. We'll see if any teams can climb their way up after our 4 matches today, starting with Dignitas taking on XDG. Then Coast will attempt to ride the wave of their recent success when they face off against Curse.
After that, Evil Geniuses will take to the Rift against Dignitas, and then we'll conclude the day's LCS action with longtime rivals squaring off. It's first place TSM versus CLG.
And remember to check out lolesports.com, your complete guide to all things LCS. There you can find all the most up-to-date news and analysis, interviews with your favorite players, stats, box scores, and every NALCS game we've broadcast this season.
And you can also secure your spot to join our studio audience here and see the pros in the flesh. Just click on tickets for all the details.
And be sure to weigh in on who you think will win today's matches. Click on matches at the top right, go to week 2, and lock in your vote. So we're just minutes away from our first match of the day, Dignitas versus XDG. But first, let's send it over to Freak and Jat.
Thank you very much, Riv. We've already seen from week 1 that a good player can make all the difference when the team goes on tilt. Jat, let's take a look at some of the standout players we're going to look for today.
Yeah, first guy I'm looking at is Crumbs, actually, because he is now the primary shot caller for Dignitas. And when they got a little bit practiced, they were not only able to win 2 games at the end of this week, they were able to take out Cloud9. Also in the jungle, we have I Will Dominate playing Pantheon and Wukong, the replacement for St. Vicious, has been pretty good in some games and a little bit lackluster in others if he's getting his boost stolen, so I'm going to be watching him today.
Yeah, for me, the guy I'm going to watch is actually Yellow Pete for a bit of a different reason. He needs to step it up a whole heck of a lot right now. You think back to their game against Coast, he got like 2 early kills in lane, didn't transition into any other lane building, didn't transition into a late game carry. They actually lost that game despite Pete having a bunch of kills early on. He's got to step it up. Yeah,
and someone who did step it up near the end of last week was definitely Shifter. He was our big OP5 mid laner for their team. Only died twice. He's really, really strong at roaming, especially in that LeBlanc game, and Coast is going to need a lot more of that to continue winning.
And of course, speaking of Coast winning, Zion Spartan, the top laner there, he's going to be a big impact player. The thing is, with Yasuo, he had a hard carry game, and he did a really good job when they beat XDG. But now, Yasuo's banned for the week, and he's got to find something else to do to put his team on his back. Zion Spartan's a big factor for Coast.
More Trinity Force Nasus.
Yes, Trinity Force Nasus. One of my favorite champions to build that on. All right, the tank meta, of course, speaking of top laners, is all the rage for these guys, and it is yielding some positive results, which means for the foreseeable future, you may continue to see some familiar faces up there.
I think most of Blizzard's top lane right now is Shyvana, Mundo, and Renekton pretty much. It's because all those 3 champs, they don't really use any mana, and yeah, their overall just raw fighting is just really strong.
They're just really strong with how the defense masters work. Like, their kit allows them to be tanky and do a lot of damage. They're just the first influx of really strong champions for this new season.
New top laners have to pass the test of if they can 2v1 or not. Most of the time you have to go tanky because the rest of the team play like kind of squishy characters, so you need something that can soak damage most of the time, but it's not needed 100% of the time. It's like really situational.
You've also got to be able to conform somewhat to be able to find your own style. Once you can play the champions that are good in the current meta, then you can also find your own champions that work against the current meta and are also really strong.
There's a lot of things that I've tried out, but I don't really want to reveal too many of them because I might bust them out eventually. So in time, you'll see once the Shyvana and Mundo train is a little bit less hype.
Now we're going to see what else these guys pull out there, because I always love the obscure counter pick to show up out of nowhere.
I think we're going to see a little bit more this week, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, we'll see what these guys bring out. Now, guys, as a reminder, we do have NA Challenger action coming up for you tonight immediately after the LCS coverage.
Yeah, and our action comes from the top half of the bracket tonight with our first quarterfinal matchup, Cloud9 Tempest, formerly the Walking Zed, versus Skyline.
And remember, you can get all the latest at lolesports.com. Click the leagues and tournaments link at the top. Follow and, of course, go there and follow the NA Challenger action. Now, guys, we have to take a quick break, but when we return, it's going to be underway. Dignitas versus XDG. Week 2 of the North American LCS Spring Split continues right after this.
Welcome back to the 2014 North American LCS Spring Split. We're going to be trying something new today. The minds behind the hashtag LCS have done it again. We're excited to introduce hashtag LCS Big Plays.
So we want to know what you guys think are the standout, game-changing, or just all-around generally awesome plays that we saw today's action.
And send us your highlights to @LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS Big Plays. Then tomorrow we'll serve them up. To give you an example, this was voted the top play from Friday's European LCS.
All right, so this clip comes from the Gambit versus Rocket game and starts out with a dragon fight around 25 minutes and features an insane flash hook by Vander at the very end.
Turns back around, they're trying to keep those tanks out of the fight, but Jankos is moving in there. There's a shockwave going to come down, which will actually be Alexic falling as well. And Gambit is slowly but surely being ripped to pieces here. Edward is very low. Darian is very low. Ace in the hole. Blocked. No! So close to taking Darian with him as Zazas finishes off Genja on the bottom side. That's 2 men down. And Celeber is coming in. That's a kill. And the man on the turret is Diamond. He's actually going to be low. Gets a good taunt up. He got it! Oh, through the wall. Diamond goes down as well. That's 4 kills for nothing. That is the team fighting beast.
Oh, I love Joe's reactions to that. It's just like, the hook, oh, yes. Yes.
He got it through the wall.
So good.
That's what adds the hype. So everybody hit us up @LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS Big Plays, and you could see your tweet tomorrow. But now it's time to kick off our first game with a re-energized Team Dignitas versus XDG Gaming. Kobe, Dignitas was a team that people were, starting to take for granted, and it resulted in a huge upset against Cloud9. You can't get caught looking past these guys.
Yeah, and I think Kiwi Kid is a really good example of this. Up until now, Kiwi Kid has had the record for the most deaths in the LCS. But now, after 4 games this season, he's 4th in overall KDA, and he leads the North American supports in KDA because of his roaming Annie and his solid Thresh game.
You just need the flip
Look at
side.
that lean back.
He just needed a new pair of dancing
Just
shoes.
relax a little bit.
So Kiwi Kid has adjusted well to his role swap, but the team dynamic, it's a bit of a Dr. Jekyll and a Mr. Hyde, and it's really tough to know which Dignitas is going to show up.
I think it definitely will depend on which Skara shows up because,
Yeah.
he was really bullied in lane by Bjergsen in one game. Bjergsen solo killed him and then bullied him down to 2 and 5 when he was facing TSM. But the next game when they played Cloud9, he solo killed High, and then with a little bit of jungle support, he was able to rule that game. So we'll have to see which kind of Skara shows up today too.
And meanwhile, there are still questions surrounding XDG. They are third in the summer. They were third in the summer split, I should say. In the first week of the LCS, leaves them in 7th.
Yeah, I'd say ManCloud has probably not been having the impact that he wants or that we're really used to seeing from him.
Right.
In the summer split, he led the LCS in kills, but so far he's really struggled to put up the same kind of numbers. Probably a lot of those deaths, due to that Yasuo game where Voyboy really kind of handled him well, let's say.
Yeah, you could say that. But while Zuna and Xmithy lane swap has only produced mixed results after the first week, the team is happy with the move and sees it is the key to their long-term success.
Coming into 2014, XDG made a bold lineup change.
We're swapping roles for 2 of our players, Xmithy and Zuna. Zuna's going to jungle and Smithy's going to AD.
There are a variety of reasons, but overall we thought it'd be better for decision making. Zuna's a really good shot caller.
Just take it.
Hopefully he'll prove that this season, and then Smithy's always been really good in his mechanics, so he should fit in the role of AD really nicely.
I'm pretty excited. I get to have Benny as my top lane, which used to be my old top lane, so I feel like our synergies really well.
I don't want to bash Smithy and ManCloud or anything, but Smithy would always gank for ManCloud and would never come to my lane. Now that Zuna is in the jungle, he actually sees more opportunities to come top. If he gets the ball rolling for me, my lane should pretty much be over. I should be able to carry the game.
In week 1, some things worked and some things didn't.
Game 1 against Evil Geniuses, and we dumpstered them, to say the least. We played that game almost perfectly, I think.
And that was a game where our draft went really well too. Our picks was pretty much perfect.
Yeah, our picks and bans were good. We were on champions that we were really strong with, and our synergy was top notch in that game.
And that fight was over before it started. You could not have a more convincing day 1, game 1 victory. Roll swap, so far, so good. Zuna yet to die. Zuna didn't have the same game he had in game 1.
And XDG ending the week at 1-3.
Going into week 2, we still have some things to work on.
I think I could have done so much better with the decision making, and even my positioning wasn't that good.
When things start getting out of control, that's when I really need more experience on it. I think decision making when stuff goes wrong is the difference of being just good and being the best.
The positive was definitely Chris's shot calling. He does make a lot more calls now, and it's easier for us to follow up on those. As for me and Jake in the bottom lane, I kind of get to command him because he's like my little minion, so I get to tell him what to do sometimes.
Kill Thresh, I can stun him.
I'm not close enough.
Good job.
In the end, we believe the lineup change is the right decision.
I think overall it's working for us, but we're not going to be as good as we used to be right away. Even if we don't have the best results in week 2 or week 3, I think we get a lot better compared to other teams. Like, I think we always improve.
I'm pretty happy with the lineup changes. Everyone's pretty happy too. We're improving day by day, like scrim by scrim.
The lineup changes are definitely going to have a positive impact on the team. People are already very good at their roles, and they're going to get better, and once that happens, it'll eventually show.
We believe in Zuna, and we believe in Xmithy.
They believe. And they got a few games out of it. That Olaf was very big for Zuna in his first game, but nobody's let him have it again.
Yeah, they also seem to know like what their weak points are. And knowing is half the battle, Riv.
That is true.
The other half is killing Nexus.
Some people would think otherwise.
Actually, that might be the whole game, killing the Nexus. That's probably the whole battle right there.
All right, you heard it here first on stream. Kobe confirmed. Let's check out the starting lineups as we get in. On the blue side, it is Dignitas, Cruiser in the top lane, Crumbs in the jungle, Skara in mid. I'm a Cutie Pie at 80 carry, and Kiwi Kid at support.
And on the red side, it's XDG. Up top is Benny. Zuna's in the jungle now. Mandatory Cloud is mid. Smithy's AD carry, and supporting him, Bloodwater.
Yes, he is. And that leads us to our featured matchup of the day. In the jungle, it's the showdown of the shot callers. Dignitas' Crumbs versus XDG's Zuna.
So like we said in the video, Zuna started out really strong against Evil Geniuses, but has since cooled off with 3 straight losses. And Zuna's already, he's got good synergy with Benny, as they said, but he's going to have to work on that chemistry with Mancloud. They can't just abandon the mid lane. That's such an important part in this meta. So he's going to have to start working with Mancloud as well if they want to put up some wins.
Absolutely. And meanwhile, Crumbs has been stepping up to take a bigger leadership role with his team as well. In his wins, he's been much more precise and even, calling the shots for his team as well.
I think that's a really good point because Crumbs, a couple of the earlier games, earlier in the year, he was really forcing ganks. And, I made my way all the way down here. I'm going to go through with this gank, even though I see the counter gank there. He would, oftentimes get some of his lanes killed, but now he's being much more careful with his
That's what he
time
talked
spent.
about in Battle of the Atlantic. We actually saw in his interviews I was a little bit of the problem for my team there. So we'll see if it's come around. We'll see. One thing we are missing is we were just seeing Zuna there, and he was being all cheerful. Where's the Zuna dance been? Kind of like Dignitas is taking dance classes now, and Zuna forgets it.
We missed the dance and also the yelling. Like, he yells a lot when they're in big team fights that they're
Vocal
winning.
warfare.
They need to start winning a lot more of those team fights, and then we'll get more singing and dancing.
Zuna not going to get Olaf again, and Mancloud will not get either of his assassins.
So like I said, XGG knows their weak points. Everybody else knows their weak points too. The new jungler and the new AD carry. So what you want to do going at this team is obviously focus on the new guys here. Since Zuna's been playing all AD carry champions, if you ban out some of the jungle champions, the ones that he's been doing well on, then you force him onto some newer ground, newer territory. He won't be as experienced. He won't feel as comfortable. And the other thing you can do is invade him early, put the early pressure on him.
And with the trinity of supports being banned, Annie is the first pick over for Dig.
So both of these guys still putting a very high value on Annie. Even though the stun duration was taken down a little bit, she's still a very potent support. She was not killed by any means. The other thing I want to see with that bottom lane is that Jinx has been the most highly prized AD carry for both of these two AD carries. Both of the wins for Dignitas came when Cutie Pie got Jinx. But
first pick.
Some small changes to Jinx in this patch, a little bit lower early health and a little bit longer arm time on the Flame Choppers. Still a high priority.
Still want to get it. It wasn't the first pick. Cutie Pie was like, get me that when they played against Cloud9. It was first. And we see on the other side, who's going to give Skara Gragas? No one. They take it.
Exactly. If you're not going to ban the Gragas, then you want to pick it away very early. So they were able to get secure mid laner for Mancloud and a jungler that Zuna feels comfortable off. The Olaf was banned, so they wanted to get something for Zuna as soon as possible. snagging up that Elise, even though he didn't have the best game already. It's one of the champions that he does have playtime on, so they want it.
Dignitas says it's okay to leave that be. A wave clear versus wave clear here if Ziggs does actually get locked in, and there it is.
Now, Ziggs is a champion where you only have to throw your bombs close to whatever you're trying to kill here. He's amazing at staying far back and wave clearing. So Skara can have a little bit easier time here just CSing and pressuring turrets. In the late game, it always gives you that out really too. As late game, we can be a siege composition, you know, especially with someone like Jinx. It's a perfect AD carry to go along with him. Can also poke and do a lot of damage to the turrets.
I don't want to talk too fast here, but I was going to say we've completely dodged out of a lot of the frontline meta, the Mundo Shyvana kind of being overlooked here. We have Vi's last pick. Crumbs is going to love that. He can control the game easily on that pick.
Yeah, the thing is, when you lock in Renekton early, it's basically stating, I've got early game top lane. What are you going to do? So they leave their top lane pick till later because they've already seen, yes, you guys are going early game, top lane pressure. Renekton, pretty much anybody that they pick to go up against that is going to get bullied around early. Pulling in the Shen is something that's only just sort of started to see a resurgence. I'm very interested to see how well Shen can actually deal with that early few levels from Renekton.
And I'm not surprised they're putting him in the top lane. Diamond actually tried it in the jungle yesterday, and it just didn't come forward enough.
Whenever Diamond tries something that nobody else has tried, you're just like, oh, he must know something.
Well, he was like 2-0. He was 2-0-1 at one point, and you're like, he's going to make this work.
But yeah, nobody else quite jumping on that jungle Shen train very early here. And the Wriggles thing either. That'll take some convincing before other people pick it up.
At least for you.
For me, definitely, yeah.
So while the teams load into the game, let's check out who you think is going to take the first win of the day. According to LOLesports.com, 68% of you think Dignitas will come out on top.
Pretty good percentage here. They've got definitely the crowd behind them, and they beat Cloud9.
Maybe a few people bandwagoning off that.
There's been a lot of logic circling around the internet how they're now the best team in the LCS because they beat Cloud9.
Absolutely. Well, that then
there's a couple flaws in the logic, but it was a good start.
Yeah,
it was a good start for them. They're on the up here.
So, Gragas obviously not going to Scar this time, but they still want it in the game. It's been such a high priority pick. All the wave clear seems to be the bee's knees right now.
I really like, especially the early Gragas picks, because Gragas is a champion that can be played in so many different roles. He's really strong in the jungle as well. He's just a great all-around pick. Not very easy to hard counter. So Skara taking Ziggs into that has opted for, I can have the safer lane here. I'm going to have so much more range than Gragas. I'm going to try and stay away from the early body slams, and he should be able to just wave clear and have a pretty calm early game.
And he does provide a uniqueness in picks, at least right now, because we've seen him in the jungle too, so it's a little bit of a mind game there.
I think that we will have to see, since Zuna has stated that he was probably not going to gank as much mid for ManCloud, without the early Elise gank mid. How is ManCloud going to deal with the Ziggs? Because Ziggs has a Vi in the jungle on his side. Skara and Crumbs could easily combine for an all-in on Mandatory Cloud. And if they get him behind again, that's kind of been the story and the losses here for XDG. They really used to count a lot on Mandatory Cloud to carry games.
And actually, as take a quick pause right here, let's take a look at the bottom lane. If you didn't see the inventories, a Spell Thief's Edge coming in on the Sona for Bloodwater.
So it really tells your opponent what kind of playstyle you're going for. You're like, yes, I'm going to be in your face. I'm going to be getting off these auto attacks.
Right.
The whole point of this item is for gold generation off those auto attacks, and it's very similar to a Doran's Ring start, which we see on Annie, except that he will have the gold edge as long as he doesn't come out behind on the kill trades.
So we got Kiwi Kid with a few visual effects. Maybe minions are throwing flashes or ignites. Who knows? Everybody gets that sometimes. It's fun to see, but they're going to get it fixed up. Looking at the compositions here, we have a little time before we revolve back into the game. Shen is in the composition. It kind of puts a halt on everything that everyone wants to do until he's ready.
So it's pretty funny. XCG were always really big proponents of using Shen and Twisted Fate. They really like the globals coming in late game.
Yeah.
So they're a team that really coordinates their globals well, even in the early game. As soon as Shen does hit level 6, the rest of the lanes you can see will start playing more aggressive and try and bait the Dignitas members and other lanes into fights because they know they've got this Shen in their back pockets that can join the fight. Problem is, Renekton, if he's close enough, he can get up there and stun you.
Now we see actually Benny taking Ignite as well. Obviously, like guys, well, not obviously they may not kill each other in lane, but how'd that work out in Renekton Shen?
You need some sort of combat summoner if you're going up against Renekton, I think.
He just bullies you.
He wants the extra fight power there. He doesn't want to be completely steamrolled. It's pretty interesting though, because starting with that Spell Thieves, I would think that they might even look for 2 versus 1s if I was seeing this a while ago. But with the new patch that we're on right now, you know, the top and mid lanes with the extra damage reduction from champions, 2 versus 1s have become a lot less infrequent. We've still seen them though. You know, European LCS, there were still several 2 versus 1 switches. This one does not look like they're lining up that way, though.
We'll see what they have. They do get the strong laning phase out of Caitlyn and Sona. You're going to take power chords, like you were saying. The damage comes from that. So the 2v1 could work in their favor.
Yeah, so that lane down there, if it does end up 2 versus 2, is all going to be about this XCG team trying to get those auto attacks harass off that we talked about. Caitlyn is a great one to pair with if you're going to start that Spell Thieves, because both of them are going to be having the same idea. They want to build up a good minion wave and then get their long-range auto attack trades in and be protected by those extra ranged minions. So I have to see which of these duo lanes actually helps the jungler on their first buff. Maybe they both don't help their jungler and they try and get to lane early so they don't get pushed in early.
Well, that would be scary, especially if Dig got that early too on Jinx and Annie. Even with the Flame Chomper is a little reduced there.
The combo definitely, it's harder to pull off now, and we'll have to see how good the dancing between Kiwi Pie has actually increased their communication, because you have to be really spot on now.
Oh, BM. Wow.
Skara is, he's changed as well. He's grown hard, cold in his old age.
We're still seeing a bit more of the spread out. We saw a few early invades coming from Fnatic yesterday. They were really nice, using a sweep reward in the top lane. But none of that here, unfortunately. Still the standard.
Yeah, everybody going with the warding trinkets, and all of XDG going with the drop early trinket wards to see the invades. But not a lot of aggression from Dig here. So it looks like it'll be the standard start. And with all those trinket wards dropped so early, I always like to point out how around the time the junglers have double buffs, really the map goes dark, and it's a very scary game for the laners, because everybody knows once you get to that point, like 3 minutes or something, junglers could come out of the woodworks.
It's really that hold your breath moment and see what happens. Looking in the mid lane, we actually have the Biscuit and the support tree against Pot, Ringman and Pot for ManCloud.
Both of these duo lanes here fighting over the minion waves. Like we said, they're both trying to get the early shove going in their favor. Yeah. It comes out neutral, though. It was a good job by Dignitas to get that early trade in, but that means no stun for Annie. This early levels, if he already blows his stun, it takes a long time to actually charge it back up, because he only has 1 or 2 spells to work with.
We'll see if they can work them against Bloodwater. We know Sona is a squishy champion, and as Zuna is on the bottom side of his jungle, a lot of aggression towards the AD carries, and we'll see if the junglers are brought here very early.
Oh, stun is back up. He's been able to spam out his spells down to half mana and get 1 more ready. But Bloodwater is doing a great job sustaining up with the Sona, and it looks like he is getting a lot of benefit out of that Spell Thieves already. As long as he's not under kill pressure here, it should turn out well.
And Zuna is feeling that Spidey sense in the bottom lane. We're going to have a ward being walked over here by Cutie Pie, so they are aware of his presence just off in the distance. They may try to bait this into their favor.
Yeah, both junglers are going to walk onto wards because the side bush is warded, so Zuna knows where Crumbs is, and Crumbs knows where Zuna is. It's a waiting game.
That should have been an easy call for XDG to say that. River is, or the lane bush is warded for them. So you see him backing off. Both junglers return to farming it up. And Cruiser in the top lane is trying to pressure Benny back into his lane right now. Give him a little push.
That is kind of annoying as a jungler. I make my way all the way to your lane to gank you, and then you wait till I'm there to tell me that the side bush is warded? Come on, man.
And you're always pinging, you're trying to get him to tell you. Not happening. Crumbs putting down a little bit of safety here. Skara, actually safety on both sides of top and mid, and those are fresh wards. So he's going to be able to maybe go really aggressive here, and they could return to that.
All right, he is coming in for the Elise gank. Classic mid lane, Elise.
A very nice job. Zuna actually stays clear of the ward. He throws out the cocoon. Skara chooses the flash over the dodge.
All right, so Skara having to burn his flash means he's going to need better ward coverage. He put one in the side bush there, but Zuna came around at the perfect time when the lane was shoved up. That's when he knows he can gank from this little dark area, and it was a really good job to get that summoner down because now Skara will have to play a lot more defensively with ManCloud. I guess they have worked on their mid lane and jungle synergy here. It's looking a bit better already.
Yeah, why not go mid or even top because they have the synergy. It's such good kill potential coming from both lanes. And a great work by Zuna and ManCloud there discussing the wards. 5 minutes in, we have seen a bit of aggression there that Skara is going to have to work with. Usually with his flash down, he's still going for those extra minions, so he could be in trouble.
Meanwhile, top, that ward just disappeared in the tri-bush for Renekton and Cruiser. Oh, the timing just a little bit off there. That's harsh.
He is right in kill zone there. Not going to stack those. That was pretty well placed out in the first blood going over to Zuna out of the jungle.
Yeah, that's the problem on the new patch. Everyone relying on these trinket wards. That sucker disappears in 1 minute, and he did not have the coverage there, so Zuna gets in for a beautiful gank. This one rewarded with the kill. Good thing for Cruiser, though, he did not burn his flash right there because he knew he was dead. No panic flashing from him. At least he was able to hold on to the summoner cooldown.
Playing it calm, and really that's the story for XDG right now. Moving around the map, very solid. Right now sitting on these wards, so it's going to slow down Zuna a bit. But Skara more than happy to stay under the turret with his flash down.
Yeah, like we said, you know, he's going to want to play more defensively. He wants to pick up more wards before he gets out there.
Right.
And he is that Ziggs with a long range, so he has the option of standing back.
Both teams have that as it comes up to it, that level 6 that's going to impact team fights across the map. And we see Crumbs coming in here. Looks like he's not really going to have too much help from the team. You can see Cutie Pie saying, oh, sorry.
Yeah, and because Zuno had the successful ganks, Crumbs is a level behind him now. So I would really expect Crumbs to try and hard farm the jungle for the duration until he gets to level 6. Because that's when you're going to get your guaranteed gank. He really needs a successful one. Scar, though, up at the turret, no ward in the side push, so at any sign of aggression from ManCloud, he's going to start backing off. You can see there, ManCloud walks forward, he tries to walk back.
Oh, he gets him! Oh, can he use the ducky? It's going to go down without being used. It gets flattened, and it looks like Scar is going to be hit one more time. Zuna coming up with 2 kills for
Crumbs
himself.
has flash. He
looking for the
kill.
kill. Zuna tried to get in front of him as well. The 2 flashes go down, but it's Benny with level 6 just in time, and Crumbs is forced to back away. They do have it. The flash taunt. They turn it around, and they put him in the ground.
I was talking about how quickly XDG used the global ultimates here. That was a beautiful job by Benny coming in to save ManCloud, and also Crumbs just overextended. This is kind of a classic mentality that you get into when you're a jungler that's behind on ganks. Since Zuna's making so many successful moves, Crumbs felt like he had to back up his mid laner and answer something. They didn't want to give that kill away for free, but it causes him to overextend there, burning his flash, and a good job, again, by Zuna picking up the kill. That was just really why they lock in this Elise very early. After the Olaf ban, they want him on a comfortable champion, obviously paying off.
So we see the globals now being very effective as they make a small resurgent in. A lot of people forgetting that they're there, and we saw that cost Dignitas a bit of ground. 1,000 gold in the lead because of that mishap. 3 kills in their favor have come, and 2 for Zuna. He has been beautifully. He said he had no synergy, or not no synergy with the mid lane, but he still has synergy with the mid lane.
It looks like they're actively working to change that here, and it's working out very well for him. So it was a good adaptation. Maybe the video was just a troll, and they were trying to redirect everybody, saying, yeah, for sure, I'll gank for Benny's lane all the time.
Possibly.
Just kidding. Spends every moment mid.
Blue over to ManCloud. He is really going to be able to start to control that lane with Skara being down the kill. ManCloud already having that extra regen for himself. Should stay nice and safe. Kiwi Kid now to return to the bottom lane. This is going to get scary soon as they're approaching that 6.
Yeah, Zuna, again, ganking already. He has been just on a warpath here, ganking all lanes and burning summoner spells or getting kills pretty much every single time. So very successful job from him. And it's always really been Crumbs on the back foot here trying to respawn. Now, though, Vi with level 6, they do have a pretty big advantage because Elise at level 6 doesn't get that huge game-changing ultimate. They do have the vision advantage for XCG here, though, so they might overextend.
Kiwi Kid goes a little close. They don't know Zuna's in the bush. They quickly turn it around. Kiwi Kid is now being chased out, but they've already taken down Xmitty. It's all about the refocus now, and it's going to be down. The crescendo hits. No way. He just saved Zuna. They get the auto attacks in from the extra damage on the rocket. A Cutie Pie's Jinx. The turnaround kill from Zuna. No, it actually comes from Bloodwater in the
he's
hit.
upgraded his Spell Thieves into a Frostfang, and his power chords hurt like a mofo.
Bloodwater making it work for his team. Zuna gets out alive. He's actually tilting back to this one. They want to catch Cutie Pie off guard. I don't think they're going to be able to get it. He's showing himself in the minions just for wave clear in that lane. But so much aggression here. A different Zuna on Elise. This is not the play we saw with him on that champion before.
Man, yeah, I think it is, again, Crumbs is really looking to answer here, and it's causing him to be over-aggressive. They wanted to get 2 kills out of that bottom because, you know, they got the first one, and he really is trying to get his team back in this.
Yeah.
But a little bit too far up there and underestimating that damage coming out of Bloodwater.
A lot of people have actually been leaving Elise up for XDG because Zuna didn't do well in his second game, but it looks like he prepped a little bit of work over the week. He prepped a little bit more. 5-1 is the kills here. 10.5 minutes in as Skara eagerly just tries to clear this wave before it gets to the turret. Shouldn't miss any on that, but they are still down, and that's almost nearing 2,000 gold right now, quite early in the game.
Plus, Elise, one of the champions that can do early dragons here, Pink Ward inside the dragon. As long as he uses spiders to tank the damage, it's almost a trivial task for him. I'm surprised that they actually did not go for it there because bottom lane was shoved in. It looks like that was a call that someone was suggesting because the bottom lane actually did hover up towards the dragon, and you know, someone actually made the call to cancel that. I think Zuna wanted to buy.
Let's see what focus they have on the bottom lane. Both junglers are towards that top side, so it would be just apart from the 2v2. Ults are up for Cutie Pie and Kiwi Kid. We'll see what happens. It looks like that's going to be on to Crumbs right now. Crumbs with his, always has that on his mouse. Doesn't like his hand to get sweaty, so he actually puts a cloth on his mouse.
Can you see what's on the cloth, though?
Somebody told me it was Bugs Bunny.
It's like a cartoon. Okay, Bugs Bunny. Classic.
Maybe. Could be something. I thought it was Winnie the Pooh before, and then somebody tweeted me, and it was not correct.
You don't want to use false info. That would be terrible. Yeah, cameraman, do a good job. Zoom in on that sucker.
Damn.
What do we got there? CSI this.
I see it.
So he used it.
Looks like 80% con, 29
The story
rod.
is he started out using it because like his hand got fairly wet, or it was getting kind of sweaty.
There you go. That's a good word for it.
That's a better word, yeah. And he didn't want to.
The other one, see, it's sweaty on the keyboard.
Yeah, exactly.
He's working.
But once he used it one time, you kind of get in the habit, and then it's like, oh, I played really well with this cloth, so now he has to have this specific one.
Is that like Donald or something?
It's so hard to tell. All right, we're gonna have to have.
You know what? It's gonna try to win him this game. You know,
it's Sylvester.
Bam.
This crowd is way
got
better
it.
than we are. That's.
Well, we got to be here
Thank
early.
God we have a
they
live
can watch
audience
the
now,
Saturday
Riv.
morning cartoons.
Where would we be without a live audience?
We'd
be thinking it's Bugs Bunny. Yes.
Up the creek without a Sylvester. That's for damn sure.
All right. So
Wait for him. Crumbs actually, his chat box went zoop. So being the shot caller, you're gonna be 23D, 26, 24 R blue. So he's got to get that chat box locked.
Exactly. The timers. He's gonna have to keep
There we
track
go.
of the dragon that's about to go down too. With that pink ward for XCG, they can make a move pretty much whenever they want. Like I said, Elise is amazing at taking dragons, not only because the spiders can tank it, but her percentage damage that everybody likes to talk about.
And we look around. Let's take stock of the inventories here after our quick break. I know everybody ran to the bathroom real quick. We do have a Tiamat's coming out on Cruiser in the top lane to start off that one.
It is a build that I'm a fan of because it sort of extends Renekton's early game bullying period. He can clear waves really fast, but if you clear waves really fast and you're always shoving up, then you expose yourself to ganks. Well, Zuna's doing a good job here. He may have been seen getting... I don't know why Cruiser's playing so far back. During the pause, I kind of got distracted, but he might have seen Zuna sneak into that bush.
Yeah, he didn't blow the flash or ignite earlier, so he can still be aggressive, but he's definitely playing in the mentality that somebody is always in the brush next to me. It's usually a good way to play.
Yeah, and he does have his CS lead on Shen, so he's given a little bit back right now, but he's saving his life for it. So a couple minion lives, definitely worth the life of Renekton.
And now that we're hitting 6, you can actually see Kiwi Kids building up towards that Talisman of Ascension, and Sona's not. So where's the initiation come from that?
Flash crescendos. Bloodwater is
just
going to
have
fan.
to.
Yeah, he's a huge fan of just the flash crescendos. That, as well as Shen can teleport on Elise. If Zuna's able to repel in, then he could have a Shen backing him up. Usually, Elise has to be very careful about being the one on the front lines and repelling in because she won't have an escape.
Wow.
But if there's a Shen to back her up, which there is, then he can be a little bit more aggressive. And this is what I was talking about before, how easy it is for Elise
crushing dragons
to tank the dragons.
Taunting Guy's Sork boots, immediate buy there, and he's only going to take not even 25% of his HP.
Also, a good thing about the new changes for the jungle items, even just with that Spirit Stone, you get so much life and mana back from doing damage to jungle monsters. It really helped all of the damage-heavy junglers.
Yeah.
So there were a lot of tanks before, but we've seen an increase now of the assassins and higher damage junglers because you basically get lifesteal off of jungle minions now because of that item, and you get mana back.
Smithy has finished up that Bloodthirster in lane, which means he's definitely putting a little bit more gold in his pocket per CS he gets. We did say that he's down, and we see Cutie Pie actually building the Scepter right now. So he opted to go straight into his boots and not finish the Bloodthirster.
Yeah, probably has to do with gold values when he was backing there. But Jinx definitely does benefit a lot from attack speed with her minigun, getting those stacks up quicker.
That is true. 129 to 116 there, as we said. 138 to 148. We really thought, Scar and ManCloud would kind of be duking it out in this mid lane, but they're giving each other a lot of respect.
They are, especially from the early game aggression.
Yeah.
Scar was kind of, he had to play a little bit more defensively.
Bumped around a bit.
After you get ganked a couple times like that, you're going to back off. Zuna with another repeat visit bottom. I like that he is visiting other lanes besides top because they know that Shen can join here as well. So if Crumbs counter ganks, they have another man.
There's the crescendo right out of the brush, and it's not going to be the Flame Choppers to help the exit. Cutie Pie keeps himself safe, though.
So Zuna's idea there to flash and then repel in was get Benny deeper with him, but it was just a little bit too late, and he burned his extra summoner. Still, successful kill. The problem is they don't, get an objective after because the dragon's already dead.
Zuna getting a little bit too low on this one. Misses the set, but the rocket comes in huge, and they're able to come up with their own kill on that one.
Meanwhile, they did a rotation where Benny goes mid, and he's still burning.
Oh, no! Oh, that would have been cool if he died in the air. He was trying to give it to us.
Rubber Ducky just got popped. That was a sad death. But they did a good rotation there. The reason they got that kill was because Benny, since he teleported bottom and there was no objective to take, he rotated up to mid while calling for ManCloud to do the same, going up to top here and take his spot. So they didn't lose out on CS, and they got an extra kill there with Benny finding Skara away from the turret.
Oh, Cruiser blowing the flash right there to keep himself in a safe bounce distance. He has no mitigation for what ManCloud's bringing there.
So this was Skara trying to roam down. Maybe he was looking at bottom lane because he ran right into Shen here and had a really tough time. As we saw, he's going to keep on burning. Rubber Ducky doesn't help.
That is quite unfortunate, but you can see Benny, right spot at the right time, and it looks like the team is actually going to be able to get his turret. He wants to participate, but he starts to back off.
You see these movements down by Dragon as well. Since XCG showed 2 members top, it was a good response by Dignitas. They're like, okay, there's 2 top junglers up there. We should probably go for a Dragon to trade. But Dragon was already taken, soloed by Zuna.
Yep.
XCG outplayed.
And we look at that, Crumbs hasn't had too much of an effect on the lanes. He got those early ganks towards the mid lane, but he's 20 CS up, so he's been kind of keeping to himself in the jungle.
Also, a lot of the times when one jungler is very successful with their ganks, the other jungler will get higher CS because they go to the lane that someone just died in, and some of those are lane minions that their CS is accounting for, so that can be a little bit of a shady number to rely on.
Flash looking for Bloodwater right now is not up, but he does have Crescendo. So they can still go for quite a big initiation on that side. Shen, Stand United is something they are waiting on. But it looks like they're going to focus somewhat towards mid. They have to rotate back, though, because Dignitas doesn't seem like they want to give up this laning phase too much.
Yeah, I think XGG right now should just be defending this turret because, like you said, the Stand United's not available, and Shen's got a very long lane up there since the turret's already down. He's not going to be offering any sort of support. So they call in Zuna, which is great to have one of those ranged junglers so that he can help defend a turret without having to overextend himself.
Right.
Problem here, since we're already heading towards the mid game here at only 18 minutes and XG has such a big lead, is that Renekton never got a chance to get to his health item. Usually right after the Tiamat, they'll go some sort of defense item, but he doesn't have that since he was bullied in so early, and the team fight is going to be very hard for Dignitas with no real tank yet.
There we go. We'll see what Benny can do to him. He's not really going up against somebody that would assassinate you, but you can see Benny's winning that fight. He's got the build and the lead on Shen right now, and even 20 CS ahead. It's hard to deal with for Cruiser.
Yeah, he's got the extra global gold from objectives from his team, and then even the assists and 1 kill is going to make up for that CS. So Shen with the split pushing potential means that XGG have a very clear path towards the end game. If they just keep on having him ward up that side of the jungle, then they're going to have the global advantage, and they're doing a pretty good job taking extra damage on the mid turret for it.
And how's this going to work for Dignitas coming back? It seems like they kind of have an AoE-focused team fight comp, and they're going up against that split push.
That's one of the things that's good for them is they have a Ziggs. So Ziggs is great at stalling out. Wow, this is a very interesting fight up top here.
What did you do? What?
He burned his Dominus already, and there was nothing spectacular that was going to come out there. He was flashing away from the cooldown. I believe he thought Renekton's stun was about to come up.
Possibly. I thought Benny had that one, but he knows better. Plays it safe. Both of them get their hard hat on and live through that as they limp away. We see Benny is back, but Stand United's up. There's the clear from Ziggs, and this is that siege potential to stop that they have.
Right. So as we were trying to talk about, Ziggs has enough wave clear for 1.5 lanes. Like he can use his ultimate for the side lane, and then he uses regular abilities to clear the mid lane. All this while, because so much attention was played towards the top, they do a good job in getting in for the second dragon, which they saw just pop up on their map. They actually didn't have the timer for that one, so it was a very good reactive play for them. They just swung from bottom turret over to dragon. 2 objectives for all that time that was spent.
I see Crumbs chatting it up on your screen right now. They are in their jungle trying to grab up resources before the next engagement. It looks like it's going to be on mid turret. They haven't given up on this.
Taking down all of the outer turrets now for XCG, and since Dignitas has taken up the dragon already, it means that there's not going to be a lot of easy objectives for XCG to go after and try and force something, which is unfortunate for them because now they have their Stand United, and that's exactly what they would want to do. So they're going to rely on trying to pick somebody out here. We'll have to probably see some increase in ward coverage focus from everybody, so we are seeing a lot of sweepers coming in here.
Right. Now, talking about picking somebody out, our featured matchup is Zuna versus Crumbs in the jungle, and right now, that's 5-1-1 versus 0-2-2. So Zuna's just really having a great game.
And he's building more damage, too. Like you can see, it's sort of, he's got health, but he's also got the extra penetration build. He went early penetration because he got early kills. Sork Shoes plus Haunting Guys is enough offensive items for Elise to be able to still assassinate squishy champions like Jinx.
And usually you see Vi going for kind of a damaging build as well, but he goes Golem. Is that the change up because he's behind?
I mean, it's really taster's choice there on what kind of Vi you want to go for. Generally, when you're behind, you want to go more tanky, just so you can actually have an impact when you go in. But you know, it's really up to the jungler which one. They're both very strong items. I think he wants the extra tenacity early, just in case he does get caught in taunts and crescendos.
Well, here he goes, getting Zuna caught up in a good punch to the face. Zuna goes, the crescendo comes down. So much HP is missing from Dignitas right now, and XDG turns this fight around. Crumbs thought they had the initiation on the peekaboo there.
Amazing AoE from actually both teams. Yes, the flash crescendo was beautiful and caught everyone, but Skara is going to answer here. So we'll see this jump onto Zuna. The arm time very low there on the Chompers. He actually got the repel off too. So that's a 4-man crescendo, and then a huge Gragas ult from ManCloud. But even so, Scar was able to answer with so much Ziggs AoE that they also got to an answer. Actually a very good job for Dignitas there. You know, trading when you're behind isn't the worst thing. So they're not too far behind here. This is not an insurmountable lead for Dignitas. They just need to turtle up, use the Ziggs wave clear for a while, and wait for a good opportunity to catch someone out again. Because as we just saw there, Crumbs can capitalize on someone who's out of position quite easily.
Oh, very big damage there. Can't get the follow-up. Bloodwater looking like he could be in a bad position here. Zuna's trying to say something about it. Bloodwater loses all the HP required and goes down. Oh, already up again. The Assault and Battery goes onto ManCloud this time. If they can take out the initial damage, it may not be that hard to win the rest of the fight. Oh, he gets it with the rocket on the backside, and they're going to continue to follow. Zuna had just used Repel previously, and he's going to get hit with the full damage of the Mega Inferno Bomb. They can follow up on the kill. These are all going to Cutie Pie. They are baking cakes left and right now. Benny's going to go down. A triple kill for Cutie Pie. They're coming up big.
Smithy does get in range to thread a nice ace in the hole right through the lines there, but still, this was XGG spreading out and Dignitas capitalizing on the positional mistakes here. Kiwi Kid right there lands his stun and dodges the cocoon, just a very nice little sidestep. And then as we said, Crumbs' Assault and Battery just came off cooldown and he was able to capitalize once again. Wow, they're really going for everything here. The Baron's so low and there's no smite for XDG.
Oh, he gets it, takes it down. Crumbs is able to get it. Smithy comes in though. He's walking right on the minefield. Smithy! Oh, that was ballsy. Oh, the Sappy gets him! Oh, the ward was there. Oh, Kiwi Kid just tapped Cutie Pie on the shoulder. Like, nice job, man. Nice job.
This is why they wanted Jinx so badly. I was talking about them locking that in early. Cutie Pie's, both the Dignitas wins are when Cutie Pie has Jinx, and he did not hesitate to go right back to that champion. 8-0. Dignitas are... Fans should be on their feet right now because they made a huge gold swing. That was like 6K almost gold swing that they got in the last few minutes here. Plus they have Baron buff. Really, just two actually positional mistakes there from XGG, and Dignitas chain it into kill after kill after kill and culminate with Baron. Just a really, really well played by Dignitas right there. Nice comeback.
Before their game versus Cloud9, the interview video showed them saying, you know, we will not disappoint. That's what Crumbs said. In 2014, Dig will not disappoint. And right now, they are doing a fantastic job of turning this game on XDG's head. In a matter of moments there, they didn't even have really an objective to fight it around. They just initiated.
They have such a good team for it, too, with, you know, Cutie Pie being able to chain kills with Jinx. And that last shot we just saw, he's such a sniper with his zap. Beautiful plays.
Got to make them count if you're going to go for the long shot. It's now 10-10 after it was 5-1. XDG Zuna was doing huge things for them in the early game, but the rest of the team coming together for Dignitas, that communication under Crumbs, is, I guess it's what they needed.
He did make the call in really both situations to go for the comeback play. The comeback play is always to just try and go all in on whoever you catch out. It happened to work out for them because Smithy was bottom farming. And, you know, that's kind of a mistake that I guess a lot of early AD carriers will make early in their careers. Double lift maybe even late into his career. But Smithy, just transferring down to that AD carry, was farming off by the wayside. And his team didn't group up, whereas Dignitas were able to capitalize really well. Ooh, will they be able to swing down and catch Benny here?
I don't know. They got to take the dragon. He's got a good minion wave, but he's up against... Well, he's got 2 minion waves.
All right, so he's just going to recall down there. And since Dignitas don't commit any resources, he cancels the recall as soon as he sees them back in lane. That might cost him, though. Renekton's on his heels.
Looking at Skara in the mid lane, right? Oh, actually,
no,
looking at Cruiser. I was looking at his inventory, and then I was like, hey, Cruiser and Benny are going for a walk.
Oh, everyone backs off. Vi and Annie just roam back up to mid here because of the push from XGG. I really like this. You can't have a split pusher without the rest of your team creating pressure somewhere else, or else your split pusher just has to run for his life. So they do a good job reacting there and shoving up mid, showing that much force mid, recalled all the resources from Dig from bottom to let Benny get out.
So Cruiser has a bit of a task for himself. He's definitely got to make the coast-to-coast run before Benny can get there on the team. We'll see if he can do that. Looking at their CS, 228 to 192, and Benny's still done a great job of actually being able to 1v1 Cruiser right now, so that makes it even harder for him to stop this.
Right, the game plan for XDG is still play to our strengths, go with a split push from Benny, and then try and have him gain distance from Renekton so that we can make a 4 vs 5 engage. Because we've got Gragas. That's a great engage. If he can split somebody towards us, then we'll turn that into the 4 vs 5 fight and take it. However, Dignitas now being ahead changes the situation. They're the ones with the hard engage, Flash Tibbers, and Crumbs with his Salt and Battery. So they have to play very careful.
We see Kiwi Kid with the Talisman of Ascension finished. Distortion on his mobility boots, so he can keep that initiation for the team going hard. We'll see what they can go for. They got one last time, but it looks like it's going to be really... I don't know what the word I wanted. Far and few between. There you go.
All right, so Baron buff has timed out. We've got another few minutes till the Baron comes back up then. It looks like both teams are actually content here to just shove the side lane. So Dignitas, eventually that turret only had a couple more hits on it. Yep. So Cutie Pie just going in for that one. Jinx is actually one of the safest champions to go for those just small hits on the turrets because she will get excited off the kill and then run away really fast.
Literally. Just runs right out. Bloodwater with his favorite item to really go for, Mikhail's Crucible. He always has that in his inventory. And we see everybody start getting those core items out. ManCloud's starting to get really big. That Void Staff finally finished.
That's a huge pickup here. With the combo of Rabadons and Void Staff is a very big power spike, especially with Gragas. So ManCloud's ultimate is going to tell a lot about who's going to win the team fight here. And it really is up to the split push action here. We'll have to see if Dignitas can hard engage and catch XDG before they're able to react.
Smithy's going to be left to clear out the bottom lane, or rather the bottom of the top lane. That one will always get you, but you can always correct it. We got a 1-3-1 split going on for XDG. And this is usually something you see from Dignitas when they're actually trying to get themselves into the base of the other team. But right now it's in defense of XDG. Everybody's in a gentleman's agreement to farm it out until they really see a problem happening or a mistake. And that mistake could be them going in on Dig. We see the Guardian Angel now and the Red Elixir being picked up by Cutie Pie. They want this next fight to be a good one.
Yeah, well, what they're waiting for is forced action because of new objectives popping up on the map. That's going to be Baron and Dragon. Baron, only with 45 more seconds, is going to force some action here because neither team can afford to give it up right now. So what they should be doing is trying to leverage vision around that area of the map. Not only just around the Baron pit, but also in that red side jungle. Because you don't want to have to be face-checking bushes when Baron is up. That's when it's really crunch time here. And they're going to need to put some more wards on. You can see it's only like 2 wards outside of the base here for XDG. The map really dark for them. It's going to make it a very tense situation for the XDG team when Baron pops up and they have no vision of this entire area. It's really only 2 sweepers on Dignitas too. It's not like they have a whole bunch of sweepers. Just 1 pink ward and a couple sweepers.
Let's see if they can get everything cleared out. They do want safe movement. If XDG gets a win on the fight, Dignitas does want a clear path to be able to run out or able to re-engage on these fights. As we look at a Baron fight, who really has it at this point with the AoE? Because both bring huge amounts to the table.
Yeah, so you always have to worry about steals when you go for one of these Barons. And a Gragas is probably the best champion for stealing that away, especially since he does have that power spike we talked about. So his combo is going to help a lot. We'll have to see if the communication between him and Zuna is actually good enough that they help each other. But Elise in her own right is a really strong Baron stealing champion. So it's a very dangerous objective to go after since it does so much damage to your team while you're trying to tank it. And then if you end up in a 50-50 smite situation anyway, it's not really going to benefit you that much. That's why the vision is really the biggest part of that game.
Well, that's the game being played right now. It's almost not champions and abilities. It's who can grab the vision before we use them. The little mini game here at 32 minutes between these two teams. 53,000, let's just say 54,000 gold to 50,000. So great job by Dignitas to pull that back into their favor with a few consecutive dragons and a bit more map control towards about 20 minutes in the game.
Yeah, you can see both of them now starting to hover over there. This is going to be a more tense situation for the solos down there too, because Cruiser has to either join the rest of his team or make sure he has Benny in his sights at all times, because they don't want a 4 vs 5 situation. I like this though, this movement, because since XGG didn't have vision of Baron, they're so concerned about it that they commit several people to just staying up there full time, and it allows a free dragon, we can say that, for Dignitas here. They didn't have to expend any resources, just a couple of players heading down to that side.
Benny did back from the bottom lane, so that's the vision you were talking about. They don't have that on him anymore. And you can see this is a time for Crumbs to back as well. They say, we're not engaging if we don't know where Benny is. Everybody go back and be safe. Ziggs actually also with the Rabadons and the Void Staff, so Scar is getting himself up, even after having a bit of trouble in that mid lane and not getting his Gragas again.
Yeah, so they wanted Scar to hit that power point, but they also wanted a little bit more tankiness on Renekton. Now they've got the completed Randuins, and that's going to add a whole bunch for him tanking an auto-attack champion like Caitlyn. If he can get to Caitlyn, then it's very hard for her to deal with that and get him out of the way. So now that they've got a couple completed items.
Trying to get a cheeky shot into the Baron and make him angry. He did it. No, he did it. It was that guy. All right, I'll attack him. But something else we see coming out in inventories now with a few of the changes is Banshee's Veils, as opposed to other magic resistance.
Well, I really like Banshee's Veil against high-impact mid laners like Gragas and like LeBlanc, because blocking one of those spells is way more than just a little bit of extra magic resist.
Right.
You block a whole bunch of damage with just that. Now we're finally going to see some forced action. The split push from XCG, they've committed to it. Benny's down bottom. So from this point on, Dignitas are going to be losing objectives unless they have the hard engage here. So what they're doing is swinging up top, and they're just going to try and do a little base race here. 4 vs 5 situation for XDG.
This is always my favorite type of movement because the pathing gets so chaotic right now for each team, and they almost were able to close in on Cutie Pie there, but Crumbs made the right move, and now everybody thinks they're ready for a Baron, so we're going to see Dig try for it.
Yeah, the pink ward's on the other side of Baron, so they don't see that ward until the sweeper comes out. Benny's working really well onto that turret. XCG have to make the call if they want to contest this.
Benny hasn't really built any attack speed, so he's not crushing these turrets down. They have to. Zuna's just on the other side, and they know it, Kobe.
Yeah, this is a really sticky situation for Dignitas because they've put themselves here. They have to do something.
Oh, he got Crumbs gets it. They try to get the re-steal, and it doesn't work. It is going to be Benny coming down the backside. It's an all-out face-to-face brawl. Zuna's going to be taken down in the end. We see Benny go down first. Skara has that impact power with his items finally built. A flash over the wall for Smithy. The zap slows him. They're going to have the vision. The dash forward from Cruiser, and he picks himself up the first kill of the game there.
I can't believe they went with that, forcing the 50-50 Baron. I mean, you just really have to put all your hopes onto Crumbs in that situation, and it paid off for Dignitas. Crumbs comes up huge.
That was almost less than 50-50 because Crumbs was like, oh, my team left. I got to dive back in and do this.
He's only got Vault Breaker plus Smite, whereas Zuna's got an Execute in his Spider Form Q plus Smite.
Man.
Plus, he's got Gragas on his back. Woo. Very, very risky, but Dignitas come out with the miracle right there. They actually take the Baron and then double inhibitors. This is just a huge triumph for them.
Crumbs making calls. Give that guy your phone number because he makes the right ones.
So let's take a look at this. This is the combo from XDG. They should communicate it. It was a little bit early there from ManCloud. He adds all his damage in when it's maybe about 4,000. And Zuna goes in. This is a commitment after it's a Baroned up team. Wow, Zuna just got blasted out so quickly. I don't even know what happened.
And for Dig to do a Baron. For Dig to do Baron.
This is Dignitas
mind-blowing.
making that call.
They say, do we do Baron? No, we don't do Baron.
If I was playing that by the numbers, I probably still would have done the same thing from XDG. They forced Dig into that situation by having their split push Shen. And, playing the numbers, it was probably the right call there, but they just weren't able to pull off the Baron there. It's so funny, how much rides on just getting that last hit on Baron.
It's like he did all that work just to give it to somebody else. A lot of gold grabbed up in there. 10,000 gold as now the pursuit of champions begins. They get the stun out of Kiwi Kid. He's trying to cycle the spells back around. You can see him throwing on the shield. They do not get it, though, but they have control now. They're in the driver's seat.
Exactly. 2 super minion waves pushing on the top side will take out a Nexus turret by themselves if left unattended. So Dignitas, really all they have to do is use that Ziggs to clear out waves and get turret damage. If XCG even try and defend, then they're going to lose out Nexus turrets.
It doesn't even look like there's a red side of the map right now with all these minions coming in, and Dignitas is just inhabiting every inch of it that they can. The inhibitor turret to go down following this. The third one, actually, that's going to be the 9th turret on the map. And it looks like, oh, they go in for the fight. Cutie Pie, the Guardian Angel is popped in the end, but that means they have time to reassess the fight. Great barrel placement. That was a beautiful job coming in, but it was actually Smithy to grab up on that kill. And it looks like they're going to be safe for the inhibitor, at least for a few more hits.
Cutie Pie is doing such a fantastic job this game. Yes, Crumb stole that Baron, but Cutie Pie has been really carrying the team fights after they catch people. The chase potential with Jinx
that was his
really
first death.
What got them to here. And I like his itemization. He knows all the hopes from Dig ride on his shoulders, so he gets a Guardian Angel.
A lot is riding on Dignitas right now, and it looks like the W will be as well in the win column for them. Coming out very strong riding off their Cloud9 win. They're able to take out XDG.
I love the comeback. Dignitas showed what a tenacious team they are, because they had a lot of troubles in the early game with Zuna making moves into all lanes and Crumbs having to try and catch up. But they turtled it out, and they held on till the mid game where they can actually take advantage of positional mistakes. And then they didn't hesitate. That was the key part. As soon as they saw someone out of position, they went for it. They went for the comeback play. Comeback plays paid off, and then Baron paid off as well. So very, very good job by Dignitas executing, but still fairly risky play.
Considering every lane pretty much lost, I mean, you gotta cut back to Benny saying, if Zuna ganks my lane and I get a kill, I will win that lane. And technically, he did win his lane, but it was just too much team synergy. It was that Dr. Jekyll this time from Dignitas, and they showed up big.
You're right. They really just, every time they needed to roll the dice in their favors, they got it.
Absolutely.
It was really fun to watch, though, especially Cutie Pie's chain kills at the end.
Yeah, getting the pat on the back there. You saw actually on the camera from Kiwi Kid coming in after he got the over the Baron zap. Everything, it just felt like it was flowing for them. The smiles are back on their faces. We said it. Jat said it when they were beating Cloud9. It looks like the old day.
And it looks like the old XCG maybe too, because we always used to talk about how they get ahead really far early game, and then they can't close out, even with the roll swap maybe.
Right.
Still have some issues to work on there.
And we got to look at our featured matchup. 5-4-4 for Zuna. At one time, I believe he was 5-0-1 or 5-1-1. But it was coming out for Crumbs, he was 0-3-10. But we have to remember, he made that play.
I don't care what your score is if you get that Baron. If you get that Baron, we wipe the slate clean.
Mark it. Mark it. So it comes down to sometimes an instant pressure moment. You can control the whole game all you want, but that last moment.
And the feeling, too, when you know like the game is riding on this Baron and it's so close like that, the feeling for the guy who gets the Baron kill is just like he's exalted. He's so happy.
They were getting toyed with, but they made the right decision. It was hard for XDG not to try for that. Like you said, it was something that you had to do, and sometimes you have to take the leap. Right now, we have to take a quick break, but when we return, Crumbs and I'm a Cutie Pie will join Jat to talk about their comeback win. Then Coast will face off against Curse. We'll be right back.
I have ult in 3, 2, I have ult in 5. That's all you. Nice, baby. I'm coming.
Yeah,
I have that's a stun on
Zuna.
Get him, boys.
Shen, go for him.
Go for it.
Go for Baron. Go for Baron. Start going for Baron.
Yep.
Got it.
I'm running.
Caitlyn just dust over. Caitlyn dashed over.
Caitlyn.
All right, nice. Good job. That's how we do.
Oh, baby! Wow. Get out.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2014 NALCS Spring Split, and I'm joined by Crumbs, and I'm a Cutie Pie, who are now on a 3-game LCS winning streak. It was a little tense there for a moment.
Yeah, it was a really shaky start. I think in the beginning it was 1-5, and 4 of the kills were on the Elise jungle, which actually makes things better for us, because a jungler can't really carry, even if he builds damage items. So it was good that the kills were on her. And I think the moment where we started having an idea, okay, we can make a comeback on this, was when we actually got a kill on her, where Cutie Pie on Jinx got the kill. We managed to kill her. So we got her spree and got the kill on one of our late game carries, which is Jinx. So we have a much better late game and already started rolling the gold in for him.
Yeah, and I think the big turning point of that game is we actually have a clip, if we can pull it up on the screen, and you guys can talk me through that, both Cutie and Crumbs. This is where tries to catch up Scar. Let's just roll the clip, and you guys talk.
For us.
Yeah.
Like, she's one of those champion. AD carries become a role where all that matters is turrets. Like, you're not a carry, you're a marksman, and your target's a turret, so.
Sometimes I wonder why I even play the AD carry role. I've never heard you say a positive thing about it. But anyway, not 1 but 2 Baron in a Dignitas game, actually. Talk me through this steal. We have a clip of it as well. Tell me what you were thinking when you went for this second Baron steal, because stealing against an Elise is not an easy task. Talk me through
On top
this.
of Gragas. So here we saw them Caitlyn back, and we're saying, okay, we can do Baron, we can rush it down. But they reacted quickly, so then I say, you need to pull off because they're just going to steal it. And then they tried going for it, and then I just dashed in and got the steal, and then we won the game off this. Yeah. So there's, even if you have Gragas or Elise, there's still a chance you can get stolen, and I guess that chance was on my side today.
And Cutie Pie, I mean, this is the carrying you're talking about, but it's pretty late in the game.
Yeah,
chasing everybody
like,
down.
as soon as, if you get in a sloppy team fight with Jinx, just get excited and your team's going to wipe. Especially this lane in the game, like, an AD carry with that much mobility, you're pretty much like, you can't outrun her, and she can always just chase after you.
Yeah, but I mean, how does that happen? Were you guys kind of caught out of position? I mean, I know you got the steal, but that's a really low percentage steal, surely.
I mean, the thing is, the original play was based on the fact that we could burn down the Baron and get it before they reacted. We saw Caitlyn back, we saw Shen retreat, and we didn't have excellent wards, but we figured that we would be able to burn it quickly enough. Now, the issue was that I think it was still warded, and they were able to run there in time. Maybe the Sona speed boost got them that quickly. So then, you know, it's not something that you want to go where they can just set up and do their own thing and time their abilities to outsmite you. So I'd rather, I wanted to pull back, let Baron heal up, and then just reset the whole Baron process.
Yeah.
But they aggroed it again with Caitlyn. Caitlyn started hitting it over the wall, so then it was obvious that they wanted to go for the Baron, so I just stuck around and then dashed in, got the Baron, and Shen burned ulti too, which was huge on that.
And then, I mean, Cutie said that was what won you the game. Now you've won 3 in a row once again after an 0-2 start. Where do you guys go from here? How long can you take the winning streak?
All the way, baby.
26 into... no, hopefully to Sao Paulo. That's where we're going to take the win streak.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Good luck in Sao Paulo as well. Good luck in the rest of the LCS.
Thank you.
Congratulations on your recent victory. But for now, to get us in the next match, I'll send it to Riven Kobe.
Thank you very much, Jack. It is now time for Shifter and Coast versus Voyboy and Curse. This is the second meeting of these two teams, our first rematch here in the North American LCS in 2014. And the first win went to Curse after that Baron steal, if you don't remember, that put Coast down their heels.
Yeah, that one was dominate. But man, I really like the matchup between these two teams specifically because they have very similar play styles. Neither of these teams is afraid of running very heavy damage compositions in this really heavy tank-focused meta.
Right.
And a lot of that really does have to do with Quas. You know, he's got great mechanical ability as well as a very flexible champion pool. So it kind of opens up a lot of options for Curse. And I like to see the different avenues that actually take that down.
Yeah, I always like the Quas story. Moving over here, kind of made it as a chance. Now he's a pro. Meanwhile, Zion Spartan was a real player for Coast in their win against Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, I mean, it was the first time that they played against Evil Geniuses, and he went with NACS. He farmed really hard, and he split pushed all the way into their base. Like, they had no options for defending there. He just got to that really buff NACS situation.
Just bop people on the head with your Q. Well, like I said, it is our first rematch of the spring split, so it's going to be interesting to see what adjustments these teams have made.
Curse is still looking very middle of the pack. I think they've gotten stronger with their new lineup. They seem to be working well together, but I think they're a little bit like us. You don't know if they're going to be really good, perform poorly. So I think Voyboy comes to mind. He had a really strong performance against XDG, and then against TSM he just bombed and didn't really do anything. So I think we'll be more prepared this time and get more confident.
So our game against Coast, we had pretty stagnant early to mid game. We think that we kind of got out-comped a little bit because they basically had all the power to make moves and stuff. They had a poke and siege comp, and we didn't really have a good way to engage onto them, so it got us in a little bit of a tricky situation. But we were able to close the game out with a nice Baron steal and ace and just got another pick on Nilly and ended the game. I think it's going to be a close match. I think Coast is pretty good right now. I do think that we are performing better, at least at the moment. So I think we should be able to take them out.
A lot of should be able to's, could be able to. So we'll have to see if they actually fall into place for both teams.
Well, I mean, it's kind of a classic story now. Baron steal, then get a kill and end the game. But it's really hard to rely on that. You can't just be like, oh, yeah, play these guys again. We'll just steal that Baron. Game over.
So easy. So as the teams settle in, let's send it over to the stage where Freak is standing by with someone who can give us an inside view on this next match.
Riv, thank you very much. I'm here with St. Vicious, the now coach of Curse. So let's talk about your matchup against Coast. You got a rematch coming in here. Crowd's obviously cheering for you guys. What did you guys learn actually from your first game against Coast?
I mean, they were team scrim partners all the way leading up into relegation, even leading into the first week LCS. So we're not really learning anything about each other. Just like, oh, it's you again. Yeah, I guess we'll play you again.
So what about you guys as a team then? Anything you're kind of relearning on the stage here or just normal stuff for you guys?
I think the team definitely had some nerves to get over. I mean, the relegations was their first big tournament together, like an LAN experience, and then I think there's still maybe a little bit of jitters, but they had a really strong showing, I think, on the first day for LCS.
So then as the coach, how do you think your team is actually shaping up overall in the season?
As my position as a coach?
Yeah, like how do you see Curse shaping up so far?
Oh, I mean, I think they definitely have a lot of room to grow. They're really open to feedback, and they basically all push each other, and I don't know. It seems like they have like really good cohesion, and they all get along well together, and I think that's really important. They actually enjoy playing with each other.
That's really good to hear your synergies up there. So final question for you. Coming into the rematch against Coast, how do you think it's going to go?
I mean, come on now. It's Curse. I think we'll win in the laning phase. I don't know. We'll see. I think we just had the better laners.
All right, Saint, thank you very much. Guys, we're going to get ourselves into the game. Let's send it back over to Riv and Kobe.
Thank you very much, Freak. And let's take a look at the starting lineups because I want to see if Saint's right as well. But on the blue side, we have Coast. In the top lane, it is Zion Spartan. In the jungle is Nintendo X. Mid lane is Shifter. AD carry is Wiz Fusion and Daydreaming at support.
And on the red side, it is Curse. Up top is Quas. In the jungle, I will dominate. Voyboy's mid. Cop is the AD carry, and supporting is Zekent.
So we've seen Voyboy kind of getting a lot of his carries, and he's the one who's kind of like, we were sure, we weren't sure, but he's the one that's been leading the team. So how do you think that confidence kind of plays in?
It's interesting because Voyboy's been playing a whole lot of Assassins. Very snowbally champion, so he can either have a very terrible game where he gets behind early and cut off, Or he gets to, like one of those games versus XGG where he just snowballs out of control on like a Kali or something. And then, of course, he's going to be elated after that. After, a great performance, he can try and roll that into the next game. So we'll have to see if Saint is right and they can beat them in the laning phase. If they beat him in the laning phase, I think that since Curse has a tendency to take these snowbally champions, then that will be a clear path to victory. But if they aren't able to pull that off, things are going to get sticky.
It will. You think of their initiations, you're talking about kind of having that laning phase and winning the mid game. It was the Pantheon, Caitlyn, ace in the hole, Skyfall, Grand Skyfall initiation. It actually worked out and won them that game they played it in.
Seemed to like dominate, almost started like a trend there with the jungle Pantheon. He had some really good initiations with that Grand Skyfall, not hesitating to use it very deep in enemy territory.
Yeah.
And they were always able to get their kill and then get out. So when you're running very squishy champions, frail assassins, that's what you want to focus on. Burn somebody down and then take minimal damage afterwards, because even if they don't kill you and they get enough damage on you, then the other team can answer with an objective. And that's how a lot of assassin teams kind of get into trouble. Even though they rack up a lot of kills, they lose out on objectives. And then if the other team gets their bounty, all of a sudden you're actually behind.
And I'm surprised Gragas isn't a bigger factor for Curse. Voyboy actually used to play it in the top lane sometimes in some compositions that he would have, and Dominate's been playing it in the jungle.
Yeah, that's definitely on the table for Curse here. I wouldn't be surprised if that did get into the swing of things. But like we said before, I'm very excited to see what these two teams use against each other, because they do seem kind of similar to me in the way that they play and the style of compositions that they like to trend towards.
And as Jat was talking about last time with Coast running the LeBlanc or something that's very mobile, they kind of do the jungle switch to mid, and then your mid becomes the full roam.
Yeah, so the mid over for Coast is Shifter, who is not only just an amazing all-around player, he plays not only mid lane but also a lot of other roles in like solo queue, and he's very high up in solo queue, so he has experience with all these different kinds of champions, and he likes to roam a lot. When he gets a lead, he gets to sort of extend his sphere of influence over the entire map and sort of roam around. They actually look for a lot more vision control just for him to start roaming around and getting kills. If he or Zion gets to a really strong point, then Coast actually changes their strategy and they focus more towards whichever of their solos had got that early lead.
And look at it, they actually banned out Caitlyn. Cop's been loving that the whole time, and it takes that comp out.
So, like, it's a very Cop-style champion, I think. Caitlyn sitting in the back, constantly auto-attacking from range. He's picked it, 3 times out of the last 4 games. So it's definitely his go-to AD carry. Coast simply, it looks like they're going by the numbers here. They're like, okay, let's take out the comfort picks for him. The Jungle Pantheon like we said, he was able to use very well. So we don't want that surprise factor from the jungle, because there's just so much kill potential there that can snowball the laning phase. They don't want to lose out early, and the early ganks from Pantheon could be devastating.
And a really predictable ban phase I think we have here. If it's TSM or Coast, you're not getting LeBlanc.
Yeah, the mid lane bans on the other side, just the 2 main assassins. We talked about Shifter roaming. Cassin and LeBlanc, if he got either of those and was able to get a kill, start roaming, then the game is just no fun for the other team. So
we've actually dodged out bans for supports with this one, though. So those are all left up for the taking.
It's interesting, of the first pick, Thresh locked in for Daydreamin'. He's one of the classic hook-focused supports. Back in the spring split even of last year, he was having amazing blitz grabs and so many different Thresh plays. Always very exciting to see that champion, especially if they go for the max cooldown reduction Thresh. It's almost hilarious to watch how many plays can come out of a max cooldown Thresh.
And I'm sure Zuna, Dominate, a little bit of sweat on the brow, seeing a Thresh on the other team. Gonna be very careful at his buffs this game.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. Everybody's got to worry about the old blue buff auto attack steals.
It looks like Jinx still holds that high priority, but she's making it a 5th, 6th pick today. She's been down there.
I mean, the only things that were nerfed on her were a little bit of base health, and it was sort of compensated by the per level health gain. So late game not that much a big deal.
Help out a little bit.
And a little bit of the chompers there. So the things that make Jinx amazing endgame ADK are still intact. She's still got the crazy attack speed from her minigun. She's got the passive to get excited and chain kills, and she can switch over to rockets if she needs to siege turrets.
So Curse is already looking with a pretty good initiation line so far, so they can kind of do whatever they want with these, something that feels comfortable.
Yeah, I'd say both teams right now have very strong initiation. Vi always, if you just have that on your team, it's guaranteed initiation. And then Flash Annie's or Flash Annie Tibbers is always a great tool to have.
Ooh. What are you doing, Cop? 1 second to lock in.
So Cop, no Caitlyn available. I'm going to go back to Lucian. The only other AD carry that he's played. Yeah. So.
We do have Jax in the top lane, though. This is going to be pretty sweet. We haven't really seen Jax matchups too much. The Tower Decimator.
Now you say Jax top lane pretty quick there, Riv. Could be in the mid lane.
Oh my god, that's so true.
Could be. Voyboy is a pretty big fan of that champion, and this is a team that likes to switch it up on you. So we'll have to see, because they could either switch their solo laners and just have Quas in the middle with some other champion and, and send Voyboy top, or they could have Quas on Jax there. So definitely very tricky here from Coast. They're not really giving away too much.
Kale has been a big pickup, but only after certain things have been banned, and then it usually wins the game. I don't see how she isn't focused.
So, Kale is an amazing champion.
Enough said.
In the state that the game is right now,
right?
A lot of it actually has to do with the mastery changes, where spell weaving and blade weaving.
Right, in the offensive tree.
An auto attack from Kale. You get a stack of both of those just from one auto attack. So she almost instantly stacks up both of those.
That's not overpowered.
And it's very highly powered. I don't know if it's over, but it's a very, very strong champion. And that is something that he can pull that intervention on whoever gets caught out by the anti-tibbers. So it's kind of a good tool for the flash initiations, as long as Shifter's not the one who's on the receiving end of that stun.
And this last pickup here, in the 4.1 patch on NACS, is pretty interesting for Zion to go for that with such a mobile team for Curse.
I mean, it's exactly, we talked about a little bit in the pregame there when he just farmed up and got to this ridiculous split-pushing beast by the end game. He is going to go back to that, but you're right. The live patch, Spirit Visage nerf, is going to affect him. 10% CDR is quite a lot of gold that was taken off that item, and it's usually something that NACS really likes to get, especially against a heavy magic dealer like Jax, who's a very much hybrid damage. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting. The Wither is a very good tool against Jax, though, because Jax is pretty much all attack speed based. So I do kind of like that aspect of it. He's got two options, either the AD carry or the Jax.
Here's the thing that I always like about Coast, and we'll finish that. We're going to be locking in right now. So first we'll check out who you guys think is going to win this matchup. On the website, you guys voted, according to LOLesports.com, 79% of you put your vote in Curse's basket.
A whole bunch of people there. So they're voting in the favor of a top lane Jax. So it is going to be Quas up there. They didn't pull anything tricky. Pulling in Voidboy with the Ziggs. Again, guaranteed wave clear like no other, and you also have sieging potential for the late game. So it's not like there's not really a bad pick there for Ziggs, and Kale is not going to be someone who's going to assassinate him like a LeBlanc would. He's going to have to come up and kill you with those auto attacks.
Kind of just as fast.
You just have to, exactly. You have to respect that auto attack damage. Because like I said, Kale in this current state, stacking up both of those spell and blade weavings just with the hits, it gets maxed out almost instantly there. And it's a lot of damage. So still have to be careful there for Voyboy. I think a lot of this game is going to depend on Dominate's early jungle. We saw Zuna before had a really strong Elise early jungle, and then they weren't able to finish it out in the end. I think that if Curse is able to get that same sort of early jungle with this team, then they will actually be able to.
It would be interesting if they could match something that EG did, because what that showed us when EG got those first few kills on Wiz Fusion on the team of Coast was that their mentality is locked in to win the game. They didn't get put off by that. So if Dominate can get the early ganks out, Curse is going to have to hold that lead strong, because Coast can come back.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a NACS scaling amazingly well into the end game, almost infinitely, some would say. And then they have Jinx, who is the AD end game carry here. So if they can have Wiz Fusion just stay calm, you know, even if he does get a little bit behind early, they have got an amazing shot, you know, in the end game, because Kale, Jinx, Nasus, they even have guaranteed engage. It's like a really very strong late game comp here.
Just waiting to see the dance out. It looks like we will get even lanes once again between all of the teams, which means the bit slower of the game. I'm not going to see the junglers trying to get too much in the early part. We saw Zuna go fast bottom last game, and it was just about the same lane matchup. So we'll see if these duos draw the same attention here in the beginning.
An adaptation that we saw a lot was that the duo lanes will not help their jungler, and so the junglers were starting towards the buff that was with their solo laners, the top laners. This time around, both junglers don't, not only do they not have help from their duos, but they also don't have help from their solo top laners. They both have to solo their first buff. Level 2, early level 2 there. Nope, level 1, just kidding.
Wow, getting the Ignite out as well. About 110 HP there, and Shifter shows that he is going to be in this lane for the kills right away.
So that wasn't even the Qs to start it off. I thought he slowed Voyboy, but that was just the pure damage that you can see. When you activate that E, so much synergy comes out of there. Kale's kit is really tailored well to that offensive tree.
Just able to push that lane and keep him nicely under the turret for the mid part of the game. We'll see if he gets his roam on. The bottom, Coast is also pressuring this lane, so that kind of gives Dominate a lot to think about. Where's he go, mid or bot?
That's interesting. You know, I don't see the Cop duo lane really pushing a lot of lanes early.
Right.
So I guess they don't really take that first step. But Dominate makes an early visit mid.
He is going to be going for Shifter in that aggression of pushing Voyboy back. Definitely got the flash out, which stops a bit of the damage, but it was directly forward.
Yeah, he still got cocooned, but he didn't actually even take that much more harass for it.
He's going to have to be very safe. Dominate, he'll make a return trip in just a few minutes. It's that 3:30 mark that you were talking about, Kobe. All those early wards have died out, and the junglers are starting to make moves.
You could see hesitation here from Nintendo. As a jungler, you always want to be killing something, whether it's lane minions, jungle minions, setting up for a gank. You always need to be moving in a direction for a purpose. Because this duo lane is so far back, you know, he couldn't make that gank route down the river, and he's just hard farming this out, trying to get a CS advantage on Elise.
Slowly whacking away at the minions. We'll come back to Zion later. But no, he actually isn't getting too much right now. We already have the back from Quaz up top. He feels safe in 21-17 in CS. So he's actually trying to push and farm that lane quite hard so they can go back and forth. Teleport on NACS though, so he's not going to be killing Quaz.
Exactly. We'll probably come back to Zion in about 15, 20 minutes. Then we'll see where he's at.
If he's lucky.
Versus Quaz though, like I said, in the end game, I do like that Wither attack speed slow on him. Also, because in this patch, the range on it was nerfed. All right, so as we're setting up for a gank here, Voyboy, he still has his flash and his rubber ducky, though, so he has plenty of escapes.
Oh, good hit up. The counter-strike onto Spartan. And it looks like he's just trying to pop potions as soon as they engage. Quas is farming. It's kind of back and forth.
Yeah, here comes Nintendo, though. They might be able to get the jump out of him.
Almost max Vault Breaker there on the damage for Quas. He jumps it out. And you can see Spartan actually getting a level advantage here. Nintendo's going to suck that up.
So now they want to shove this wave all the way into the turret and have Zion back here because there's no ward coverage. So it's very dangerous for him to stay by himself without jungle pressure.
6.6 gold across the board for both teams. Dominate looking to show a bit of pressure top lane. He does have that flash to come back in middle. That's halfway to being up for Shifter right now. And he's only seen a bit of pressure from Nintendo. Nintendo's kind of coming up stale on these ganks.
Yeah, Vi pre-6, he's not getting the... Oh, here we go, hook.
Zken onto the Chompers. They actually get it. You got to remember that time is extended a little bit for activation, but they're still going in hard. Able to turn it around. Zken keeping in the bush to stay safe. Cobb turns it around. Cobb going very aggressive here, but it's a 2-1. Zion Spartan teleports into the bottom lane. Is he going to be able to get it? Oh, this gets it.
So he flashed
so close
so that he could actually steal that kill there and not give it to Thresh. I don't know if that was worth a summoner spell just to redirect the gold from your support to your top laner, but they really do have a lot of eggs in Zion's basket here, and it looks like he's rushing for cooldown.
Oh, he's saying, Voyboy, help me, please, put the minefield down. Everybody walks through, but he gets it over the shoulder of Voyboy. The repel misses the Q from Shifter. That damage isn't there, but the Ignite gets put on. They're all in range, and the intervention comes up. right as it needs to.
Yeah, really good roam there from Coast. And now they've got huge amount of pressure on the map. The jungler is gone, so all the lanes can play up, and they can actually clear out the wave.
That's different. We'll roam to you in mid lane this time. You don't have to roam to us. Shifter getting everything right now served to him, and it's going to be 2 kills coming up. Zion Spartan with one of those. Great job in the bottom lane, throwing out the Spirit Fire, and Shifter picking that one up. So a little bit of a lead here. Actually, they don't even have the gold lead, just the kills.
Yeah, that bottom lane, they played passive until the hook landed. As soon as the hook landed, Cop flipped the switch, and he went berserk. He went straight for Wiz Fusion. He has Lucian, the greater early game exchanging AD carry, just went right into his face, and because Wiz Fusion was trying to kill the support off the hook, they come out ahead in the trade, and Cops gets the kill that allows him to come back with a BF sword, whereas Jinx only looking for the Vamp Scepter means, you know, he's got sustain, but the all-in potential once again still in Lucian's favor.
And we'll see if they actually keep doing that, because already Zekan is back for the sweeper, and he went for Sightstone, dodging the coin or anything on the way through.
Yeah, he's prepping that sweeper pretty early. It's definitely going to be available by the time he hits level 9.
Yeah.
So he's already looking for the vision game. Tied up pretty evenly here, though, means that it's going to be on the junglers for the next move. As we move closer to having everybody hit level 6, the bottom lane, there's a lot of potential for some very explosive fights. I mean, Annie is going to have her Tibbers. No flash, but still, the range on Tibbers is enough to start something off if they call in jungle support.
There's an Empower slap to the face. Zion Spartan not liking that too much. The junglers just re-grabbing their red buffs. A little bit more effectiveness to those ganks in lane, so we're going to see them back to business. Getting a little bit of elbow grease in on the work. Top lane still just even out between these guys. 42 to 65, well, evening out in minions, I should say, the CS.
Yeah, because Zion used his teleport and had to leave lane for a while. You're right. That big deficit did accrue for Quas, but it was because Zion was trying to make stuff happen elsewhere. And that big CS difference, you know, made up for because he flashed for that kill. So he's not going to be that behind in lane.
He's making it work for himself. Picks up the chain vest to start that. A lot of aggression. Daydreamin' read that quite well. Was already well out of way for the Thresh Lantern.
Yep, good Thresh play there. Positioning himself well in the lane. They do have one ward in this sneaky little bush, but that's about it. Like they won't be able to see a lane gank for Dominate if he decides to go down there.
Just leaving Tibbers out there as a sentry, trying to make sure. Walks it up to the Tri-Brush, using that range effectively. And they're not going to get too much on the turret. Wiz Fusion is back already, and they're going to be good.
Dominate wasting a little bit of time up top there. He tried to get in for a lane gank on the top side and was sitting in the bush for a few seconds.
Nothing.
Yeah, see, the moves are, like I said, the big moves are going to come from the junglers, but since neither jungler is able to find anything with these ganks, slows down the game to a little bit of a stalemate here. Meanwhile, in mid, the range Voidboy has advantage over Shifter. He's just using that to try and CS because he doesn't want to get all in from this Kayle. The Kayle has so much burst potential.
Primary objective in mid for Voidboy is wave clear. He knows that fight is going to be quite hard unless he has Dominate's help. And already they've had Voidboy's number going mid. They were able to get a few kills, at least on to Dominate in their last try. But now Dragon's looking like it could be something. Kobe had a very early one last time, but it's 10 minutes here.
So that pink ward is finally killed, that they cost him alive. And it's a 5-member Dragon. Even though teleport not up for Zion, they make the call for him to roam there.
Wow.
And it looks like let's see how much damage is on this turret here. Quas is doing a good job extending his CS lead every time Zion leaves, but if they're not able to answer with the turret, then it will be a slight gold lead here.
And I'm pretty excited.
Oh, he's going to answer with it.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to see what Quaz can do this game because we've seen him on a few champions here and there. His Karthus wasn't super good. The team won, but he wasn't the winning factor. So there's been a lot of hype surrounding Quaz. We'll see if he can do it on Jax this game.
Well, it's a very scary champion in that 1v1 situation. He's doing for a few minion kills at the end. He didn't finish off the turret, but still, he's building towards the Blade of the Ruined King here to get the percentage health damage for taking down Nasus. He's looking at killing Nasus solo. Well, he's splitting the build now. He's going Trinity Force.
Yep.
Trinity Force and Blade of the Ruined King when he gets both of those. That'll be the max he's looking for. But like I said, against Jax, you have to build hybrid defenses. You can't just build armor or just build magic resistance because he does a lot of hybrid damage.
Makes the lane a little difficult. You kind of want to pull your hair out when you realize it's one more than the other. Looking back in this bottom lane, as we see, the coin was picked up, or is going to be picked up, the Talisman of Ascension eventually by Z-Kent. He's getting that gold regeneration in. But we still said he focused that vision, and we can see that Dominate's been down there a bit to help.
You're right. The early sweeper exchange and then also the Sightstone first before picking that up. So the next move is not gonna be like a round and objective because Dragon's already down. They're really going to be looking again to the junglers for the moves to come in, and I would expect a lot of it to be focused bottom because that's where the most playmaking potential is with the supports. But there's so much ward coverage from both teams here. They both know that the other is coming in.
Oh, this is that last moment. A little bit of miscommunication. Dominate backed up and did not stack on the cocoon, so they don't get a kill out of that. And Tibbers is down. Top lane, Zion Spartan taking a few empowered shots after being stunned up. The leap strike, and Quaz getting a few combo reels out.
You leave the lane that many times, Zion, and when you come back, you're not going to like what you find.
CS difference is
Quaz
bad
has been eating his Wheaties, is going big and strong.
Very big and strong. Looks like he may be able to show us the hype this game. Looking around, junglers are actually not finished with their items just yet. Good save on Voyboy there, but they've been piecing together a few other things here.
Well, I don't know why Nintendo keeps returning to this mid lane if he's not going to go all in. They have the potential. This is a Kale lane, so if Voyboy or if Nintendo wants to dive that turret, you go with the Flash Vault Breaker and the Assault and Battery because you have the confidence that Shifter will ult you when you go under turret, but he's not going for it. Shifter going for the roam, though.
No, Shifter's going to have to ult himself if he can get the heal speed steroid down. It's not going to be enough. Zion Spartan actually puts himself in a possible situation of danger here, and he looks like he'll be all right. Quad says you're not all right there.
Yeah, nothing happening mid, so Shifter makes one of his classic roam moves up to the top lane, but look at the ward coverage from Curse. They've played a much more calm game than usual, and they've got both sides warded really well here. Taking down 2 turrets simultaneously gets them back in the lead.
That's a nice chunk of gold to go in your pocket right away. Nintendo, ooh, that was just 1 Q from Voyboy, and there's another one almost taking him down enough to be dove here. Voyboy's ultimate is up, but it doesn't look like he's going to go too much. He actually is running Barrier as well. Knows that Kale's going to hurt.
Yeah, that's mainly what you're concerned about, Ziggs. You're just trying to wave clear, and the only thing that scares you is all-in kill potential. So you're not really wanting to be close enough to use Ignite. You just go for the defensive.
Looks like he's doing that. Although it is kind of against the Voyboy playbook.
We
defensive, but he can do it.
Talk about how he really has been favoring assassins.
Yeah.
Definitely looking for the backlines here, though. He's a very versatile player.
You really have to be coming into this meta. We've seen such a variety of champions coming out, and I'm sure we'll see even more this week. We got Jax coming in this game for Quas. Let's see what he can do. We've mentioned him a few times, and we will come back to him. Looking at the junglers, Nintendo and Dominate have both finished the Golem item, and they look to be on their way, get back into the lanes, and start helping out. So many wards, consumable wards being bought by Curse, though.
Yeah, Coaster's really just waiting. They're trying to get their late game carries to stack up here. NACS heading for the very early Frozen Heart should do a lot of mitigation there for Jax as well as Lucian, but there's also a lot of magic damage on this Curse team. So since they've decided to go without that tank, like we talked about, no heavy tank here for Curse, there's so many damage sources that it'll be even hard for Zion to survive this early in the game. They really need to get him to the late stages.
And as you mentioned that magic damage, Zion Spartan finishes a Frozen Heart.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. The attack speed slow is going to be great for the dual threats, but all the mages on this Curse team, even support mages, are something to worry about.
We'll see. 2-2 in the mid lane, 16 minutes crest on the clock. Into the gold, still quite close between these two teams. Dominate forcing a bit of a pressure gank in middle, and everybody starts to congregate in that area.
Right, Curse need to make a move here because Coast are trying to sit on their heels, like we said, and have their Nasus and their Jinx scale up. So it's really going to be how well can Coast ward their own jungle and just continue to CS while they're a little bit behind. It's up to Curse to make all the moves. So what we got to take is Dragon. That's neutral zone. There's not going to be any ward coverage from Coast, so easily get that money and then look to focus one of the sides.
I think this is going to be it, Kobe. They're about to stare each other down. Going to be looking at the next Dragon in the game.
Yeah, they burn it down so quickly. It's really hard for Coast to contest, even though they have teleport on Zion. At this point in the game, the team fight not going to go in their favor, and the better call is just to try and trade objectives. But Zion, he still has a long way to go for stacking up that Q. It's not the giant end game here. It's only got 216 left on it, or added to it.
Left on it, and it still hurts. So the Dragon taken down by Curse. Looks like they'll be able to start to control a little bit more of the map. We said the wards were coming out for them, and everything's kind of falling into order with that. Except for that
bit of map control get back for Coast. But really, he has to play still careful because red buff on Jax is going to be really painful. If Vi doesn't get there quickly, then he could go down. But he has to be very careful about baiting this.
That was really nicely played by Quaz. As soon as the Wither hit, he closed the gap. He could have enough. The next Leap Strike is up. The Empower is going to come down, but it's not enough. And Zion Spartan baits it out for the kill.
Good job there. Nintendo finally does make it in time. Quaz is getting a little power hungry there. Didn't have the ward coverage to back up that aggression.
I think that's what Coast needs to do right now. They didn't win a lot of their lanes in this situation, so they really have to play the game of tricks to get their kills right now.
You can see the strength of this range comp here from Curse, though. Even though Quas loses the duel up top, they have Ziggs and Lucian, amazing wave clear, and Elise, a ranged jungler. I love when you can bring another ranged champion from the jungle because there's very few ranged junglers, but she helps a lot in the tower sieging game. So this Curse team, very, very strong tower sieging possibilities here. And the hope is that they get to the point where Quas can handle his own and actually solo that top laner. I mean, he could solo Zion, but he needs ward coverage to make sure that he doesn't get 2 versus 1.
And as we look at Shifter on Kale, you kind of think back in EU, Overpow is a name you recognize when you say Kale, or back and forth either way. And when he gets going enough, he's the one that actually starts split pushing for the team.
It would be an interesting matchup, Jax versus Kale.
Right.
Because Jax would really commit all in to Kale when he goes on her. And he would just have to pretty much wait through the intervention. But I think he even has enough survivability and damage that he would be able to solo Shifter right now. So that's a very dangerous proposition.
See what Coast has prioritized for themselves. It's going to be Zion Spartan grabbing up the red buff to facilitate more of these fights. Once they get it, they don't want anybody on Curse getting away. Coming up on 20 minutes of the game, this is that part of the mid-game where teams will usually lull, figuring out what to do, and they force each other into something.
Quas is a great
who has the upper
right
hand
now.
on this. Quas does not have a red buff. Nintendo does, though. That's more than half its health, I should say, and just a few abilities. Zekant looks to follow up onto this. They're going to go ahead, clear out the pink ward, and start to gain control of Coast Jungle.
Now, I think Quas doesn't have any boots, but when he does get boots, I'm pretty sure he should go for Mercury Treads to reduce that Wither on him, the duration of the Wither, because Nasus had his range reduced for casting Wither.
Right, yeah.
And also the extended range from his ult was taken off. So it actually was a really big nerf to the range, and he might not always be able to get in range to Wither Cop. So his go-to target is most likely going to be Quas.
And that's the thing, I was saying earlier, is with so much mobility, it's going to be really hard to make something happen after using Wither, because it's usually the ability you want so you can go in and kill someone. With 2,000 gold in the lead for Curse, not many core items finished out, but they are piecing together more, and it's making them powerful. Needlessly large rod onto Voyboy as he's starting to scale a little bit better into the game. The Triforce is finished onto Quas, and he's having a grand time in that top lane.
Yeah, he's very happy with how the game is going, considering his farm. The only hiccup was that Nintendo unexpected appearance that foiled his plans. His devious plans to take down Zion.
You got to do what you can. Get them when they feel the safest, and that's how they got the kill on him. 2 kills have come in for Curse. That was Dominates we saw previously, as well as Cop when they went crazy in the bottom lane. And it's not something that Coast has revisited. They were like, we don't actually want to do that again. So they're adapting as well. They've gotten 3 kills for themselves due to that adaptation.
I mean, the thing that's making Curse second guess themselves, and the reason we haven't seen Curse like siege up outside a turret and try and make use of that Ziggs and Lucian combo is they're worried about the hard engage from Vi, and they don't really, since they don't have the main tank, like they're a little bit hesitant since the option there to go all in is available for Coast.
Right.
So what they would want to do is just extend their lead with multiple dragons. They're waiting at the timer since they've been able to take it on cooldown. They know when it will spawn again, and they just want to get the global gold.
Kind of the for sure way to keep yourself in the lead.
Before they're really confident in the team fight, because they have to actually play the team fight very well since they don't have a lot of meat, and they have to coordinate their CC and damage in order to beat this Coast team. Or slowly, like I said, they're just waiting on their scalers to get back up.
A little bit of deja vu here with Zion Spartan going to split push. He's got his wards on himself as well as that trinket that just came up, so he can kind of recycle that and keep himself safer for longer than the minute.
He's got to worry, though, because there's no ward coverage in the river. He just has one very deep ward at the blue buff. And Quas, as we have seen, can easily solo him, especially now with those Merc treads.
We do see him moving down towards this. 2 seconds until Dragon.
Yeah. On cooldown.
A little early.
Grab that sucker.
Everybody's getting a little happy on it. Good damage, though. And they start to move off of this because it's going to possibly be the Baron start. They will not have enough time to get it all the way down. Wait, the teleport's coming in. Zion's going to add a little bit. He uses the ultimate right away.
Oh, good ulti there from Ziggs. Gets everyone in the stun.
That's a lot of damage. Zion Spartan gets taken down. That's going to be, no, he lives. How is he still alive? Kill shot everywhere. Nintendo is not able to get that Baron. Dominate comes in big time on that. Deja vu with a smite steal.
My God, was that not the right call? Oh, God. So they knew the plan just as we knew the plan. Yes, Curse is going to go for this Dragon on cooldown. So they're like, okay, if they go Dragon, we'll try and burst down this Baron. They don't get nearly as close. And if you're in Baron Pit versus a Ziggs and Annie, a lot of AoE magic coming out there. Definitely a huge win for Curse. That might even be too much to come back from. That was devastating loss.
The call on that was so, I don't even know, can't say anything. It was just the spur of the moment. Everybody's adrenaline must be rushing, and the communication was there from everybody on Coast. So they were all into that, and they're going to try to get themselves out.
Okay, so here goes the lob. That's just a very smiley face.
This is an extreme amount of damage.
Let's take a look at Nintendo there. He's the only one who doesn't get stunned. He's dead now. There's no smite. They're still doing Baron with no smite here. And they're up against Elise on top of that. I mean, they were kind of out of options at that point because they were about to get wrecked.
Yeah.
But still, they should turn and try and do like damage to the champions instead. Like, if you're going up against Elise with smite and your jungler is dead, your chances of getting that Baron are almost nil.
That was like a 2,000 damage Mega Inferno bomb. It hit 4 people for 500 damage.
And then the follow-up from Zekent, that stun Annie Tibbers. Oh,
get out. That's what they said. 25 minutes. The Baron has been taken down as Curse makes their way from objective to objective, making sure they got it checked off on their list. 40,000 gold was grabbed there. It's exactly a 6,000 gold lead now. 5-2 in turrets. The map is being opened up. The gold lead is as well, which means that item differential is opened up as well.
All right, 2 Trinity Forces, one more, and Freak shaves his nose hairs.
Tons of nose hairs. That's going to actually help them now. They get Baron so quick, all these turrets are going to fall in seconds.
They're going down pretty quickly here, and since coasts are spread out, they're not really looking to defend the outer turrets. You can see teleport is not available, so we're going to have NACS walk his way all the way down here before any sort of fight is going to pop off.
Yeah,
but we already went over how good this 4-man squad of Curse is at sieging turrets, because the ranged jungler and the massive amounts of wave clear, all they have to do is let Ziggs get in there for every other auto attack, and then a Lucian double shot empowered with Trinity Force.
Forget about it. Coming in on the turret. Good damage there. One bomb hitting both Nintendo and Daydream. They get him on the hook, but it's going to be Dominate. The culling goes through for full damage poke. It looks like Zion Spartan's going to be the first one to go down. Dominus stops that with intervention just for a little bit, but it's only so long, and it's going to be the inhibitor, Kobe.
All right, 2 inhibitors down. They're going to march on Nexus turrets here. Curse looking confident, and man, is Quas a beast right now. If anybody actually tried to fight him with those 2 items, painful situation.
Quas always works off the ball so well. Nintendo just kind of gets pushed around before he goes down. Quas getting a little too close for comfort. There's 2 kills for Wiz Fusion, and it looks like they get a lockup on Zcant. A little bit antsy here for Curse, and they lose a few more than they wanted to. Getting excited is stopped by the minefield.
They did go a little bit deep towards the turrets there, and it was a good job by Coast sticking in the game and still trying to make the play. So first of all, Nintendo makes the call to go right in, and they bump all the damage dealers close to the turrets. The only drawback here of these full damage teams is that you have no really go-to target to take those turret hits. And pretty much everyone taking a lot of AoE damage there, going down in different sides, means that Jinx can get excited and chain kills. But the only really area where they can actually pull that kind of play off is deep in their base at the turrets. So Curse still have control of most of the map. As long as they put down some more wards very deep in this coast area, they'll be able to continually accrue more and more of a lead, just taking all of the resources on the map.
Curse did a really good job this game of just holding safe and playing the lanes and not trying to overextend. They still have every single turret in mid, and that Voyboy held his lane while being pressured more than once.
It seemed kind of like that strategy where you wait for your opponents to outplay themselves.
Yeah.
And when Coast did put themselves into a sticky situation, Curse did a great job of making it all the way from Dragon to Baron. I mean, that early in the game, it's hard to burn down Dragon, or it's hard to burn down Baron. In the time that it takes another team to do Dragon. So really, really rough for Coast right now.
34 seconds on Dragon, 1:50 on Baron, which means it has long worn off of Curse. They do not contain those buffs right now. There's that sound. That's gorgeous. Just listen. All right, there we go. He's going to get another turret for his team. 7-7 is the kills, but it's 8-2 in turrets, and that means you are just increasingly losing map vision.
Just sounds like Quas is angry.
Look at me.
However, he's very calm when we see his picture there.
Absolutely. Damage
As
going
he
on
should be.
in the inhibitor. Good throw out by Wiz Fusion. He's still putting out damage with those zaps. He's still got some good damage under his belt.
Right, but this time around, no turrets, so Curse are free to poke away and then just exit the scene of the crime.
Those 1-2 shots you were talking about from Cop, he is just laughing at these structures.
He's also gone with pretty much the turret killing build right there. If you want to just take the double shot and back off like that, this is the massive amount of damage coming
He didn't even buy boots, too.
Just flat damage from Bloodthirster and Last Whisper added on.
They don't give you boots, too, at the Academy, so he just stick with the first ones. Talisman of Ascension was used on Zcant, so they got to be careful on the escape of this. If anything goes
Hook
bad.
is down. That's a pretty big cooldown. Yeah.
We got the minion. That's terrifying.
I mean, Baron's in 30 seconds, so they don't want to do anything chancy here and overextend. If you just put up the ward line, you can see the twerking,
rocking out.
Wiz Fusion. He's still having fun.
Get the headbang going on.
So they're going to put up the ward line before Baron and try and use their dual sweepers to clear it out. 2 is not quite enough. You need to upgrade those into oracles if you really want to do a good job of clearing it out, though. So it might come down to another force.
Oh, the loop-de-loop. They're going to pull the loop. The loop alley-oop, but there's too many wards down now. They've been thwarted. I thought that Coast was going to want that right after Voyboy used his ult in middle. They're like, hey, this could be a good idea to fight.
This could be the opposite situation. Since Curse are putting themselves inside the Baron pit, it's actually Coast that have the opportunity here. It's going down way too quick, though.
Bam! Very nice. Quaz with the smite on the offside. He's able to get it. And it looks like they're going to pressure this one down the mid lane. Wiz Fusion running for his life, but they're running through a trail of wards. So Curse knows where to enter this base.
Yeah, right through the front door.
Looks like they're actually going to go for that last one. The inhibitor on the bottom side is open for the taking. I think they're going to go straight for the Nexus turrets after this if it becomes a good fight, though.
So they still can play this very calmly and just wait for those one attacks from either Cop or Voyboy.
Get cold.
There's a lot of hooks coming out from this Thresh going with cooldown reduction here. That's something to keep in mind. You have to worry about that initiation.
You miss 100% of the hooks you don't throw. So.
if somebody, if one of them lands and you pull them under the turret, then you have an option to come
Well,
back.
then you're golden. It's like an extra player on your team shooting giant cannonballs at someone. 32 minutes into this
Pink
one.
lasers?
Pink lasers you, but then it shoots a ball. Oh!
He got one.
He got the spider. Back up the spout. Dominate goes, and they're going to be safe for this one. Getting a little bit of that tag.
There it is.
Oh, they go on to Boy. He's got the ducky down. He is safe. The barrier is there as well. They have the ultimate back, and he gets the double kill on the Mega Inferno bomb. Going on to Shifter. The Ignite's there. The heal comes out. It's going to be enough. Doesn't make it to the fountain. He trips on his shoelaces. Zion Spartan's trying to make it home, and it's going to be him staying home. The Nexus turrets go down, and Curse comes up with a win in the rematch versus Coast.
Congratulations to Curse. They were able to get the early lead as predicted by the old coach there and just roll that one into the victory.
Dominate on the Baron steals. He is on point. Yeah, that is
Well,
really...
if the other jungler's dead, I feel like that's not really a fair fight.
Kinda. Yeah, all right, you make a good point.
But I was still counted as a steal.
He still got the smite. They were able to come back on that one. Very well played. I think they got a pick and ban phase. They said last time they were kind of outdone in that part of the draft. And that I think they came ahead on this time.
They had a pretty good answer here. You know, even though Zion took teleport this time with his Nasus and he was able to make a couple plays on the other side of the map, Quas was hard farming up there. And he got to the point where he could solo anybody. Even though he ended up getting 2 versus 1 and dying sometimes, the team was still able to take an objective for that. So they were able to take the early lead, get down those turrets with their shoving composition here. And
yeah, Quas is still like
pretty
this
well
ominous player to me. He's ominous champion. He still has an effect on the
you
game.
saw the
but
power he had on Jax.
Yeah, a little bit.
He never really got to use it, though. He never really got to outplay anybody.
I want to see it because the whole team has a huge amount of potential that we see. Voyboy has, like you said, brought out Assassins, and then we saw him play something not like he's never played before, but he played very defensive. I don't even think mid-turret went down for them. No, it didn't. His lane kept its turrets the whole time, so that's pretty damn good play from going aggressive defense.
I like your word choice, though, talking about potential. You're already alluding to TSM versus CLG.
Maybe.
Get excited soon.
So with this, Curse actually is doing pretty well for themselves in this spring split.
Yeah, I'd definitely say so. And the compositions that they run without tanks have both been successful. I have to see if they can do that against a team like Cloud9 or TSM. I would really like to see if the rotations actually come into play then, because the one from Coast there, it was a risky move going for that Baron.
Right.
If Curse are just taking Dragon. It's kind of like Curse are staying calm and waiting for Coast to make a misstep.
And look what happens when you ban out Shifter, when you ban out that really core strategy that Coast has been using with him being the carry. They fell flat.
Yeah, I mean, Kale, pretty good champion for him to be on too.
Right.
But the ganks from Nintendo, like we said, he would come visit, throw out a Vault Breaker.
Yeah.
That's about it.
Yeah, we heard that, saw that. Remember to send us your highlights from the game at LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS Big Plays. We got to take a quick break right now, but when we return, Voyboy and Zkent will sit down with Freak to talk about their explosive win. Then we'll dive into our next match as Evil Geniuses look for a win against Team Dignitas. The action continues after this.
Good ult there from Ziggs, gets everyone to the stun!
That's a lot of damage. Zion Spartan gets taken down. That's going to be no, he lives. House is still alive. Kills everywhere. Zintendude is not able to get that Baron. Dominate comes in big time on that. Deja vu with the smite steal.
My God, was that not the right call?
I didn't practice the leash at all.
Welcome back to week 2 of the NALCS Spring Split. Make sure you get your tickets because you could be the guys getting your stuff signed down there by the professional players. I'm Rivington Bills III, and I am joined by Joshua Jat Leesman for our next 2 LCS games, starting with Evil Geniuses versus Team Dignitas.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited for this next one. I'm doing pretty well, Weird.
Yeah?
I was just doing some analysis desk with Freak.
Yeah.
I'm up here with you, so I think I like casting a bit more.
It's going to be fun. We get to yell into microphones. Let's check in with what you have been saying. Earlier we asked you, which team do you expect to break away from the pack this weekend and why? Here's what you had to say. Mr. Pitts is saying, I think Dignitas is going to start shedding a little more light on their skill. The win against C9 gave them the confidence.
Yeah, and they're going to have the confidence of what just happened in their first game of the day. So, I mean, if they go 2-0 this day, then that's going to do a lot for separating them from the pack right off the bat.
Absolutely. Our next tweet was Rivera2444, Team Solo Mid. Bjergsen looks better and better every game. Dyrus is the example of consistency, and the rest of the crew, simply awesome.
Yeah, I don't know how much more Bjergsen LeBlanc we're going to get to see. Then we can see how impressive he can be on other champions. But so far, we talked about it in the pregame today, how great Bjergsen has actually been for TSM. So
he doesn't like Teemo. We'll know that. Adaptive Gamer up next. He says, I think Curse will break away. They will end the curse of the curse this season. Voyboy and Quas are OP, and is Coach Vicious.
Yeah.
Vicious.
Coach Vicious.
Got it.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's a good one.
It's funny because their curse was forever 4th, but they actually broke that by finishing 6th. Now it's all about positive thinking and breaking it to go above 4th. So maybe.
Well, thank you, everybody. We appreciate all of you that wrote in, and those that didn't. You're breaking our hearts. You really are. They're just not taking the time. I mean, your monitor's right there. You have 2, right? You're just able.
I'll give them 3 tries to break my heart, and then I'll never talk to them again.
Wow. All right, 3 tries. All right, we're going to send it over to Freak, who's joined by 2 members of the Victorious Curse.
Thank you very much, Riv. I am here with Voyboy and Z-Kent. Guys, off of victory here, 3-2 now. So let's talk about playing against Coast. So you played them just last week, did well there. A little bit of deja vu this game, another Baron Steel coming through. But tell me how you guys thought coming into this game.
So we beat Coast last week. We know they're good. They had an amazing run in their 2-0 day last week after starting 0-2, and we had like a kind of bad day where we went 0-2. But we know Coast. Like, we practiced against them a lot. They're the team that we've played against the most out of anyone. When we were both in relegation, just fighting to stay in the LCS, we scrimmed them, I think, like dozens and dozens of times. So we know them like the back of our hand. We just kind of predicted a lot of their picks, and we were able to play into it pretty well. I don't think that they are too much of a threat to us. I think they're a really good team, but for some reason, we always just perform very well against them. I think that's probably just an advantage we have.
Do you think that's just from knowing them so well from practicing against them? Like, why is it that you're sort of their kryptonite here, even though they're a strong team?
Honestly, I don't know. I think we just like have them pretty much figured out. I think they're all really good players, and I think that they are an amazing team. But for some reason, whenever we play them, we just win, and I don't really know why.
Okay, so Zeke, then coming into this game, you were talking to me off camera that the picks and bans were pretty much exactly what you expected. Tell me about this.
So we basically looked at what Coast picked the past last week and the week before that. It's like we pretty much know like what they're coming in with. They threw the same bans out against us like before, like when we scrimmed them. They threw out the same bans against other teams, and it's just like we pretty much knew what they were going to throw out at us, and we knew approximately what our champion pool was because we played against them a lot, as Whitebad said. And we just were really prepared for them.
So then coming into this and speaking about picks that you can prepare for, Quas has played 4 new champions in 5 games. So he's clearly doing some new things as well. Tell me about like what he's been doing to shake things up.
Quas is a really good player. He's very versatile. I see a lot of like similar qualities in him as when I play top lane and now I guess mid. I think that he has a really wide champion pool, and hopefully over the course of LCS we can just shed more light on that.
To show more and more of it. Okay, so let's actually get into a replay then of that Baron fight. You guys got them. You started at Dragon. They started doing Baron. Of course, they walked through a ward. Let's get that up on your screen. Zeke, actually, Voyboy, if you want to take us through it.
All right, so we had just started Dragon. We were cognizant of the fact that they could have went for Baron, and then as soon as they like motioned towards it, we just started running. We knew they would be pretty low because they're not that ahead. I just threw a Ziggs ult, chunked all 5 of them really low. Zeke came in with an amazing flash anti-ult, and we just like started wrecking them. This is where the nerfs kick in. Dominate just went for the smite, got it, and we basically killed them all. It was kind of a desperation play from them. I think they thought that they'd be able to burn it in time while we were doing Dragon, but what they probably didn't predict is how fast we'd be able to react and just cut them off and kill them. So I think it was a bit of a hasty decision,
and it ended up working out pretty well for us.
Well, of course, congratulations to you guys. Zeke, and I got a question for you, actually, about the bottom lane in this game. Because you're fighting up against a top laner with Teleport, Zion Spartan's NACS, and you know Quas can't help you. How do you play an aggressive lane where you know it could be a 3v2 at any time?
There are times, especially with the Jax, there are times when he's going to be able to stop the NACS from TPing in. Unfortunately, like that wasn't the case in the first kills. But we have the burst damage on our lane, like Annie, Lucian. We can like blow up one of their champions before NACS can finish his TP in. So even though he was able to get in and get a kill, we were massively ahead. We got the kill onto our AD carry, and we spent Zion's TP, and Quas was able to get even further ahead in his lane.
Yeah. All right, so well done there then. I got to ask you then about some sort of out-of-game things. You guys have Coach Vicious in the background helping you guys out. What's he been doing for you guys?
Saint's around. He watches some of our scrims. He gives feedback if he sees something that he thinks is, like, he basically just bounces his ideas back on us, and sometimes they're wrong. Sometimes we take them into account, and it affects our play. But, yeah, I mean, he's a helping hand. People say that he, like, completely dictates, like, dominates jungle picks, but dominates just coming in, like, on his own fire, I think. He's been picking up, like, Pantheon. We see it's been banned out, like, almost every single game, and that's just, like, of his own volition. And now we saw EU LCS playing it, like, so much. I don't know if we're going to get Pantheon for the rest of the LCS, to be honest, but, yeah.
I like hearing that when the picks come out, and you're like, yeah, Pantheon's now global banned against Curse here. So looking forward. You guys have more games to play both this weekend and the rest of the season. Where are you guys headed?
Hopefully we're heading for the top. Like, we're working really hard, and we're looking really strong in scrims. We're looking pretty good right here, and right now we're aiming for #1.
All right, aiming for #1. Thank you guys very much, Zeke and Voiba. Congratulations on your win. Of course, we'll see more of you throughout the season. Now, guys, we've got more coming up as we gear for our next game. Let's throw it back over to Riv and Jat.
Thank you very much, Freak. And up next, we've got Pobelter and Evil Geniuses taking on Skara and Dignitas. And Jat, Evil Geniuses are in need of a strong showing here. They come into this game with only one win right now.
Yeah, and it's going to be kind of hard to know exactly what's going to happen in this game because both of these teams have looked shaky in the first week, and then Dignitas has surged forward to a 3-2, but they even had a shaky start to that XDG game. So while Evil Geniuses, they've been unpredictable because they're solo lane variants.
Yeah.
Generally, Pobelter and Inox have been completely hit or miss, and they need to find some more consistency in those roles.
And even when you look at the bottom lane, you see there is a big difference in experience. While Crepo and Yellow Pete have been together for years, the Kiwi Pie team-up is a new recipe for Dignitas.
Yeah, and quite honestly, Evil Geniuses' bot lane needs to do more to carry their team because they got way ahead in one game and they weren't able to finish, whereas Dignitas' bot lane has done surprisingly well. I mean, I'm a Cutie Pie is 3-0 so far as Jinx. In the last game, he only died once, and Kiwi Kid, obviously right beside him, is a large part of that success.
And while the Evil Geniuses have pushed them around in scrims, Dignitas believe they're the team to beat and may have found the key to victory.
EG is a team that we have scrimmed often, and they actually destroyed us in the scrim. Like, playing against them, like, wow, we are getting just slaughtered by them. What's going on? This team should not be doing this to us. And the last time we scrimmed them, we actually were able to take some games off them. Now, I think that from the displays of games that we've shown, the caliber, EG would probably be more scared of us than we would be of them. So I think going against them, it'll be a matchup of who can simply outskill the opponent, because I don't think it'll be decided too much in the picks and bans.
To be honest, I think we have the advantage over them. And even though our Super Week wasn't that strong, we still think I have the advantage over Dignitas. It's hard to really pinpoint what the fault is in Dignitas' team, but I think their bot lane is still a little bit weak. If we can get something going on their bot lane, it gives us a strong advantage. I feel Kiwi Kid is susceptible to making quite a few mistakes, and if we can just pick on that, I think it's good for us.
So, you know, we look at EG's bot lane, EG's looking at Dignitas' bot lane.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see a lot of jungle pressure down there. I know Snoopy is definitely going to try and focus that one out.
We'll have to see what can happen. We've seen them with a very early start on EG. See if they can snowball that one this time. Right now, we're going to check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it is Evil Geniuses. In the top lane is Inox. In the jungle is Snoopy. Pobelter in mid lane, Yellow Pete at 80 carry, and Crepo on support.
And on the red side, it is, of course, Team Dignitas in their second match of the day. Cruiser in the top lane, Crumbs in the jungle, Scar making a very big point in the mid lane. I'm a Cutie Pie on AD, and Kiwi Kid resting a bit on support.
He's saying, listen to me, but that Dignitas, and it's something we mentioned now throughout their games with this momentum, it has so much more life to them.
Yeah, I mean, even when I was talking to them after the game on the interview desk, I'm a Cutie Pie and Crumbs just started having like a team discussion, being like, well, actually, it happened this way. It was an interesting side of I'm a Cutie Pie that I hadn't seen much of before.
It's something you usually don't see Dignitas doing. They're normally very quiet as a team and then make it happen. Usually you can get a few things out of Crumbs if you talk to them. But other than that, like you talk to EG and Snoopy will tell you a lot of stuff. Crepo will tell you a lot of stuff. So they're really coming around in mentality and obviously their form in game, and it's showing.
Yeah, 3 wins in a row, trying to go for 4 here. I know in the spring split of Season 3, they started off a little slow in Week 1. Everyone said Dignitas is dead. Well, I've seen this story before. They went on a 10-game winning streak right there, so let's see how they do here.
Skara not going to see any of his Gragas for the rest of this season, I think.
We'll see again. I mean, it's the most banned champion against Dignitas. It's banned 4 times out of 5 games for them, so that's a pretty impactful thing right there. And bans are being kind of just thrown out rather quickly and not incredibly focused. So there's a lot of options available.
It hits every position,
really. Exactly. They're just kind of just taking the top dog of each position. Obviously, they threw 2 bans at Scar, but I don't know how much that's going to affect him. He's actually been able to play 5 different champions in 5 games, despite his heavily criticized champion.
Yeah. I was going to say, that makes a big change for him, but that's what everybody needed to do over the split, and we see that support is prioritized for EG.
Yeah, here's the big thing, actually. Crepo hasn't had a Leona game, despite it being his favorite champion going all the way back to Season 2. 3 Thresh and 1 Lulu so far. Obviously, Thresh was banned, so he had to go with Leona. That's going to be a very good champion for him to be on. I know during the promotion tournament, Crepo had amazing success with Leona.
It's one of the champions that, as they were saying, they can start to take advantage of that bottom lane of Dig if they have to.
Yeah, I think if they get a little bit ahead, they're going to be able to turn things, especially against something like a Jinx. I'm a Cutie Pie. 3 wins in a row is Jinx, as we were talking about. No reason why he's not going to just lock it in right again. But one thing about Jinx, and this point might take a little while, it's huge in North America and Europe, but it hasn't been huge over in the OGN in Korea. Because when a Jinx gets fed, it's kind of a known threat that teams can sometimes focus down. And if I'm a Cutie Pie makes a single mistake, or if EG makes a really good play with long-range initiation, like Leona and Vi, if they combo them, they can delete that threat right at the start of a fight, which does make it a dangerous pick.
That kind of conditional escape that you're toying with gets very dangerous. See, Skara really likes that Ziggs coming in. So if you don't get Gragas, throw other barrels, throw other things.
First time duplicate champion. He actually tweeted after that last game, "Man, I played so terrible. Thanks for a team for carrying me." But he's on the same champion once again. Really, the only other champions he won on that aren't banned was Karthus, and it's definitely too early to pick that. I think Ziggs is the stronger pick right now.
And they look to keep strong initiation in that bottom lane for themselves. If they do pick up this Annie, we've seen the Jinx-Annie combination all over the place.
Yeah, the Annie has been the most favorite of all picks for Dignitas. Kiwi Kid now having picked Annie 4 out of 6 games. Obviously, the Annie's been nerfed, as we talked about. The early stun duration, 1.25 seconds, down from 1.75, but it's still a kill lane. I actually has thought that Kiwi Kid and Cutie Pie would be the first ones to do a kill lane in the bottom lane, which would be like double bruiser. But they're saying, well, we don't need to do that because we can just do a kill lane with Jinx Annie and still have an AD carry, and that's what they're going with.
It might be hard to kill an Ezreal, the second one we've seen here, Doublelift playing the other one.
It really depends if they can lock Yellow Pete down in that bottom lane. That's a very, I want to say, passive pick by Yellow Pete. He has yet to play Ezreal so far in this 2014 season. There's an off chance that that's a mid lane for Pobelter because he would definitely be able to poke down Ziggs and punish quite well.
Right.
They're actually typing some things right now because he's locking in the Nidalee, trying to make sure he gets the right thing down.
Doesn't lock in that Anivia on accident. or ban it. So we do, oh wow.
Yep. It's Inox playing the carry top
Something
lanes.
he can try to carry on. That's EG.
Exactly. That's either a top lane Zed or like the Nidalee and the Zed can go either way. I'm not sure where they're going to put
Mundo
both those
matchup.
guys.
Because Cruiser loves his Mundo.
Oh, Cruiser's definitely.
He loves his Mundo.
Definitely loving Mundo right now. Elise amazingly is available until the very end.
What?
Yeah, you had a stat on Elise actually, didn't you?
She was 100%.
Yeah, 100% pick ban, and she was a second away from not being picked or banned in this one. But Crumbs is going to be locking down on that. All right, here.
Pretty sweet compositions coming out. I'm liking what's happening on the EG side. They're trying to give those solar laners a way to go.
Yeah, going with the top lane Nidalee will be very interesting to see on Inox. Whether he decides to go with a top lane AP Nidalee and work in a bit of a poke comp, or if he tries to do the classic, really something that's fallen out of favor, the tank Nidalee that just split pushes and tries to annoy the whole game and continually draws Dignitas out of position. I really wonder what he's going to be going with here in the context of his team composition.
All right, well, we're going to quickly check in. Head over to lolesports.com before we move on and see who you think will rack up another win. According to LOL Esports, 52% of you think Evil Geniuses are going to take this one out. And didn't get the vote last game they had. So.
This is a real close thing, and I just have to touch on something before. Oh, that Kiwi Kid had Ghost and Teleport until like half a second in Champion Select. And then he switched to Standard Flash Ignite. No, 52% in favor of
EG.
EG, you said?
Yeah.
You know?
Definitely have the fans behind him still.
A little bit. Dignitas is growing in fan following, especially after their first couple games of Week 1 and their 22-minute defeat that they suffered at the hands of Team Solo Mid. Things weren't looking too good for them back then.
Sometimes it kind of takes a kick in the bottom to get yourself going in the right direction, and that made them rethink and situate and reassess what they were doing. So far, it's been working out really well. They're keeping Crumbs in the shot-calling position, and it's flowing.
And especially because they're so recently removed from that great comeback victory, we've seen teams just take that momentum and roll straight through the next game. So Evil Geniuses got to be careful they don't run into a freight train at the start of this game.
All right, so we are going to be hopping into the matchup. It is Dignitas versus Evil Geniuses. Last game we saw Dig in today, the first one of the day, they had a comeback victory. We'll see if that momentum stays with them now.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see the Doran start by the supports. Both of these guys looking to get fairly aggressive. I know Crepo was probably the first support I saw with the 2014 season changes to just swear off the gold per 10 items start of the game, especially because of how aggressive he's going to want to get early on Leona. Knowing that Kiwi Kid and I'm a Cutie Pie play that Jinx Annie like a kill lane, a squishy kill lane that can be counterattacked, which is why it's quite important that Crepo builds defensively.
Indeed, the Doran's Ring is going to give them that good amount of attack that they want, and everybody starts off safety potions, as they would. So we see the line of scrimmage being created by both teams. The human sentries are out. And
haven't seen this before.
I haven't seen this ever. Like I said, though, in our first game, really, Fnatic was the only one here in 4.1 that's done an invade.
And also on the previous patch, we did see EG do an invade and get a kill with Thresh, actually multiple kills. Theory number 2 that I think teams are going to start doing eventually. Kobe touched on it a bit in the previous game, how everyone just kind of waits in these lines and then generally wards early on. And then since they're very short duration wards, by the time the junglers get double buffs, they go and gank a lane. I think teams are going to start to delay their trinket placements at the start of the game, since almost all the junglers will be in the habit of clearing double buffs anyway. That way they can actually spot the double buff jungler with their trinket ward when said gank happens. But for now, these players are still kind of set in their ways, and they like having the early vision to know where rotations happen. Like these, for instance. If you waited for the trinket wards, they may not know to counter-invade.
So we do have the late ones. Very nice. And we also have, again, the sweeper on the Kiwi Kid, which was really a catalyst for Crumbs to repeat that lane.
Yeah, ports just bring the extra wards. But in this matchup specifically, since no one actually bought a real ward, a non-trinketed ward, it will effectively sweep out some substantial vision. And that means now that EG is blind in the top lane, since that one sweeper ward was taken out up there.
We'll see what matchup they get. Obviously, it's going to be against NACS, and he should fare quite well in the 2v1 situation. And we always know Mundo does too, so we'll come back to those lanes.
And speaking of 2v1s, this is a really interesting wrinkle. As almost everyone may know, the turrets that are in the mid lane and the top lane now have a super Doran shield of sorts and 20 armor, or basic attack, 20 damage reduction. But what's happened here is the fast-pushing team with Jinx, who is the best turret-killing AD carry early game, is going against the strong turret because they wanted to dodge the very slow-pushing Leona and Ezreal in the bottom lane. Now, what's actually going to happen off of this, I think, is even when you get some defenders, these turrets actually might fall very close to each other as far as damage goes, just since Jinx And Elise, especially being a ranged jungler, can kill turrets so much faster.
And they timed this perfectly. They have the siege wave there. It's going to give them a little extra mirrored on the bottom lane. But this turret, as we said, should fall a little faster. Dignitas is eyeing this turret. It looks like they're actually going to grab it sub 4 minutes.
Yeah, and normally you'd think, hey, the counterplay is to just push the bottom lane faster, but they can't anymore. The turret's gone. The second turret doesn't actually have the damage reduction.
Wow.
And if they want to keep doing this turret push, they're completely free too.
And EG is trying to follow up on this as well. Quaz has not even gone to lane. We know him for just hanging out in the jungle during this.
Yeah.
Or Cruiser, sorry.
Yeah, both of the top laners don't want to deal with three people, so they've turned into junglers. They kind of done a little swap. I just really want to point out, you see how much slower those champions are attacking when compared to I'mACutiePie, who gets attack speed from his minigun, and then Elise, who gets attack speed from her frenzied W. So
we could see how happy he was about Jinx during the interview. He almost couldn't speak. He's like, you get that excitement. You take down turrets so fast. You're a turret takedown person. And he's doing it right now.
That was the I'mACutiePie excitement right here. And this is a very early dragon. You can see 125 gold per person, which actually doesn't factor into much more than the turret.
Right.
I definitely think that the two turrets
Such a fast-paced game.
are better at this point. You only got 625 gold for the dragon. You get more global gold combined with a local gold from the top turret. And Dignitas has outplayed this early game. I don't think EG would have expected a 2v1 just turret rush in the top lane, especially with the 4.1 turret changes. Just goes to show you that's why you have to play the games.
That's what you got to do, is take your enemy off guard and put them on their heels. Right now, it's going to be the inhibitor turret taking quite a bit of damage. Like you said, these extra turrets don't have that following armor, and these are going to go down fast. A 400 gold lead coming up in an inhibitor turret at half, which they do heal now, so it's going back up.
And Inox has some of the worst wave clear of a top lane champion you can have early on in the game. That's one of the reasons the push was going to be so successful. Cruiser has slightly better, I think at least CSing early on in the game from range. And obviously because the dragon was taken by Evil Geniuses, Cruiser also has the farm advantage. This early game, strategically, has been substantially better by Dignitas.
Really focusing to make sure these lanes have been won. They knew exactly what they wanted to do for those first few minutes and see if they actually had something in mind for the follow-up, because they made it pretty far in that push. Where can they go now?
I know. Now I think they just turned their sights right back to people who aren't Leon and Ezreal. I think I'mACutiePie and Kiwi Kid are a little bit scared of the potential aggression from Krepo. You can see Krepo's going all in right now. He already has a health crystal. He wants to fight the Jinx and the Annie. It's just a matter of Dignitas avoiding it.
And there is so much roam going on. We can see Yellow Pete being left alone in the bottom lane. Krepo trying to advance and make something happen in mid. EG is scrambling right now a little.
Yeah, EG is a little bit out of sorts. I think it really caught them off guard.
Yeah.
That two of their top lane turrets were taken down so quickly. And now they might get caught off guard by the roaming Kiwi Kid Annie support. That's something that was extremely effective for Dignitas in their win earlier against Coast, and we'll see if they can do it again.
He doesn't look that dangerous, just kind of hopping through the jungle. Looks kind of cute.
Yeah.
We'll
Like,
see him now throw a fiery bear on your face. As he goes in, looks for Krepo. No, they
needs a
do
few
not.
levels before the fiery bear.
One, yeah.
Right now,
we can
it's
hope
just
for it.
paltry fireballs.
It could be a tiny fiery
That
bear.
don't even stun for that long.
No, not
Come
anymore.
on. Yeah.
Get her leveled. Let's go.
4 people now in the bottom lane. Cruiser's probably going back up to try and defend that top turret to not trade them back. And since Dignitas has the numbers advantage here, they feel safe sieging. Notice that it is 3 melee champions against 3 ranged champions against 1 ranged champion and 2 melee champions on EG's side, which means the turret sieging and the pushing potential of Dignitas is much higher.
And it's causing Pobelter to roam down a little bit, now returning to mid lane, a 7 versus a 6. They're even in CS there, so it's only grabbed a little bit by Skara.
Yeah. It's been a strange mid lane for those guys. They've just kind of watched the side turrets fall, and they've seen where the jungler is this entire time, so they're the only ones that have had a completely standard laning phase. Surprisingly, neither of them have shopped. You almost always see a Zed and a Ziggs shop early on in the game, just so they can either assassinate or avoid getting assassinated by one another. I think just the fact there's been so much roaming, they do not want to leave their turret undefended, lest it be pushed by 3 people and dropped.
Many things to think about for these guys. You can see Skara almost on his last leg there of HP, but he has the blue buff to keep himself clearing those waves in middle. Pobelter's been doing a very nice job of actually being able to push back a Ziggs. It's kind of a hard task to do.
Yeah, I think he's been doing quite well. The Doran Shield is the defensive Zed start to try and combat the auto attack harass of Skara. I think mainly it's just been a trade lane. You can see that Skara is actually going a little bit offensive against Pobelter. The regular Ziggs build that I see against Zeds is Doran's Ring, second Doran's Ring, and a tier into a Seeker's Arm Guard. And the fact that Scars went straight for a Blasting Wand makes me think he's not going for the armor itemization, which makes him very vulnerable if Pobelter can successfully all-in him.
See, that could be coming up very soon here. We saw a lot of movement from the teams just a few minutes ago. We'll have to see how the rest of the matchups go. We look now that NACS and Cruiser are faced 1v1, and Italy has kind of fallen off of being in the top lane. Why is that?
Well, there's a lot of reasons why Nidalee hasn't been seen in the top lane, because her laning phase generally is kind of land a spear, win the lane. Okay. That works much better against squishy champions, especially when she can get the blue buff and a bit of AP and start letting those spears hurt. And also, Bruiser Nidalee, or the tank Nidalee, fell off heavily when her Cougar form armored magic resist got stripped. That was many patches ago. So it's actually not the Bruiser Nidalee Inox is going for. He's going with the AP Nidalee. And we got ganks on both sides of the map here.
Yep, both lanes are seeing action. Cutie Pie could go down here, and he does. It hits him on the backside. Crepo is going to be falling in the exchange, and it looks like they are still chasing Cruiser back to his turret. In the top lane, Crumbs makes it out. Cruiser does not. And it looks like they're trading back and forth on either side.
All said, though, this was much better for Evil Geniuses. They turned this gank around 2v3 and nearly got 3 kills, just got the 1, whereas their gank in the other lane was not retaliated. So very good things by EG here. That's the fear that Dignitas had of the Leona. But let's take a look at this this other gank here.
Looks like they had it, had to use
They didn't even land the spear. They get the Assault and Battery. And then they just had an Ignite on and just brute force that tower dive. People often underestimate the Cougar form burst for Nidalee once she hits level 6, and Inox put it all on Cruiser right there and was able to finish him off.
Good thing he had that Fiendish Kodak's AP that he just bought. That's going to help him out a little bit there. As they back off, the turret goes down in their favor. EG starting to make a few moves back structurally against Dignitas. They've tied those up, have a 2,000 gold lead. It looks like they may have found themselves a Crepo.
Ooh, and he doesn't even have his ultimate up. This is a dead Crepo.
Yeah, at level 6, Crepo going down. The team's not going to be able to use him for now, but they are getting the dragon on Dig's side.
He didn't even get his ward down afterwards. Despite not having a teleport on Cruiser, he was able to roam down. There's no turret for him to defend. Dignitas trying to go for this objective. And it doesn't look like EG can get in range to counterattack this one, Riv.
Crepo looking to come back. He was a big part of being in that fight, so the team had to back off. You see the spear is starting to hurt. That Unthine's Unholy Grail is finished. Like you said, it's not an AP, or it's not a tank Nidalee.
Yeah, this game got really interesting because Dignitas has seemed to outplay the objective game, but EG has made all the other moves properly. Right. I have to say, Pobelter's farm in the mid lane is spectacular. And really the turned around gank by Yellow Pete and Crepo really speaks volumes to how much stronger they can be in 2v2 and skirmish situations. And now that Inox has an Athene's Unholy Grail, is just absolutely massive as far as trying to get some mid lane tower siege down. They won't be able to reach the turret too well unless Scar runs out of mana / gets a little bit low from Nidalee spears. But you know, they're actually looking to take some of these objectives back now since they have 2 squishy solo laners, and Cruiser still needs to farm up before he can start running at them.
Yeah, he does not even have the Sunfire Cape in his inventory yet. We're still looking at just Sork Boots and the Spirit Gem. Looking onto Crumbs. He's making the shot calls, we have to remember. Coming from the other side, not too sure. Say it might be Snoopy. I know Crepo talks a lot for the bottom lane on EG.
Yeah, EG definitely has a small committee, probably a committee of 2. It's Snoopy and Crepo who like calling the shots. They have actually complimented Inox and Pobelter for being vocal, but mostly on their ability to follow what they're saying and put in input when they see fit. Like if they disagree with something, they'll bring it up, and then Snoopy or Crepo will make an appropriate call.
And looking at Dig, how they are doing in the big picture, usually it's Skara. They've got him a kill so far. He's on that Archangel staff, and he is starting to power up. He can carry this.
Yeah, that is the Squishy as Ziggs to play against a Zed and Nidalee. He has almost no health. He has no resistances in that build. And if he gets hit by one spear, or even just a nice shadow Q shot from Zed, he's going to have to basically fall away from the turret. It's a incredibly greedy power build by Scar, but what it gives him the ability to do, as you saw there, was one-shot that back wave with his Q.
He's trying to keep himself strong in that. Looking down at Crepo, usually you see Leona go for gold generation build, but there's none there, actually.
No, that's not what Crepo believes in. He also thinks that a Sightstone in itself is like gold per 10 because he was going to be buying the wards anyway. So he puts much more emphasis on getting the Sightstone because that not only gives him better vision control early, it also gives him more resilience since Leona is one of the best scaling supports with health.
Well, looks like that's exactly what he's trying to do. Yellow P, a lot of AD carries more or less, or even, I guess, everyone. You see a mana pot and Crumbs is. For that, you know, throughout the fight, they need a little bit more mana. More people are picking up consumables.
More juice.
More juice.
Yellow Pete going with a Bloodthirster straight away. The other Ezreal we saw in North America was actually Double Lift's attempt to revive the blue build Ezreal.
Yeah.
First off, he started with the wrong trinket, so that wasn't good. But secondly, it just didn't work out in Double Lift's game. Surprisingly, I think that game was against Evil Geniuses, and they knew all about how that one didn't work. This
it's
time,
almost like games are
Pete's
too
going
short for that expensive of a build now. In some cases,
oftentimes.
Yeah, right.
It's more that the tanks are getting to that point where they just run him down before he can actually get the Iceborne Gauntlet to stop him. I think overall games have actually increased in time in Europe by about 3 minutes. That was in an infographic I checked out earlier.
NACS looks like he gets the blue. That's going to help out, you know, EG. Try to get some siege potential. Pole Belter just gets taken out under the turret. He didn't even see that coming.
Yeah, so Dignitas seems to generally be in the right places at the right times, and their turret game is very strong right now. As Cutie-Pie was saying in the interview, he's not so much a carry on Jinx as he is a marksman who just kills turrets from range, which he's doing very well right now. Sure, he took an Ezreal off, but they're just getting more turret damage. Look at this.
And what EG is doing is playing into the hands of Dig. If Pole Belter can kill Scar as fast as it looks like, why send him to a different lane?
Yeah, well, think about it. Once Pole Belter goes down especially, they don't have wave clear from any sources. Unless Crepo goes all in, Inox can't do much more than spear, and once the Ezreal ult is down, which Yellow Pete threw, it was at an angle with which it could not clear all the minions. There was nothing to stop Dignitas from sieging through. It's a bit of a compositional weakness that EG has to make up for, that they have very poor ranged wave clear, which is interesting since they're playing a bit of a siege poke comp.
All right, looks like Crepo's going to eat a few shots here. That would have been a very nice zap for a few more turret shots to scale up. 24.7 to 23.4. Dignitas has somewhat of a lead, and it's a good thing it's on Skara, as we were saying. You see that the Bloodthirster, like you said, being stacked up by I'm a Cutie Pie. Yep. He's ready to get those turrets taken down.
Yeah, he's done his job taking down plenty of turrets so far. Skara, I wonder if he's going to go just for like a death cap with that needlessly large rod, because he hasn't actually had to look at Pole Belter much. I think he's mainly getting away with this because Pole Belter is a little bit distracted in other places right now. You can see, I'm trying to figure out right here, EG's going with a bit of a switched up strategy right here. They put Inox in the top lane to start the game, but now they're moving Pole Belter to being the split pusher, and they're going to try the siege with a blue buff Inox. So therefore, Skara does not have to itemize armor because he's very rarely fighting with Zed. He's not seeing him at all in this game.
Yeah, they're really turning Zed into the split pusher here, and Inox the sieger. 3-2 in kills, as it looks like they're trying to force each other into something and raise that number a little bit here.
Yeah, it's a pretty low kill, high objective game. Both teams have one more turret than kill, actually. And the siege should continue from EG, trying to take out this pink ward in the top. And every time Pole Belter shoves in side lane, he's actually rotating back to join the team. And if one thing is dangerous for a poke comp, it's doing Dragon without being able to get poked down. But Dignitas decides to just try and get more turrets because that's their focus.
That was great placement by Evil Geniuses there. Dig was really right around mid, huddled up. Oh, Crepo throws down the Solar Flare, but he gets flame chomped. A great placement by Cutie Pie. And it thwarts
the turn.
Cruiser's right in the middle of the fight with teleport. Crepo's the focus, and he goes down as he's been putting that health on, but it's not enough. Pobelter's the final focus. No, Inox, Cruiser rather, going down as Inox finds that kill. Crumbs, he is ignited, but he is still going strong. The rappel goes up so he can follow. The cocoon goes out, and Pobelter is already well out of range with shadows.
Really high-level fight there. Just 1 for 1 on each side.
Man.
So many skills dodged or barely missed by these guys. Everyone disengaging low, and Dignitas fearlessly continues for another turret.
Jack, you look at these teams, it's a skill shot party to be dodged, as you said. So hard for these guys to keep themselves in the right position. Cutie Pie losing a quarter of his health there. Yellow Pete goes down. Didn't even know what was happening behind the turret. And Cutie Pie, like he said, you get excited, and it's over.
Yeah, and he's in and out of that fight, no problem. 1-1-3 on him right now, trying to get a little bit more farmed on Jinx. It's all about the long-range stuns and finishes there from both sides. I mean, if a Nidalee Spear hits, it ends. If it isn't, the other way. And the reason that EG, I think, lost this fight is they tried to hard initiate without Inox landing any spears. Even at the start of the fight, you could see that one spear went clean through the entire Dignitas team. At that point, Cruiser's front line, despite dying, took up a lot of time from Dignitas, from EG, and it just allowed Dignitas to clean up the rest of that fight, because no poke was landed by EG before the fight.
A lot of people have been playing Nidalee lately, but it gets to that fight phase and you just see them jumping in, kind of forgetting the way it should be played off in the fog of war, throwing the spears in.
Yeah, they saw the opportunity, and I think if Snoopy hadn't gotten caught in the Flame Chompers and they could have taken out Cutie-Pie from the get-go, they would have been able to win that fight. It was a close enough opportunity. If you think about the Leona landing,
that was spot on.
Spot on. And then if Krepo could have chained, that means that Inox would have landed the max range spear, and it would have been a dead Jinx.
They get that single target focus. They have the long range from Krepo. We're seeing the gold be very closed in here between both teams. It's only about 30K to 31, 5-3 in turrets.
Super close, yeah. Objectives have been very strong for Dignitas. Obviously, the wave clear of Ziggs, I think, is putting a lot of map pressure onto EG. Also, the attack speed with which Jinx can take down turrets has resulted in many positive things. But now it's all about Pobelter's split pushing and Inox's spears. It surprisingly comes down to the bottom lanes. Look out.
And a flash Tibbers. There he goes. Yellow P is the last one in line, and he's taken down first.
Yeah, well, look at these bottom lanes right now. It was just support on AD carry, and Dignitas can continue this push up the top. Pobelter gets caught split pushing while his team gets initiated on it. He has to come back. This turret's going to take a lot of damage before EG can counterattack. Leona's coming in from the flank.
Dig has everything they need here. Krepo's just sitting off on the wing here in the fog of war, but he decides to not do anything. The team says hold off just now. The inhibitor turret falls, so they're now fighting without that damage. They may want to try this one onto him. Oh, he gets him off the ducky. The alley-oop on Scar and himself. He goes down. No! Here comes the barrier in for Skara. Tries to take him down. 30 seconds on the clock there, but 3 fall instantly for EG on the return fire, and it's not what they wanted.
Hey, we talked about the momentum that Dignitas might carry through from their previous win today against XDG, and we're just seeing the benefits of confidence for Dignitas right now. They stayed in for the inhibitor. They knew that it was going to be a 4v5 regardless, and they were only down a few key spells. So when this fight is initiated, even though it's onto Skara, it is still a full 5v4. Skara gets off some decent damage. Cutie Pie is pretty much untouched in that fight, and since everyone was diving to the Ziggs once again without landing poke, it's a straight up fight with a bunch of squishy champions against a team that has a strong tank and AoE. It's not going to end well for EG.
That's something I've been looking at for the past few minutes here, is that strong tank. Where does that fall in line on EG's side? They don't have the HP to stay in these fights for longer than the first round of spells.
I mean, unless Snoopy were to get 7 kills in the next fight, I don't think he's going to be turning into a tank anytime soon. That's generally why I think they picked Ezreal as well, is because I think game plan-wise, the team comp is sound, because they should be able to just kind of keep their distance, poke, and then let Krepo initiate when they want to.
Right.
But the problem is Dignitas is forcing EG to initiate by pushing turrets relentlessly and catching EG in some bad positions.
And they're giving themselves the chance to do that. They went with the Talisman of Ascension. They have distortion boots on the anti-mobility. They want it over and over.
And speaking of boots, that inhibitor would have been much easier to defend if Pobelter wasn't trying to skimp on his item build and had able to get home guard boots.
Crumbs, he actually, oh wait, it goes up. He's gonna take that damage from the death mark.
Oh.
But it looks like they're trying to come into this one strong. Crumbs gets the kill over onto Yellow Pete. Krepo falls right after. They were wandering alone. Yeah, they had power in numbers, but Dignitas was ready to close in.
Pretty good jukes by Pole Belter, but the third one lands.
Oh, he's gonna be forced to flash on that. He's got a shadow coming up. He doesn't throw it back. He throws it
It's a
forward.
stun.
Tries to get it on the stun. There's no slow to follow. Cruiser is just too sticky.
Woo, he almost took out I'm a Cutie Pie in the back there when Pole Belter was trying to get some stuff down, but that's another 3 kills by Dignitas.
Everything says forward drive. Skara still hasn't bought a defensive item.
No, he doesn't need one right now because EG isn't able to get the right kind of team fights. This is going to be a last-ditch effort for a steal. Snoopy's trying to go in 1v5. I think if he doesn't steal this Baron, the game is over.
There's a good amount of damage coming in. They don't have the Zig, so they can't throw in the bomb. No, it does go over to Crumbs. A very nice job. Low on Snoopy. Sometimes you just got to try.
Got to hand it to him. The timing of that Baron entrance was awesome, considering he did it all by himself, and surprisingly, Dignitas didn't decide to peel away. Obviously, Crumbs can secure that by himself if he times the smite with his spider bite as well as possible, since there is an execute tied to that Elise melee Q. Just more confidence from Dignitas coming through once again.
The game progresses on here. Dragon going over to EG as we see a few sweepers being pulled out, so this becomes a bit easier. They have the ward coverage all over Dragon, and this is what they need. If Dig is going to give them these little steps, they have to take it.
Hell, this is a great Dragon Sneak by EG. It gives them a huge amount of gold, but I still think their base is somewhat indefensible. And Dignitas, even though it's only 25 minutes in,
looking grim.
A little sad about this Dragon, but the overall context of the game is just looking great for them.
Fiendish Codex right onto Kiwi Kid. You know, it's never good when the ability power support can start actually building the damage they need. Aegis of the Legion onto Krepo, thinking about the team, trying to be a good guy, and we see the Triforce almost being built up on Yellow Pete. But in comparison, he is far behind on that ADC.
Yeah, everybody is generally far behind on EG right now.
Right.
The one person who has a decent amount of gold is Inox. 9,000 to actually 8,500 of Cruiser. Once again, EG wasn't too far off in a lot of these cases. If they could have landed a few more Natally Spears, and if Dignitas wasn't so damn decisive about where they were going, EG could have fought some of this back. But really, so far, all credit for Dignitas to, first off, Skara for not having to build a Seeker's Arm Guard against a mid lane Zed. And then just, again, to I'm a Cutie Pie, who 4th game in a row has had a successful game on Jinx with his new support in Kiwi Kid, who is, again, performing exceptionally. Let's see how easily they can push down this turret. Again, they've avoided most of the poke, and they're already on the turret. So if EG wanted to stop it, they would have to do a hard initiation, which is just, they've done it too many times to try it again.
Such a stressful thing to be ticking against you, knowing you have to watch these structures go down just to have a better chance at the next one.
Yeah. Well, at least they'll have a turret defending this next one.
So Dignitas now can play off the ball. Ninja going to be coming down mid. There are 27 minutes into this game, and something this season Dignitas has shown is being more definitive. At this part of the game, usually both teams are running back and forth trying to figure out what to do.
Well, if we remember last season, Dignitas would win games just by being really far ahead, and in close games, they wouldn't be able to finish. But that's because everyone was just kind of putting in their 2 cents. Whoa.
There's 50 cents right there.
Yeah, that's a good contribution by Inox to Dignitas's plans right there.
Nice guy.
But this season, with Crumbs being the one making the calls, yes or no? That one person's not going to disagree with themselves, so they're generally going to be doing the right things.
Well, the right things have led to 4-0-7 on Crumbs, 4-1-6 on Skara, and even Cutie Pie still only dying once on what is now his Jinx as Dignitas comes around to pick spans. The oh-so-great ultimate flash initiation on Tibbers. All the health bars, Snoopy, Krepo going down so quickly. Pole Belter's being focused. Cruiser tanks the turret first. It worked beautifully for the team, and the dive continues back towards the fountain. A kill coming out, however, onto Crumbs. He goes down valiantly for the team, but it's a clean ace, chat.
Triple kill comes in at the end for Scar. That's the decisive initiation. Kiwi Kid leading the charge with the flash Tibbers and everybody else fearlessly following up.
Dignitas has got themselves a pretty fast new car. They've been in the driver's seat for the past 4 games, and it doesn't look like they're stopping anytime soon. A win here over Evil Geniuses gives them another win in the column.
Dignitas going to try and carry this one as far as they can. A very confident team steps up right now. Cutie Pie is happy about his 4th Jinx win in a row. That is another very clean Dignitas victory. You know, the first one of the day against XTG was a little shaky, but once they took that turn, they just never let up. A dominating win over EG here.
So we looked a little bit at the bottom lane. It played out very well. Yellow Pete was able to get a few kills on Ezreal, but like we said, like you said, that was going to be more of a passive lane with Ezreal. It's not the one that carries you.
It's strange. They kind of went in both directions here. They wanted a Ezreal because they didn't have very good peel, AD carry-wise. You can see Scar getting a lot of applause, and the rest of Dignitas, of course, as they walk across the stage. But that bottom lane for EG was mixed between two worlds. They wanted to shut down Jinx with Leona, but they wanted to have a lot of disengage for Ezreal because they had a full poke comp. So it just, you can see it's still a young team. They're trying to work with everyone's champion pools. Inox, they need to enable him to play things like Nidalee because he was very good in that game. And if the rest of the team would have came together, it would have been effective. And they're just, you know, they're going through growing pains.
Yeah.
You see the name Evil Geniuses and you think this really experienced old school team, but that's just 3/5 of the team. 40% of the team is still new, and it's an adjustment for everyone, not just the new guys.
You say champion picks, and I think that's where Dignitas has really started to come up a lot bigger. They felt comfortable enough to leave Elise up to the last pick, and they were able to still fit that in their composition, knowing it could have been taken away.
Exactly. I don't think they cared that much if it was taken away. Crumbs had only played one Elise up until this game. He would have been very comfortable on Vi if Snoopy didn't take it away. He had just won twice on Vi already. Good stuff.
Absolutely. Coming up, Scar will join Freak and Kobe to talk about the resurgence of Dignitas with their 4th straight win. Then in our final LCS match of the day, we get an old grudge match when TSM faces off against CLG. The action continues after this.
I'm out. I'm looking for TP. I'm looking for TP.
I'm on Ezreal. I'm on Pole Bouncer.
Leona.
I'm on
Jeez. Slow. I'm going for.
Okay, go
Zen.
for it.
Keep going.
You can flash if you want to.
I have slow on 2. Cocoon in 1. Keep works.
Get it, Cruiser. Whoop. Nice. I don't have coin.
You got anything? Yeah, I got slow.
I have Q. It's a stun. I have ward. It's all you, Cruiser. I have a Q on him. Careful.
Nice.
BD got chunked. BD got chunked.
Oh, you nailed it. I'm fine. everybody, and welcome back to the North American LCS. We're happy to be joined by Skara, who's been having a pretty good day on the Rift right now. Skara, congrats on the win.
Thank you. I feel really good about it.
So, coming into this game, right, we heard in sort of the pre-game interviews that you've had a pretty bad scrim record against EG, but you guys have been on fire recently. If I heard this properly, that EG been doing well in scrims through the last couple of months or something, and then you guys were like playing really well in the LCS though.
I think Kitty was just trolled those interviews like really badly. We haven't played EG in a while though, so we don't know how they perform in scrims. But when we did play them, it was like during relegation, and we did pretty well.
Oh, okay.
So something that we have heard a lot about, though, is your new analyst that you guys have. It seems like he's helping out a lot, and definitely the whole strategy of having QTPie visualize everything on the map as a turret and just killing all turrets all the time seems to be working out. Can you explain that a little bit more?
Well, Kitty really doesn't like his role, so we tried to pinpoint the role down to one factor, and we're like, look, you're a turret killer. Like, you're a demolition expert. Like, you're pretty much Ziggs if he was just physical damage with no spells. So we had him visualize every unit on the map, every creep, every hero, every tower as a turret. Well, the tower turret is redundant. So we feel like that's increased his play, his level of play, because all he thinks about right now is just killing turrets. If there's 10 creeps on the map, that's 10 turrets for him to kill. So he's got a really easy answer now.
So how do you weigh in the dragon versus taking turrets? Because you guys went for 2 turrets top, gave up 1 bottom turret and 1 dragon. Would you take that every day?
We'd probably take that every time. Like, even if dragon gave more gold than it does now, we would still think the additional map pressure is just huge. Like, it lets us be able to make plays, and that's really what we wanted to do.
All right, so then actually let's get into some of the plays you guys made throughout the game. Mid lane, about 20 minutes in, you guys took mid inhibitor and took a big team fight off of that. We have a replay of that. If you want to walk us through what happened in a pretty big game-changing fight here.
There's nothing here. We're just sieging. We know we're ahead right now by a considerable amount. We knew they had to engage, and Leona was coming from the back. As soon as they stacked up on me here, I knew the game was over because we got a full minefield and the 3-man Jinx rocket. As soon as that hit, like, the problem with their comp is they have to stack up on top of us, and as long as they're not ahead, that's fine, or as long as they're not split pushing us, that's fine. But as soon as they have to stack up, they eat all of our AoE and they just explode into pieces.
So I actually want to press you on something there. You just said that as long as they're not split pushing, as long as they have to stack up, how did you guys draw EG then into stacking up against you guys?
The early turrets really helped because they helped us establish a lot of map pressure, and we were able to get really good deep wards. So we were able to see like all their potential gank routes, and because of that, we were able to just choose which objective we wanted, like which dragon, which turret, and all of that, and be able to just take very clean fights. Like if we had ended the game with 0 kills, it would have been fine. But we knew they eventually had to force in on us, and as long as we played it out well, we'd be able to win the game.
Was that a factor in your Ziggs build? Because you didn't go with a defensive item, and you knew like if they were all going to collapse on you, then you guys would get AoE damage off? Or was that like a lane build that you were
I think the Ziggs build was just like kind of greedy. It didn't really matter what I built as long as it wasn't a Zanya. It's like I can't go full defensive. In that specific team comp, they just need me doing a lot of damage. So as long as I'm able to produce a lot of damage, like I was considering going 2 rings death cap just to get that early mid-game spike. But I decided for a Seraph Shroud just because I'm a little bit greedier. And
Okay.
I didn't really know if it was going to work out, but it seemed to work out okay.
Well, let's talk about your teammates. Obviously, you're very proud of them. You guys came back, and now you're on a streak. How has Cruiser been fitting in with the team, you know, not only in the games, but also in the home life, because that's important to Dignitas?
Cruiser's doing really well. Like, he's actually a really funny guy, and he performs really, really well. Like, we first came in, we had maybe our doubts. Like, he performed the best out of all of our applicants, but we still weren't sure if that was, like, good enough. But he's just been able to up his level, and I feel like having our regimented practice and regimented like drills have helped him become a better player. And we weren't sure if that was going to happen, but we just lucked out there, and so he's becoming like a really strong top lane force.
Well, it's good to hear that Cruz is doing well. Talk to me then about the Dignitas family overall. You guys started out 0-2, had to keep your hopes up. Now you're on a 4-game winning streak. What's this like for Dig?
It's just good. Like we realized that we used to try to hype each other up at the start of every game. Like we used to be like, hell yeah, guys, we're gonna win the game. It's gonna be easy. We're gonna smash all over the lanes. And we realized we performed terribly when we tried that. Like we couldn't really control ourselves. We go in for these crazy ass plays, and then we just suicide. Like we'd all die, or some stupid stuff would happen. So we go into every game very calm, very collected. We want to be I think this is how we stated it. If like being fully hyped up is at a 10, we want to be at around a 5. So we just want to go over our game plan, and play very calm and collected. And if we just do that, it's when we perform the best.
When it seems by the end of the game, you guys are at 10s. The clip of Kiwi Kid yelling because they won.
We thought the game was over, and we're like, why is the Nexus still up? And Cruiser's like, help me, please, guys. I'm like, okay, my bad.
Well, it worked out for you guys. Scar, thank you very much for your time. Congrats on your win, and of course, we'll see more of you guys throughout the season. We got more LCS coming up, guys. Let's send it across the studio to Riven Jat. But first, a little sound to set the mood as we get into our next match.
When I think of CLG, I don't know, we talk trash and then we like win at every PAX. Like, they didn't make it to Worlds. Well, they did make it to the Analyst Desk though. I don't really hate them, but there's just some times where I don't really like them either.
Strong words from Dyrus coming into our final match of the day. It's going to be Team Solo Mid versus Counter Logic Gaming. El Clasico, if you will. A rivalry in the NA before Cloud9 became the dominant force and TSM tried to reclaim their Spring Split champion title. One thing you can count on, whenever these two teams meet, it always gives us something to talk about.
Yeah, Rib, and nobody can forget the base race from Week 3 of the LCS Summer Split at MLG Anaheim. Let's take a look at that.
TSM wants to backdoor this entire base with Nien up, but the minions would end the game on TSM's base.
And here we go, Nien, can you be a hero? The Nexus will die so fast. The last
TSM's Nexus is naked.
It's taking so much damage. Can Wild Turtle out-damage a bunch of minion waves? Nien goes in. He finds Wild Turtle. Wild Turtle goes down. Double kill. Triple kill for Nien. And the minions will try to end the game. Dyrus, can you do it? More damage.
There are so many minions right now.
The minion waves respawn
Kill
and
them faster,
buy
Dyrus.
a little bit of
It's
time.
over.
But it's not enough. Counter Logic Gaming in 60 minutes. The minions backdoor the base.
I don't even know what to say.
A moment of League of Legends that will always raise the, I don't even, it's goosebumps every time.
Every time. I've seen that clip 50 times maybe at this
Nerd
point.
chills.
It's nice.
Every single, and then double lift, getting the double lift on the end.
And I think it's made even better because this is like the oldest rivalry we have in competitive League of Legends. All time, COG is actually 17 and 14 against TSM at live events. But it's been so long, as Dyrus was saying, since COG has had meaningful victories against TSM. It's always like TSM wins the big events. It was back in 2011 that COG won a best-of-3 against these guys.
And you still get glimpses of greatness, like their win over Curse. We talked about the stranger elements of the game, but it's worth mentioning that CLG showed strong team coordination.
Yeah, so going back to last week, COG's game against Curse, they can close out games if they get ahead. Then they can play their objective game. Their rotations have gotten a lot better. But they still have to prove that they can get ahead without some Afro Moon miracle steal at blue buff at level 1.
So meanwhile, Team Solo Mid's got their weapon of mass production. Week 1's MVP, Bjergsen. He ended the week leading the NALCS in kills.
Yeah, so he's been able to shut down enemy mid laners with LeBlanc, which because there's Hotshot and Bjergsen in this game, we're probably not going to see. But has also been strong on Zed. Really anything he's put his hands on, he has turned to gold at this point. So this pickup has not been a failure for TSM. It has been spectacular.
I can't believe one thing has brought so much momentum to that team, and they filled such big shoes at the same time. Right now, we're going to check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Team Solo Mid. The top lane is Dyrus, Odd One in the jungle, Bjergsen in mid lane, Wild Turtle at 80 carry, Xpecial on support.
And on the red side, we have Counter Logic Gaming with Nien in the top lane, Link in the jungle, Hotshot GG, second week in the mid lane, Double Lift on 80 carry, and Afromu on support to make the Rush Hour bot lane.
So we talked about it a little bit before. We know the LeBlanc's going to be banned out versus Shifter versus Bjergsen. And we saw that it actually hurt Coast a little bit. So I wonder if Bjergsen has something else up his sleeve other than that Zed may get banned out too.
Well, it's not even that it's going to be banned out against Bjergsen. It's that since Hotshot GG has such a limited champion pool, there were 4 LeBlanc bans against Hotshot in the last week. Bjergsen, on the other hand, has played a very wide range of champions. He's played Gragas in the loss, but then Zed, LeBlanc. He has plenty left. I mean, I think I saw people online hoping he plays as AP Alistair. Like that's his for fun thing that he does sometimes when he's solo queuing. But it might actually be good enough to take down Hotshot GG.
Bring back the Shushei, Season 1 fanatic.
Lichbane this time. He just headbutt punch.
I still remember them hitting that TF and just taking away half his health on Against All Authority. But as we move into this matchup, something we have to talk about is Hotshot versus Bjergsen. Hotshot's coming in as the filler still. He's gaining ground in mid lane right now, yes, but it's not his main position.
Yeah, Hotshot has to go against the Week 1 MVP right here.
Yeah.
He played Nidalee 3 times last week. Had a very poor time when he had to play Cassiopeia. And if I was actually TSM here, even though there's a lot of things you generally want to ban against CLG, like you might want to take down double of champions, you probably won't get a Jinx out of his hands, I think you throw 2 bans at Hotshot. I think you take out Nidalee and you take out LeBlanc, and then you see what he has left.
I feel like Hotshot sits there now. That's the last waking moment. He's like, if everybody's going to ban me, I got to make this champion pool bigger. And it's always easier to say, but it's so hard to do to get a champion to that professional level in a few weeks.
Yeah, it's going to be really tricky for him, especially because Hotshot's the type of player who masters champions over hundreds and hundreds of games, but doesn't necessarily pick them up super quickly. He needs to spam champions before he gets efficient with them.
And what was his LeBlanc stats when it came
Oh, he played 200 or 300 games in the first week or 2.
That's not normal.
Hey.
He got it down.
Yeah.
I mean, he got love from Faker on that one.
So it made him a Pro League of Legends player. It's dedication, Riv.
Yeah, it is dedication. It all takes that dedication. You got the time and the dedication and the want. You're going to get it. Here we are. This is the want in Champion Select. We're going to see that from both teams. And Hotshot bans.
All right, let's see if TSM gets a LeBlanc ban as well. CLG, on the other hand, not sure what direction they're going to go here. We've seen some varying bans so far on the 4.1 patch. Not too many huge trends. Kassadin's the biggest one, for sure. Still sitting at that 100% pick ban.
And the ends factor of champions kind of falling into the bans here now. Brought out Zach the other week, which was pretty cool. It shows that Nian can still go outside the box.
First Zach in a while. It was very good win for them, but you have to pick Zach against not super strong laners. I think he picked it against a Shyvana, which was dangerous-ish, but he was able to survive. With Mundo banned, it would be great to play a Zach against a Mundo, just because Dr. Mundo's very non-interactive in the lane.
Right. You both get safety there.
Now with this out, I actually expect Renekton to have a fairly high prevalence in this matchup.
And a ban that made it all the way to last pick, Elise, is out of this game.
Yeah, that's a ban. GSM got a banned away themselves a little bit there. The odd one is usually incredibly comfortable playing Elise. That's kind of the champion he got himself back into super top tier with.
Yeah.
Very surprised at that ban. This would tell me, okay. They banned Elise to force the LeBlanc ban from CLG, because otherwise Bjergsen would have just picked it and probably proceeded to kill Hotshot multiple times.
And again, with the mid lanes being so focused, the supports finding themselves through this week.
Yeah, support bans have definitely diminished. I'd say X-Special's continuing his trend. In the 10 times he played CLG last year, he only played Sona, Thresh, and Lulu. So he's Thresh, perfect for him.
You remember those all-star flays against St. Vicious in their game versus Curse? I think X-Special got some pretty good kudos for that game.
Oh, yeah.
See what they
He's
have
a good
next.
Thresh player.
He is a
we can say this.
very
And Doublelift
good
will know
Thresh
all
player.
about it, because he got to lane with his Thresh.
You don't go to All-Stars for no reason. We'll see what CLG has. They are taking their time. Maybe they didn't expect to see, like you said, TSM somewhat banning themselves out.
Yeah, they've had hit or miss pick and ban phases. Even in their incredibly strong victory over Curse, their pick and ban phase wasn't actually that strong. Even their coach Monte Cristo said that they got outpicked entirely in that game, but won basically because of the blue steal.
Yeah. Whenever we see a Kha'Zix, a little ahead of ourselves, but we always see a Lulu. But with these two picks, there is kill potential coming out of CLG.
Hey, that's most likely a jungle Kha'Zix, actually. Link has played one game. It was their win against Dignitas on jungle Kha'Zix. I wasn't sold on it. I feel like there's a huge gap in Kha'Zix jungle, and it's more of a solo queue pick, and here's why. It's because he needs to get ahead to be effective. He needs to get his Lizard and a Tiamat. His Lizard Elder and a Tiamat to start being strong. But he also can't duel other junglers early game. So against very strong counter-ganking junglers like the Odd One, all Odd One has to do is follow Link around, and he will come out on top.
Absolutely. And looking at Odd One, looking at the rest of the team on TSM, I'd say they are winning Champion Select right now. Those are some great picks for Team Comp.
Bjergsen getting the Gragas right here.
Yeah.
It's an incredibly contested pick around the world and has been for quite some time. Gragas just offers a little bit of everything, and especially in this matchup, because Bjergsen should have a monstrous advantage over Hotshot GG, it gives him the push wave and roam potential that he's probably going to have a lot of time to do if he starts beating Hotshot pretty well.
And that's actually what CLG's been all about, is roaming around. So if they can stop that, maybe we can see CLG kind of put on the back burner for now. A double lift. Even though he got that loss on Ezreal, he takes it again.
And another Leona Ezreal combo. It's a pretty good damage spike from range if Leona ults and Ezreal just ults in as well and like throws a Mystic Shot. That's usually enough to kill someone. But there's a bit of anti-synergy right there, you know? It's the all-in support with the very defensive AD carry. This is telling me that COG isn't planning on picking any type of peel for Hotshot GG in the mid lane. Maybe a somewhat lower utility champion, and Doublelift knows he's going to have to fend for himself already. And the only reason they haven't shown Hotshot's pick yet is because they don't want TSM to know with their final choice.
Looks like Dyrus is going to get himself a Shyvana.
Oh, never mind. My mind is broken. Ziggs is mid lane.
Right. First pick Ziggs.
It's telling me what Nien's going to play. Probably something without that much team utility. And they were waiting to see Dyrus' top lane matchup.
I feel like there was a focus for Hotshot to pick Ziggs, maybe thinking Gragas would have been banned at some point in this game. Because that's what their first pick was. The Gragas was open for them still. So
yeah,
interesting there.
Hotshot, not a Gragas player. He has played a little bit of Ziggs. So it's more of the, for Hotshot, this is more of the generic champion, just pick a champion that's strong. Hasn't typically been good for Hotshot in the past when he does that. Have to see if it works out this time.
I've seen a bit of Trundle in the past. I wouldn't put it by CLG to use it, and especially in the hands of Nien. Very versatile player. He figures it out quick.
Yeah, Trundle is the right pick for them right here. We have seen very successful Trundle. He hasn't played it yet this season.
That's
true. It's a little difficult to get through the laning phase against Dyrus, but if he does, he will be stronger than Shyvana in teamfights, I think. It'll allow them to just ultimate. This is actually a nice synergy. You get to ultimate the tank, and then Kha'Zix can just try and eat the tank, who will generally maybe even isolate himself sometimes, and then take it to the rest of the team.
It's going to be a big one. As the team's loaded to the Rift, let's check out what you guys think as they head into the locker room, see if they're happy, see if you guys are happy. The votes come in. According to LOLesports.com, 84% of you think that Team Solo Mid is going to take this game. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, that is the direction this rivalry has taken.
People have all day to vote. So those are locked in. Those aren't swaying votes because people are just getting home. Those are locked in, and the fans have spoken. For such a big percent to come out under TSM, you got to think Bjergsen, that name that's just been really putting them on top.
I mean, and the fact that COG has been struggling a little bit. They finished 5th place in the summer split, did not make it to World Championships last year. A lot of roster turnover, still do not have Dexter, their European import jungler, who they plan on getting. It's a very tough time for COG right now, and it would be a big upset if they could take down their longtime rivals, TSM, in this match.
He said they like him. They're good friends, but right now it's just not what it means to be. You're going to have to beat down your friend.
He just doesn't like him sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes. This is going to be one of those times. When you face off on the big stage, head-to-head, both teams with a plethora of experience under their belt, many main stage games. Nobody on either team is a stranger to this.
No, these guys have been extremely experienced, especially with the throwback to Hotshot GG. He's been around since the start. He is the founder of Counter Logic Gaming, so the fact that he's still playing competitive here is pretty impressive.
It absolutely is impressive. You see the teams faced off there on the big screen, and we are flying in onto the Rift. The crowd is ready for this game. A huge matchup. It was the first in our Season 2. Coming in now. Season 3, thank you.
Yeah, we led the Season 3 spring split because this is the rivalry to watch.
God, we're already in a Season 4.
COD
blows my mind.
It's the 2014 season.
Goes very fast.
We have changed the naming convention on that one.
This is true. 2014. So what does... we do see the Relic Shield coming out for Afromu, so a little bit of a change from what Crepo decides to go. He does want that cash money.
I remember talking to Afromu before the season started, just about support itemization and what his trends are, and he says he just pretty much always started with the coin and got to a Talisman of Ascension as soon as possible because he wanted to then force the initiations. Times have changed. He wants the gold, cash money.
It happens. It is the rush hour bot lane. They're going to make some good money together.
It will also allow them to shove early game if you can get a few last hits. The charged up auto attack execute on the first few melee minions definitely allows them to push for level 2 a little bit faster, as long as he can avoid just getting hooked early on, since the trade of Lucian and Thresh is very substantial.
It is substantial. It's a little weird, awkward moment. You kind of have to grab your wife when you got to be saved, and she's dead. So
talking about the lore matchup.
Yeah.
I was really wondering where you're going with that.
As some would say, the wife steal lane.
As you don't know, obviously Lucian's wife is a soul inside Thresh's lantern.
Yeah, it's hiding in there. Just grab it. I'll save you. Like, ooh, no, I don't want to.
So, you know, Lucian's the bigger man for still playing with Thresh.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thumbs up to Lucian. Got to give him some credit. Wild Turtle's going to help him out in that one. And we'll see what the junglers can actually produce for their lanes as they start out. We're going to see if this ward thing changes, and it hasn't. Actually, if we look down at the mini-map, they've all placed them out, chat. It's going to be dark again for jungle time.
Yeah, but I think jungle time might be a little bit less eventful here since both junglers are starting in a spot where they can go down to bottom lane with their very first rotation.
It's different. It's not both starting to go up.
They're not both starting blue.
Yeah.
We'll have to figure out what this pause is real quickly so we can get in. It seems like Wild Turtle has left the game. It's probably just relogging really quickly to get back in. Small little graphical glitch. Got a few of those running around, but...
Yeah, it's in the air. It happens.
It's in the air. Airborne bug.
In the air. It's airborne. But yeah, you want to get in the game, right? Your mouse settings are perfect. Everything else is perfect. If something feels off, you have the ability to stop it right there, and you can make it happen perfectly. Because, as we said, we've built up this game. They've obviously built it up to themselves. So maybe it's just another game. That's sometimes the way to go into it. Focus on it, just 0-0 all the way through. But it's going to be a big one. A lot of people are going to get behind one or the other after this.
I wonder how TSM is preparing for this one. Like whether CLG is still their big rival or whether they're just, oh, we've moved on. It's actually Cloud9 now. Because if you actually look at the historical trends, sure, TSM wins like every time it really matters, but CLG wins the head-to-head 17-14. There was a split last season during the regular season, summer split. CLG won all 4 games against TSM. They had their number until they lost to them 2-0 in the playoffs. Just such a strange and storied history between these teams.
It's kind of like you don't do good on the tests all year, but you nail the exam when it comes time to have to do good on it.
One of those guys who doesn't study. Is that TSM?
It might be.
They're the team that don't study? Maybe their work ethic has improved this year, though. They've spoken a lot about that. Obviously, these guys been together for an extremely long time. Obviously, Bjergsen and Wild Turtle, the 2 newest additions to the team, but X-Special, Dyrus, and the odd one on TSM. These guys have been together since, well, Dyrus since early Season 2.
And when TSM brings on a player, Turtle clicked right away, Bjergsen clicked right away. It's definitely
they take their time and bring
a welcome
on the right
environment. Yeah, absolutely. Definitely taking the time in scouting the reports as they take in new champions, new players, I should say. Double lift, taking a good amount of harass from Turtle here, right over the minions. The Flays as well, so they're not really trading damage. They're giving it out. Yeah,
you could see that CLG was wanting to shove, but TSM wanted to do it a little more, and they were more capable of it. Aphromoo never got into execute range for minions and ended up taking a lot of harass before he could get the Relic Shield proc.
Great point. Just taking advantage of that on a special side. It says, come closer. And again, please, let me hit you. Nien and Dyrus, they're just going to waltz behind and back and forth of each other now as they farm it up. That lane's going to be, tilted by the junglers. We'll have to see who makes it up first. We're saying they're both going topside this time.
Yeah, these guys started the jungle top side.
Right.
Most likely going bottom side. I would also not be surprised if CLG puts more emphasis on this bottom lane turret dance than most teams do for a couple of reasons. Obviously because Double Lift as a CLG player almost always demands all the ganks. But secondly, because their coach and analyst Monte Cristo has been the most vocal about thinking that the turret changes will change the game into just being 3 people bottom. So he's most likely coached his team to say, just send 3 people bottom because that's all that matters.
Right. Stop that from going down. It's quick gold, and Wild Turtle and Special are making sure the minions are right at the turret. And we see Link. He's actually been hovering here for quite some time, but he's not really losing too much. We got Odd1 doing the same thing.
Yeah, Odd1's actually doing a whole bunch of farming, which isn't exactly what CLG is thinking was going to happen. I don't know what Link has planned here. He's been in that tri-brush for a while, but the minions are never getting pushed far enough back for him to approach the lane, and he ends up just having to go back after about 20 seconds of staring.
Yeah, they kind of overthought that one.
Yep.
He will be back
Going back again. Happy feet, not good.
He's got the white there, so he's saying white time's enough for me. It came back up. Maybe I will come bottom, but Odd1's taking his time. He's not going. He's not doing it.
Well, unlike most junglers, Kha'Zix doesn't have any problems with the white because he gets the isolation very easily. So that he wasn't actually having jungle happy feet. He just realized his white was up, went back and got it. And I do want to talk a bit more about the jungler starts in this one, because we saw right in the game previously, but with Dignitas, how they were still able to achieve 2 turret kills early just because they brute forced it down and they had a better team for pushing. COG does not have a better team for pushing right now, and they're straight up in this 2v2.
So winning these early lanes is definitely going to be something that they want to have for themselves. Great moves by Bjergsen already to start poking Hotshot out of lane. He's going to start taking over in that region. It's his main spot. He should have it.
Yeah, and early on, Yen was doing quite well in the top lane as well. Darius went back early to get that second Doran's item. And Yen hasn't been pushed out whatsoever by Shyvana. If he can continue to trade farm or even just get more farm than Darius, I really do think Trundle is maybe the best scaler out of the top lane because he can steal resistance top lane. So the stronger his opponents get, the stronger he gets.
Just wait for Shiv to ult and then grab her. Just take everything she has, take it for, I guess not granted.
If
Take
he
it,
times
use
it just right, actually,
yeah,
he can actually knock Shyvana out of her Dragon's Descent with the Pillar of Ice. It's possible because there's a very small displacement on it, and if he brings it up into the air as Shyvana is trying to fly over, it stops her.
We'll see if Nien has the coordination to do this. You see the back and forth. The Burnout's winning a little bit with that mixed damage, but Nien, he can still fight back. He's got a bit of sustain regen on his side.
And there were very minor Shyvana nerfs in the 4.1 patch as well. The Burnout does a little bit less damage at first tick. The minimum damage has been decreased. And obviously the maximum damage too, because it comes with the territory.
A lot of time being spent by Link in this bottom lane. I don't think he's wearing those buffs still. They have worn off, but they're still going to attempt.
Link's spending a lot of time here for not much payoff. They're hoping the TSM gets a little over-aggressive here. Aphromoo, I think, is being far too obvious with this bait here.
Yeah.
You wouldn't just be dancing around that brush if you didn't have backup.
Well, Xpecial has been throwing hooks. TSM is trying to gain the advantage. So like you said, there's a little too much of a behavioral change, and they see it.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been pushed in for the majority of this lane, and all of the sudden, Aphromoo is asking to be hooked. I don't necessarily like this play by CLG. I'd be very surprised if TSM goes for this one. They maybe think it's been long enough that Kha'Zix is gone, but they can see the behavior change.
And maybe Link is going bot, because since Doublelift didn't have an awesome game last time, and you actually need to get an Ezreal going early.
Yeah, they're thinking that, but I mean, you need to get Hotshot and Nien going early.
Yeah,
I feel like, especially if you're picking Ezreal for Doublelift, he's just going to be wanting to farm here. And there's the gank from Odd1, just locking him down.
Good amount of damage. He chooses to go over the Wraiths, as the Vault Breaker is going to be on pretty high cooldown right now. The barrel! Oh, he's going to put the barrier down. The Flame Breath does not equal either. Those changes.
So Hotshot escaped with a sliver of life, but mainly because TSM was not in sync with that gank. Odd1 initiated very early and did the brunt of the damage to Hotshot GG, but then Darius and Bjergsen, which could have just secured a very easy kill if they had all arrived at once, were very late and got very small amounts of damage down on the Hotshot. Just the Flame Breath and the ult.
Oh, great grab after the death of that minion. So well played, and the mechanics there of a little 1-2 from TSM.
Yeah, they're winning this lane. Actually, they're not. It looks like they're winning the lane because it's 68-60, but that's because the Relic Shield has actually shared 8 CS with Doublelift.
Still keeping themselves pretty safe, even though they've been losing in these engagements. We're only 8 minutes into the game right now. It looks like Link will actually take this for himself. And that's not going to go to Hotshot right now. They're not going to put a huge focus on him.
Honestly, Link needs the experience right now.
This is true.
He spent so much time waiting around in other lanes. Obviously, you'd think, oh, if a jungler's behind, just let your mid laner farm more.
Yeah.
I disagree. Kha'Zix can spam spells a lot in the jungle and actually benefit greatly off of this blue buff. And they need Kha'Zix to get ahead in order to be an effective jungler. So at this point in the game, knowing Hotshot has already gotten heavy mana regeneration from his itemization, the blue buff on Link is actually the proper choice.
Yeah, he's got to be big to be hit with an explosive cask as soon as he comes into the fight. Right now, he's nowhere near that. 44-35 CS in that jungle. The Odd One has been keeping himself farming. And like you said, CLG was expecting a lot more ganks from him this game.
Yeah, and one interesting thing to note is the gold generation that Aphromoo is getting out of that Targons are making up for the fact that COG is losing in jungle and mid-farm from a team perspective a little bit. There you go, another cannon was shared. That was 42 gold extra for Aphromoo that wouldn't have existed if you didn't have that gold per 10 item. It's now generated 250 gold for him and his team. So that's a lot already, only 9.4 minutes in.
And we see the pockets, the gold getting so much. I think it was 2,700 on double lift. You said before that it's a little scarier to leave your lanes with these turrets so quickly going down now.
Yeah, these bottom lane guys wanted to put some focus on it. You know Wild Turtle can take down a turret very quickly,
right,
especially on Lucian. Lucian and Jinx, the two newest additions to the league from AD carry perspective, kill turrets pretty damn fast.
Yeah, the turret decimators. Oh, Hotshot getting hit. Not a huge amount of damage. Oh, he gets bopped off the satchel charge, and he throws him horizontally across instead of into the end zone where it needed to go. A good kill there, but it's not over. Especially in the bottom lane gets hit up. The blue buff onto Link comes into play.
The ganks finally in the bot lane come to a bit of fruition, but the mid lane gank comes from TSM. They're just trying to trade carries a little bit right here. It was supposed to be double lift versus Bjergsen, but because it was a more chaotic kill in the bottom lane, Link ends up getting it, and Bjergsen walks away with the money.
Great coordination in both fights as Xpecial and Hotshot go down on either side. The kills make it 1-1 there. Really, first blood, not going to help too much since that second kill rings up the cash.
Yeah, obviously the first blood is worth a little bit extra. It's 400 gold for the kill versus 300, and then the appropriate amount in assists as well. So it's 600 gold for the first blood team-wide. Doesn't really matter, though. CLG more gold when all is said and done.
They're creeping
They're
a little
sticking
bit
in this
over.
one pretty well.
It's 11 minutes in. They've been able to find the small lead that we see in the gold. BF Sword Deceptor is what you're looking at in both inventories of the AD carry, and I'd be interested to see if Doublelift actually tries to go blue again this time, not really having anything to push him forward.
I know, it'll be very revealing to see if Doublelift changes up his build or not. A lot of the Ezreals I've seen recently go Blade of the Ruin King and Trinity Force for just extreme mobility on Ezreal.
Yeah.
But the fact that he's already built the BF Sword makes me think he's going to go Bloodthirster and then potentially into the Iceborne Gauntlets and Muramana build. That is his typical style. He might end up having some mana problems if he doesn't build at least a Trinity Force after that Bloodthirster. Maybe he's going to go that direction.
It looks like CLG, just like Dignitas, is focused quite a bit on damage. Lizard Elder going on to Link, as it would be for Kha'Zix. Well, we still have Odd One trying to build tanky. Oh, Hotshot gets hit there. Odd One's back in once again. He misses the Vault Breaker, but the Assault and Battery's there. The barrier goes down to safety. The Mega Inferno Bomb does not have enough damage.
That was one of those situations where Hotshot should have just accepted his fate. Once he got blown in the wrong direction by the Gragas ultimate, and Vi was on the way, there was no escaping that, but he still burned everything. That means the repeat ganks and the repeated camping of ganking is going to happen for Hotshot. He's in trouble.
Teams have definitely been playing different styles against Hotshot. They left him up with Cassiopeia and then left him alone all game because they knew it wouldn't be a factor. They're putting a little respect here into the Ziggs, and they know they got to take him down.
TSM's definitely trying to pick on Hotshot right now. Old rivalry, to say the least. They played a lot of games against Hotshot back in the day.
Make sure they get him out. He was focused in pretty much whatever lane he was in. You have to remember when he was on the Cho'Gath and he would draw 5 people to him, and then your team would just do Baron because there's 5 people on the other side of the map.
It's interesting. Hotshot's strategy has always been to create as much map pressure as possible regardless of dying. It doesn't work as well in mid lane because he can't get turret pressure. Link in a bit of trouble here as Gragas comes in.
Woo. That was just like a spear almost. Yeah.
He wanted to go back for more. Would have been bad.
Not the ideal situation to be in with that Bjergsen power. He has finished the Athenes. These guys are actually ready to fight those objectives. Dragon's Descent. Looks like he's just going to farm. Nien's got the ult on, but you guys aren't really going on each other.
He's losing out a little bit on creeps right now. I wonder if he can finish him off. He's getting a lot of damage down. Blade of the Ruin King's speed is gone now.
Ooh, wow, that was a great flash. That's a
tricky wall.
One of the thicker walls. Very nice job. He had to kind of coordinate it and take a second to find which way he wanted to go. More pushing by Wild Turtle and Xpecial in the bottom lane, and that one was forced to be shifted on. They're really working the minion kill grab technique.
So let's take stock again on what's just happened, because Doublelift, that lane is up by about 15 CS. We have to consider all of Aphromu's farm to actually be on Doublelift as well. And then, well, in a strange way, you can almost double it, because the shield actually does double the CS. So if we're thinking about total gold, they're up by much more. My math is messed up in my head. Here's an ult.
Goes the Solar Flare onto Xpecial. They get a very nice combine with the True Shot Barrage. Link's on the backside. He doesn't even get the assist as he jumps in, unfortunate.
Well, that was the Leona ult into just ranged Ezreal. If his ult doesn't hit any creeps, it also does an excessive amount more damage. It has huge damage fall off on creeps. So right now, CLG is still looking pretty good, despite Hotshot getting camped and losing a whole bunch. The rest of their lanes are actually quite successful.
This is interesting. They just went for Dragon, so you think TSM would have played a bit safer to not allow something like this to happen. CLG put the pieces in place, and they're able to go for it right away. Afromu gets pushed aside. He's burning down, and it's going to be Turtle from the backside. He walks into a kill. There's the ultimate, but the flash comes in. Quick fingers from Link.
I got to say, when everything's done for that one, CLG comes out on top again. They don't care about Afromu dying. He's still got his gold. He's still got his gold generation. They got the Dragon. No one else died. It burned a Bjergsen flash out an ultimate, which actually takes pressure off of Hotshot. Everything about that Dragon exchange works positively for CLG.
They're going to be coming up with a bit of gold in their favor. Bjergsen is really playing the zone game onto Hotshot. He knows to stay far behind the turret right now and not really calling for too much help from Link. They're actually not trying to go back on Bjergsen.
And I finally thought through my Relic Shield point.
Bam.
It is like doubling the CS. Because not only is Doublelift getting the gold right now, so it's like he's at 150 CS, that doesn't take away from Afromu's 16. So they're actually about 32 CS up on TSM's lane when you combine them.
And it looks like they're able to get the kills. We did see that come into effect. Power coming down onto Xpecial just a few seconds ago. Made it 3-2 now. They're still behind in 1. But they found the lead in gold. The Dragon was very nice movement after the kill. It's something CLG's been working on and doing great, is movement.
Yeah, they're really sticking in this one, and I think their late game scaling is actually pretty strong. Depending on how powerful Bjergsen gets, that's the big fear for them, whether he can take out Hotshot and Doublelift in one fell swoop of a couple buttons. And Doublelift with the Chain Vest, that's telling us he's going Iceborne Gauntlets, I think.
Oh,
you don't build the Chain Vest for too many reasons, unless he's going GA after Bloodthirster, but that would not be wise.
He did have quite a kick in money just recently, so maybe he thinks it'll keep flowing in. If he hits that plateau, it's going to be a bit painful in the poke damage come later. 17 minutes now. We just saw the Dragon go down, so we're going to be back to the laning for a little bit. Link has been hovering in lanes and not finding too much.
No, but he has improved in effectiveness a little bit just because he could secure that Dragon for his team, and he put a lot of Dragon pressure
finding it other places
on the rest of them. As you can see, Afromu took another cannon minion. That's the one you always want to go for if you're Relic Shield support. I like talking about Relic Shield because I like running 2 of them with like double bruiser lanes. So,
you mean like Darius Maokai?
Maybe.
Oh man,
I like that.
I never would have guessed.
I like that combo.
500, 600 gold lead. Very, very small right now. And the odd one shows face, but they throw down the ultimate right after the turret goes down. Afromu gets a little hypey there, and it's going to be Link coming in from the backside, but he gets the assault and battery. They take him down instantly. Beautiful focus as the ignite ticks down onto the odd one. They're still trading back and forth. A double kill coming in for Turtle. The bomb from the backside isn't enough, though. 80 carry versus 80 carry as they go toe-to-toe. Red buff versus not. And the skill shots were hit by Doublelift the whole time. Look out, Bjergsen's making his way in.
And we have to remember Doublelift's going to win that duel because he has a Chain Vest already, so he has all the armor against Wild Turtle.
That Chain Vest won't do much now.
Oh, that's a lot of magic damage, actually. So look out. Let's see how many skill shots he can land and if he can juke the spells.
He hit the slow. He's got 1 HP. Stealing the health back. The ignite goes down to half that healing. Bjergsen almost loses out on the kill, but he follows through.
Unfortunately, Doublelift used his shift and didn't dodge any of Bjergsen's burst, so that is not exactly what he wanted to do. Well played by Bjergsen to get that kill. Nien, though, on the offensive.
Nien definitely wants and has to get this kill. Bjergsen got very big, and he gets pushed off of this. That could be a Flame Breath and an attack by Dyrus, but the chomp from Nien could also be the kill.
See, Nien is stuck in between a pretty bad place right now because Nien doesn't let the creeps get to the turret. He's trapped.
On the backside, Dyrus gets what he wants out of this, possibly. Gets the speed out of the movement, does not have Vault Breaker to get back in range. Link's there for the slow.
Stop him.
He puts a beautiful pillar up, and he jumps into the punch in the face and takes it in the kisser. Bjergsen finds himself across the map. The fat man is moving. Xpecial comes in with the play. He wants a piece of the assist, and it never ends. 2 kills go on to CLG. TSM starting to pull away.
And Dyrus around the back finished off Nien. 2 kills for them right there. The chance coming through.
Afromu gets hit up the True Shot barrage. Whoa, they wanted back on that one. There is just no end to this fight.
Why CLG? Yeah, it may have ended now.
The kick had ended.
For a second. Why CLG tried to continue that fight is a massive miscalculation of their strength right there. it ended up getting both of them killed because Link tried to turn. It was a great save.
Yeah.
But just can't stay. Disengaged from the barrel. Aphromu's still looking to ult someone.
He just used that Gragas barrel. It is coming up super fast.
Thing's on a short cooldown.
It is.
Actually.
It is.
Yeah. Especially when he's got a blue buff and his Athene's Unholy Grail. It's 58.5 second cooldown on the Gragas Explosive Cask.
Yeah.
Every minute.
Well,
and minute is a short time in this game.
It seems really long. It's not long when you're warding. If you're waiting for your ult, it seems like forever. 8-5 here, and this game has definitely given us something to talk about, chat. It's exactly what the fans wanted, and it's been back and forth, brutal, and we're only 20 minutes into the game here.
Classic TSM CLG rivalry right here. And one thing that's surprising about CLG's team is despite having a Ziggs, the Demolitionist, they're not able to kill any turrets. It's because Hotshot has been getting picked on so heavily. That's just Wild Turtle with the Bloodthirster Machine basically creating a third turret kill for TSM.
And that Sheen's already going to help start taking down these structures here. We saw Dyrus get the top one. They take advantage of the middle one as well, just on the back side. He tucked his wings in for that one.
And yeah, now that TSM has 3 turrets down, it is a very critical moment in the game. The Dragon will come back up in 10 seconds. Whether TSM can completely control this or whether CLG can adequately defend this, because if CLG wins a fight, since the turrets will be very close to them, they'll be able to get the turrets back and slingshot themselves ahead in gold. But if TSM gets the Dragon, and even a fight win, that'll put them 5,000 or 6,000 ahead, and will also block CLG for even longer to get access to the turret gold that they haven't taken down yet. This fight means a lot, Riv.
They are charging up. Odd One looks not too much damage from that cask, actually. It looks like CLG gets the jump on this one, but it looks Link going down. Wild Turtle getting really nice shots on this one. Odd One has put himself in the back line in the 4v1, and he actually comes up with a kill for himself. No, Doublelift gets it. It's not the kill, but Bjergsen follows up on the Retribution. A 1 for 3 with Odd One going deep.
That's the fight that TSM wanted. They could not kill Bjergsen, but Bjergsen could kill them. This is huge for TSM because now not only does CLG not get the Dragon, they do not get turret pressure. This initiation wasn't the cleanest thing because Leona ult actually missed. Bjergsen kind of smelled the gank coming. Ward was over the wall. He baited it out perfectly. It meant CLG overcommitted. Odd One could get in the back line to zone out the CLG damage. Even though Doublelift finished off one, Bjergsen got him in Retribution. And that is just 3 kills for 1, plus the Dragon, and a 5,000 gold lead now for TSM.
And that 5,000 gold lead just turned into a Rabbit Dons. That Talisman of Ascension coming out. The Boots of Lucidity as well. These guys are making headway in core items, and they're still being recipeed by CLG. The fights are falling behind for them. They even had the upper hand in that. It looked like they came out of nowhere and surprised TSM, but they refocused immediately.
That was the point of them trying to make that gank attempt, but they were right on top of Ward. That's the unfortunate thing. Look at all the spray of wards that TSM has around the Dragon area. You know, they said in 2014 season it is the team's responsibilities to ward because one person can only put down 3 wards regular by himself. They're definitely warding as a team right now for TSM.
CLG turns away from Dyrus. They wanted nothing to do with one champion because they do not know what's on the other side of the fog of war. They have a ward over by Tribrush, but that's for the Baron engagement. Now the CLGs, or rather TSM's in their jungle, they're almost blind.
Yeah, not much vision. That's what happens when they get the 3 turrets down.
Yeah.
Which was why that Dragon fight was so critical for CLG to be able to come out on top. At this point, CLG has moved completely to their back foot. And especially because Bjergsen has just completed his Rabadon's death cap, the tower siege is really strong for TSM right now. Just a couple spells from Bjergsen can clear out a team and allow a turret to be taken by TSM.
And Bjergsen is always been a factor, non-stop. He plays the top champions that are being banned out right now at the highest level, and you just can't get him out of the mid lane. He gets Gragas here, and that was like his 3rd choice pick after Zed and after LeBlanc.
Yeah, and 5-0-3, it has definitely been a TSM strategy to just pick on Hotshot this game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really easy to notice. Hotshot did not deal with the Odd One and Bjergsen's gank pressure extremely well. It's obviously pretty hard. Like, Vi's ganks mid lane are extremely difficult to dodge. At that point, you have to start countering it with either counter ganks or objective control, which CLG tried to do a little bit, but because they lost push pressure in almost every lane, they just weren't able to control the map.
It was kind of an early game thought that CLG, as you said, would anticipate the counter gank all over. Link spent a lot of time hanging out in the brush this game.
Yeah, and Odd1 almost never counter ganked it. So you have to give a lot of credit where credit's due to Wild Turtle NACS Special for taking all of that Kha'Zix pressure and just dealing with it. Sure, X Special died a couple times to Leona ultimates, but if we look at it now, after the Dragon fight and the rest of the team coming down, it's a 4-1 Wild Turtle against a 4-2 Double Lift.
That's what worked out for him. We see Nian and Dyrus. They were in the top lane before, but they're going to meet up back in the bottom lane for a little rendezvous. Wards to be cleared out here as the Pinks trying to go down from TSM so they can just suffocate CLG right now.
And Aphromu's looking for a bit more initiation power right now, actually. He sold his Relic Shield for a Nomad's Medallion. He's going to be trying to get a Talisman of Ascension as quickly as possible. I actually don't like that move, personally, even though the Talisman active is great.
Yeah.
The stats on the item are so great for Leona's tankiness, and I think it's incredibly important for him when he's diving onto Wild Turtle that he can stay alive. Aphromu this season has had a few troubles being too squishy, especially when he's on Thresh.
Yeah.
He goes with very low health builds, and he's doing it a little bit again here. Sure, he has the Giant spell.
Yeah, he's trying to coordinate
but he's giving out a lot of health, getting rid of that Targon's Brace.
Took some time for them to get there as well, so they're always kind of waiting an extra few seconds before they can get to something. Looking at the Hex Drinker now on Link, piecing together items that'll at least keep him alive a little bit longer to maybe get some of those resets.
Yeah, that's a pretty important thing for him. He still doesn't have many items, though. He never got to the point where he could get a Hydra and power clear his jungle, because now the jungle is populated by Team Solo Mid.
And you can see the population of Team Solo Mid goes along with the aggression. Bjergsen feels safe to not really build any resistances, or at least go into that Seeker's Arm Guard. He's going with Scar did last game. Full selfish damage.
I wonder if COG's going to try and get a fight here. They have to know TSM's in here. Oh, no.
Oh, they did it again! As soon as he hit the ducky, they bring him down to knock him down to size.
Assault and battery right to a death sentence. That is really brutal punishment right there for Hotshot. He's picked on again, now 0-3. TSM's going to be putting a lot of Baron pressure on right now with a good pink ward inside.
My God, they're just forcing everything. He shifted into the barrel. That is unfortunate. And then he got eaten by a dragon. You're not getting any Dyrus' treasure. They push CLG down to the backside. This is not good for Link. Down to half HP. The Ignite's on. He is forced to get out of that with the flash hook coming from Xpecial.
TSM is just all over the map right now. Double Lift got obliterated by the Bjergsen right there. Good lord. Still no magic resist on him, obviously, because he went for those Iceborne Gauntlets, just has the armor, and this is a Baron try by TSM. Link would have to make it there real fast to try and get this steal. Not even a flash up, just used his leap.
And they didn't even have to go around. They got 4 members that can jump that wall, which may happen on the backside. Here comes the Mega Inferno. It goes to the odd one. Usually not missing his smites, and they're going to pursue here.
Usually nerves a steal on that guy, and they're just going to continue to try and push through.
Ooh, the flash. That would have been death.
Would have been real close to a death. He doesn't have to wait too long for that ultimate to come back up either. TSM's going to continue to clean objectives. They're in full control now, really.
Even before that Baron, they fought it outside. CLG knew they needed to get to it so much that they got fought the outside of the Baron pit. That's how much TSM has control, and they can just pretty much dictate where CLG walks right now.
And they're doing a lot of that.
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
Looks like Link is going to do what he can to push this top lane so it doesn't have to be a worry, as they are now going to have to defend either mid or bottom. It doesn't look like bottom's getting pushed out. It hasn't been TSM's focus. But they can do whatever they want right now.
They really can. I think what they should want to do most is shop. Dyrus is sitting on 3,300 gold. Bjergsen just converted 2,000 to finish off that Void Staff. And El Wild Turtle has 2,300. He's trying to save up for a last Whisper. Just finished it off. Now they've shopped. Now it's time for them to win, I think. Double Lift, going to have to be careful, actually.
Entering double lift mode, split push everything, takes down the turret. He's going to start backing off of that one. The odd one could have put a little damage down, but he would have got kited out, so he stays home.
Odd one's pretty farmed as well.
Yeah, he's big right now.
Level 14.
He's throwing some items in there.
Red wins.
He got some cash.
He's got the odd Brutalizer in there. It's a very popular pickup on junglers nowadays. They have a bit of that increased gold flow, and the small amount of armor penetration actually helps drastically when you're going to assassinate carries. Not to mention just being able to gank that little bit sooner with Assault and Battery. I do think, though, that TSM's just going to go for the second wave of turrets here. They've already taken down 3. they can get 3 more quite easily. With the Baron buff, it's very difficult for CLG to defend against these. Bjergsen can take down almost whoever he wants if he gets a good burst down, which means the rest of CLG has to be extremely cautious and cannot even defend.
Oh, this is very risky and shows how powerful TSM is. To be able to siege off an Ezreal and a Ziggs, they have a bit of power approaching the turret, and it's being respected by CLG right now.
But it's also a Ziggs who is tremendously far behind. They have taken Hotshot GG completely out of this game. He is so scared with this wave clear. He's not even having the guts to put his minefield out in front of the minion wave sometimes because he's afraid that Bjergsen's going to kill him with a couple spells.
Yeah, TSM still rolls with that odd one behind the mid lane. It used to be Reginald right in his back pocket when he needed to be there for his scare, and now they're just making complete plays out of it all game. 4-1 in turrets as they pressure down mid lane onto the first inhibitor, Jat, and it looks aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, the minions are clear, but doesn't mean TSM doesn't want a bit more damage. They get almost half the turret right there. Wild Turtle took about, let's see how much, a lot of damage from the Ziggs, but he's just going to lifesteal that back up, and they're going to try and siege on the next wave.
Bottom lane isn't pushing too well, or top lane, so yeah, it looks like they're going to hover here for just a bit. They're going to steal up the resources and go back at it.
Yeah, nice blue buff take by Bjergsen there, but while they were gone, Hotshot got the minefield down. Makes this wave clear a little bit easier. I think if TSM doesn't get this on the next couple waves, they're going to move down and take down turrets 4 and 5 on the outer ring, but they're making pretty good headway right here.
Looks like that's the hook misses. The Baron is still there, and it's definitely deterring this fight. They go on to Hotshot. He's going to be the focus once again. He gets the rubber ducky this time, saves face, and he saves himself. Throws back the bombs to try and help from the back line, but it's not going to be enough. Too much tank, too much TSM.
Odd One was all on his own right there, and Wild Turtle's getting a little bit low. This could be the fight continue.
Yen throws down the ultimate. He's trying to steal those resistances. The tank to watch. They focus down onto Dyrus, and that's perfect. Dyrus is making them do it perfectly as they take down the inhibitor. There's too many things on the priority list to be focused for CLG. Link goes in, but he's hit back out, and they can't get much of anything right now.
Yeah, TSM's just playing defense right now. He plays him.
Almost gets the bite, but the double lift barrier comes up. That barrel would have for surely killed double lift right now. Bjergsen's forced out with the rest of the team.
Yeah, 1-for-1 right there, but TSM gets what they came for. There was actually a fantastic flay in the middle of that fight that stopped Aphromu's Zenith Blade and really just turned a bit of the initiation around. But you can see the Giant Waves on the side. They're going to go back. Check out this flay right as Leona was trying to go in. And then Dyrus took them out as well. This is more of zone control from TSM more than in a fight. They don't have much room to try and dive in on people, so they're mainly just focusing on getting that turret. And then at this point, they're about getting out of here without losing the fight, which they did quite well.
They did lose the inhibitor, but we see that CLG can coordinate to get a few of those members down. If it happens on their terms, it might be what they need. We can see Shield charged up by Aphromu, but he does not decide to use it because right now they're blind coming out of their base. There's a lot of fog of war.
Yeah, and Hotshot's low on mana. He just used his pop. Aphromu had to ult to defend him, and I don't even know if it's going to make it. Odd One flash. They are picking on him.
Oh, he puts up the pillar, but is it going to be enough? The Zanyas goes down, and it's only a matter of time. Hotshot goes down once again, and he barely just got back off the fountain from being very low. In the end, with a few more shots, and it's going to be the pop on the passive after flashing in for the kill.
And that's the culling, doing a lot of damage from Double Lift in a bad spot.
Oh, we saw this with Vayne. Can you do it, Double Lift? He goes for one. He has the lifesteal. He can actually get two if he dodges this one out. The shift goes to the left. It's going to be the punch coming in from Vi. She'll ask questions later.
First miss actually there from Bjergsen. He whiffed his ultimate on Double Lift. That would have made it a very much easier fight for TSM.
Yeah.
Double Lift trying to make plays on his own, but that is not enough right now. 11,000 gold, another turret going down.
59.1 to 47.1. The gold lead has just not astronomical, but TSM has found a way to invest that and get the return back at the same time. The 7th turret to go down here. They're not even scared of the Mega Inferno bombs.
Yeah, they still have their 80 carry up right now. Whole bunch of damage. No 80 carry up on the other side. Can they get that inhibitor? They actually don't.
Aphromu goes all the way in with Link. Actually, the very nice coordination on getting a kill in. Bjergsen and Wild Turtle, those are the damage dealers. And the DPS out of the fight, they find the kills they need.
All right. TSM definitely overstayed their welcome.
Yes.
It was a good defense by CLG in that sense, but there's no way they're out of the woods. Still very clear that Bjergsen is a death machine. Finishing a Deathfire Grasp. It's actually really, really difficult to pull off a DFG combo on Gragas because he's generally spiking people from super long range.
Yeah.
and you'd have to catch someone in Fog of War to DFG them and then burst them down. He absolutely could, but it's an interesting item choice in that case. It really tells me he's trying so hard to just... I think he's actually not taking it too seriously, because if he had a Zhonya's Hourglass, that is by far the better build here.
Yeah.
But the DFG will provide a little bit more damage. They got to make it to this Baron buff quickly, because Kha'Zix eats this thing super fast.
They are going to have more than enough time to get there. It's already going to be the odd one.
This is real.
The odd one's in base, actually. He's under the coin of Wild Turtle. I didn't see him. This should be pretty easy for Link to get down.
Got it.
That smite hits. The Baron ult. Oh my god, the Gragas ult almost wipes everybody in the Baron pit. Link tries to limp back into the fight. Dyrus is doing what he can. A 4v1 situation before he Dragons descends out of the fight. And look at Link, double lift, Aframu running for their lives. Nian can't quite get away. He tries to kite it out, but it's not going to be enough. Trundle goes down. It's 50 seconds on these death chambers, and it's going to be a big push for TSM.
Hey, as far as stalling, though, that move is great by CLG. You could see TSM was sloppy in their rotation. They overstayed their welcome previously, and they didn't expect CLG to take that Baron so decisively.
Yeah.
But because they got 2 kills, they're going to need to get these inhibitors on recycle so the Super Minions can continue to push in CLG. Otherwise, CLG would be able to come back a bit.
Come back a bit, and it's going to be tough. We look at the other side of the map, and it's only that bottom turret that Double Lift dropped some 10 minutes ago that they had. So potentially, all that gold is there, but it's going to take a while to get, Jat.
All right, so now there will be 2 waves of Super Minions coming into CLG's base. If TSM can't push in more, CLG will continue to gain gold. They are down about 10,500 right now. The game was pretty much out of reach until TSM turned those kills around at their second inhibitor, and then more importantly got the Baron afterwards. There's actually still a chance that CLG turns it around only because of that Baron buff that they just got.
TSM really has to walk themselves into this one, though. They're going to play it with hard hats on, of course, coming in on this. Everybody's got about 1,600 to spend, but that might even not be able to be spent with inventories all the way full of recipes. So they're holding on to gold until it's a core item.
So TSM is right here to not give CLG any breathing room. While there are 2 waves of Super Minions, is the time that TSM wants to take down this 3rd inhibitor turret. If CLG can land a really good pillar and a great Leona ult on a priority target like Bjergsen, who does not have a Zhonya's to stop it, I think that's their window to getting back in this game. Short of doing that, I think the Super Minions push through to CLG's base. TSM sieges this down appropriately. They got 3 inhibitors, and they end the game soon.
Hotshot with a little bit better wave clear now. We're still waiting for him to actually approach 18. He's 2 levels behind Bjergsen. So there is a bit of damage we're not seeing from them yet, but it may be too little too late.
Yeah. It's interesting, too, that Double Lift is going for kind of the Iceborne Gauntlet Ezreal, but without the Tear of the Goddess or the Merman. So it actually gets him the slow point, and he's still pretty strong at this point, just almost less damage than the old one. Here comes the Turret Siege from TSM. And maybe an initiation from CLG.
Dyrus kind of taunting him out there. The Sunfire Cape aggroed the turret, and that's enough for CLG to want the fight. I don't know if they want it fully, though. Bjergsen's on the backside waiting to really initiate. The ult is up, and it looks like they're actually trying to get CLG out of the base before this.
Yeah, CLG could not lock onto Bjergsen, so they had to get out of that fight. Now the question is, have they overstayed? They have to heal, and the Super Minions are killing their Nexus.
Going so hard. The Nexus turret goes down on the first side. They're going to have to peel people off for this, and Hotshot goes down in the blink of an eye. Jad, this looks like it could be the end.
It looks really bad for CLG right now. Link flashes in for support. Here comes TSM.
The shutdown going over to the odd one, gets him his 2nd kill of the game. Turtle's up in the front doing what he can with a Riot Shield in front of him. The Guardian Angel, they can't get through that even, and it looks like the Nexus turret's gonna go down. The Nexus will fall, and TSM takes the head-to-head versus CLG.
Game 1 of 2014 season goes to TSM and Bjergsen right there. 927 on Gragas. Turtle was 926 on Lucian. The whole team contributed. 13 assists by the odd one. They just picked on Hotshot GG. That entire game, Hotshot died 6 times, did not pick up a kill. TSM synergy coming in strong as they defeat their old rivals.
The bro life happening between Bjergsen and Dyrus there. Very well played. Great synergy throughout the team. And like I said, Bjergsen's so hard to ban out. He got Gragas after being banned out on 2 other champions, and he was like, thanks for one of my top tiers, guys.
But let's focus on this, actually.
For sure. Let's.
As TSM gets an applause walking across the stage. Bjergsen was only successful because Odd1 ganked for him so much.
Yeah.
He didn't actually get solo kills on Hotshot GG. Everything was a gank from the Odd1. And that also means for the rest of TSM, they weren't getting ganks.
Right.
They had to do all that on their own. We can think back to XDG. I remember the feature they did earlier on, and Benny was saying how Zuna or Xsmithy just did nothing but gank for ManCloud last year.
Yeah.
Right? But ManCloud was the highest killer in the history of the LCS. Like, that formula was working.
Yep.
It hasn't worked so far. So in this season, now that they've lost that mid synergy. So the mid synergy for TSM, exceptionally important. I think Bjergsen with the Odd1 in the short time they've had together, especially picking on who is, even though an experienced player, an inexperienced mid laner in Hotshot GG, was a great game plan.
In those first 3 picks in Champion Select, I was kind of like, that's a little too much for Team Solo Mid. I said they'd almost won Champion Select there.
Their very start of it was incredibly strong.
Yeah.
You could see they had the mid lane.
Shyvana Vi Gragas.
Let's go pick on someone.
We're good.
Go in for exactly what they want. CLG had a couple small windows to come back in the game, but when they couldn't contest that one dragon around the mid game, and they lost the 3 deaths on a failed engage, and the even tinier window at the end once they got Baron. Other than that, it was all TSM.
Their rotations, it's something they didn't focus on as much this game. They kind of left it up to Link to hang out in a lane.
Yeah.
And we saw, with all that aggression, we kind of questioned why Link wasn't going mid. Maybe it was kind of a lost thing, because that's what TSM does. If a lane loses, they're going to feed the other lanes.
Yeah, he wasn't capable of ganking Gragas. I think Bjergsen was
Just
too
got to that
powerful in that lane. The rest of the CLG lanes, there's not much you can rotate to if Shyvana is at your turret, if the bottom lane is at the turret, and if your mid lane is dead. Nothing is working across the map, and they could never set anything up.
We see all these different champions coming in. I figured Nien may have brought something different to the table, more of a playmaker, because he's actually able to do that. Trundle's kind of the thing that sits in lane, and kind of like Dyrus has been playing on that Shyvana. He used to be Jace. We used to say Dyrus carrying with the hammer, right?
Yeah.
But it's switched up quite a bit, and they're focusing just Bjergsen now.
At least in this game, because they wanted to stop Hotshot GG. Last week, definitely a little bit. Dyrus is that consistent rock in the top lane who they could rely on.
Slippery, safe,
There's a few
consistent.
games, Shyvana, he farmed like 350 CS, was involved in like 1 kill and an assist, whereas Bjergsen was in 10. That strategy works. I think it's a similar strategy that XDG, when they were Vulcan last year, took. Psycho Sid was almost never involved, but always impactful to the game. And ManCloud roamed around and make a lot of plays. A mid-focus style of game can absolutely work. SK Telecom did it a lot before the rest of their team ramped up and became superstars in their own right. It's a very successful strategy in this game.
So how do we feel? Obviously, it can work. It hasn't twice. How do you feel about the Ezreal pick? Trying to go blue build right now in League.
Yeah, it's kind of a double list special. And he's now 0-2 when he builds Iceborne Gauntlets in game.
Yeah.
I feel like it's an okay choice. Doublelift has not had a very good start to the 2014 season.
Right.
He had so many impressive plays in Season 3. And right now, I just don't think it fits, especially against a Bjergsen who is incredibly far ahead. It used to be I liked the Iceborne Gauntlets against bruiser-heavy teams because not only could it kite the team, it could also provide you resiliency in case you did get closed on. Yeah. But now when Doublelift got closed on, Bjergsen blew him up.
Well, even talking about Wild Turtle, he had pretty much an exceptional game himself fighting in that bottom lane. We actually have a replay here we're going to pull up of him taking down Nien in the base. It just goes to show how strong these guys were.
Yeah, I mean, we can really just see how they went all out for Hotshot GG. That's the big thing that they did here. Everything was trapped. And then, obviously, Wild Turtle on the bottom. This is a Randwin's Omen, Nien. And because Wild Turtle hit aside from that one, every shot of the culling, flash forward for the double shot, and his Q right there. It was a very farmed Wild Turtle, despite having to lane against Doublelift. And that's one thing that Doublelift and Aphromoo haven't been able to do this year, is even though they can get farmed themselves, they have not shut down enemy AD carries whatsoever.
And something we also saw is just how confident they were in all those pushes. That side of the map was entirely warded. He dove and then kept flashing into the base, into CLG's base. That means you guys are ready to just win the game. They had such a lead in that, and it's not something CLG even expected, I think, to have to deal with that game.
Yeah, that was a rough one. 38 minutes, 23 kills to 12. You got to say round 1 goes to TSM.
Yeah, it's going to be coming up again. We'll get to see this one. It's never just one. After an incredible day of action, though, we can see some teams starting to pull away in the standings. Let's take a look at those. In the first place, it's TSM, led by the Monarch of Mayhem, Burger King. Then in second place, it's Cloud9, who didn't play today, but will be back in action tomorrow.
Yeah, and Dignitas has climbed their way up to third place with 4 straight wins. Then we have Curse sitting in fourth after a rematch win over Coast.
And sharing fifth, it's CLG and Team Coast, and tied in seventh again today is Evil Geniuses and XDG. And we will be back tomorrow with 4 more games for your viewing pleasure. It all gets underway with XDG versus Evil Geniuses.
And after that, Coast will take on TSM. Then we'll see if Cloud9's got their mojo back when they take on Curse.
And finally, Dignitas faces off against CLG. The action gets underway Sunday at 12 Pacific, 9 p.m. Central European Time. So don't miss it. And before we toss it over to the NA Challenger Series, we want to remind everyone to head over to lolesports.com.
There you can find in-depth interviews, stats on your favorite teams and players, and all the classic matchups that you want to watch again. LOL Esports, it's the guide to the LCS.
Absolutely. You can also join us for one of our live game day tapings. Click on tickets link for details and start planning your visit now. All right, that's going to do it for us here, but we're going to send it over to Kobe and Freak for the NA Challenger Series. It doesn't go in-house.
We'll get that fixed real
Absolutely.
quick. Yeah. Yeah. We'll see the Challenger Series coming up really soon. That's an interesting thing. I was casting some of that yesterday, especially in the European Challenger Series. We can see a lot of new champion picks for some of these guys.
That's what I like about it.
Yeah, because there's these players that are coming up, and they haven't really broadened their champion pools that much, but they haven't all agreed on the same thing. Like, one thing about a lot of these pro LCS teams is they love to mimic, so they get very adept at picking up the same champions.
Right.
Guys there, you'll see a Xerath come out every once in a while. I saw support Gragas by Kuja in one of the games. That's the first time I saw the Trundle Yasuo synergy. A lot of really cool stuff.
I like seeing all those old names coming back. It's so good. It's just to see all these names still trying to be there, still in the light. We see Restright still playing. I love having all these guys still in the League of Legends because it builds up the people coming in.
Yeah, I mean, also, if you're watching tomorrow night after the LCS too, the one that I'm really excited for is LMQ.
Oh, God.
Is
Xiao Wei
coming in.
Zhao. Gotta have
Xiao Wei Zhao. It's a confusing name, actually.
It is.
Yeah,
it is. Because it's
Xiao Wei
not,
Zhao.
but it is. But, guys, we are set up for the NA Challenger Series. Freak and Kobe, they're going to take it away on the desk. Go ahead, guys.
It was very smooth.
Hey everybody, third tries the charm, we are here. Welcome to the 2014 North American Challenger Series, brought to you in part by our friends at Coca-Cola. I'm David Freak Turley alongside Sam Kobe Hartman-Kensler, and it's been a great day, League, so far. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm excited. Challenger, finally. Let's
Yes.
get this going.
Get it going on, guys. It's going to be a whole bunch of fun. Coming up tonight on the North American Challenger Series, we have our first quarterfinal matchup, Cloud9 Tempest versus Skyline.
So tonight's series is a best-of-3 contest with the victors advancing to the semifinals where they're going to face off against the winners of tomorrow night's match between YSO Esports and the Chinese hype train, LMQ, that everybody wants to watch.
Whole bunch of fun games coming up. And because seeing is believing, let's take a look at the North American Challenger Series bracket. As we just discussed, the top half of the bracket consists of tonight's match, Cloud9 Tempest versus Skyline, and tomorrow's best-of-3, YSO Esports versus LMQ.
And in the bottom half of the bracket, it's the second-seeded Determined Gaming facing off against Curse Academy next Saturday, February 1st, followed by Cognitive Gaming taking on VVV Gaming White on Sunday, February 2nd.
And while the winners of our 4 quarterfinals move on to the semis, the participants that leave won't leave empty-handed. The 4 teams that come up short still earn cash Challenger Series points and still get another chance making it into the LCS in the second Spring Challenger Series that kicks off in about a month's time.
So for all the Challenger details, head over to lolesports.com, pull down the menu under Leagues and Tournaments, and click on the North American Challenger Series.
And so now let's get to tonight's match, Game 1 of this best-of-3 between Cloud9 Tempest and Skyline. Now, for those of you still leveling up your Challenger League knowledge, Cloud9 Tempest is it's a new name. They were formerly the Walking Zed during the promo tournament just a few months ago. That was the team that took Coast to 5 games in that spring promo tournament.
Yeah, strong showing there. I expect a strong showing in the Challenger League as well. Because Cloud9 Tempest competed in the spring promotion tournament, they automatically earned this spot in the quarterfinals.
Yeah. Guys are pretty strong overall. So, of course, this series against Coast was pretty crazy. Their 3 losses. Cloud9 went 4-47-8. They only got 4 kills in the 3 games they lost. When they lose hard. But the 2 wins looked a little bit better. So, you know, a little bit inconsistent, but at least was able to pull out a couple of victories there.
Yeah, I mean, taking it to 5 games, nothing to sneeze at. And they also switched up some players, you know.
Yep.
It was the bottom lane, definitely giving them some problems. So they brought in Altec, excuse me. He's a guy who is very young, so he's a lot like Pobelter in that way. Those guys are actually really good friends, and he's bounced around Challenger a lot. He's replacing Bobby Hank Hill as the AD carry, and he's also a former member of Curse Academy. So we expect big things from Altec in the bottom lane. Joining him in the bottom lane will be Glebe Glarbu. You know, he played for Napkins in Disguise for a little bit, and he's a very strong Thresh player, I'm told.
It's going to be a fun duo lane overall, and of course tonight Tempest and their new bot lane take to the Rift to face Skyline. This team has already pulled off 2 big upsets on their wins in their way to the quarterfinal here.
Yeah, so the first team that Skyline knocked out was Lol Pro, which is Jackie's team, the former Curse mid-laner. Mid-laner. Well, they're out of the tournament now, so
pretty lame.
Then they did end up beating the 5th-seeded TNT Gaming, or Tint Gaming, in their second game last week, going 17-5-59. That's a pretty good score.
Yeah.
Then the 2 former Velocity members, NK Inc. and Evaniscus, stepped up really big in that win. The jungler, NK Inc., who participated in all 17 kills, and their support, Evaniscus, wrapped up 15 assists.
Yeah, so good play from these guys. But even with 2 former pros on the team, the guy who stood tall for Skyline in their Challenger Series game so far is actually their mid laner, a new guy, Golden Glue.
As you would say, Freak. He was the glue that held their team together. He's another guy who's bounced around Challenger a lot. So he's a very high mechanical skill mid laner, and we'll have to see, you know, how he can go up against what's his name? Bishu, because Bishu's famous.
Yes.
But he played Kha'Zix in both of his games, going 9-2-6 versus Jackie, and then his performance was even better the next game, 8-0-6 versus Tint Gaming.
Yeah, so a bunch of really strong players right here. It's going to be a fun one. Champs like about to get underway for us here. And it's interesting because you feel like Tempest is coming through as like the clear favorite, right? You got a lot more well-known names in there. Bishu, last I checked, had like the least number of losses in Challenger solo queue. And it's like that guy's got a big hype train on his own. So it's going to be a fun one to watch what happens in this. But at the same time, you still got to figure, right, the guys from Skyline right? Guys played in the LCS, has that experience, has that pressure experience. You know they're going to put on a good show too.
Yeah, speaking of NK on Skyline, he is a very versatile jungler. A guy I really like because he run Master Yi with teleport in the jungle for a long time. He'll be one of those guys who can just farm up really hard and then come out with a carry, or he can just gank constantly. He's very, very flexible champion pool as well.
Yeah, it's awesome. And really kind of speaking of flexible champion pools, the top laner for Skyline's been playing Rumble a whole bunch. And it's been fun to see because we just keep seeing these big three, right? It's like the Renekton, the Shyvana, the Mundo.
Warwick, and the Trundle.
Sorry, yeah, so that's becoming 5 now with Warwick and Trundle showing up a little bit more. But then you've got a champion that I thought would have actually done really badly against the typical bruiser top lanes like Rumble, showing incredibly strongly right now, and it's fun to see the guys who pull out something completely different and say, no, this is what works for me.
Yeah, and since the team is actually now under the Cloud9 tag there, the people that they're playing against, it'd be funny to see Rumble used against Cloud9 for once instead of Cloud9 using Rumble. Oh, another thing, though, since they're switched their name to Cloud9, Yuzuki, the top laner that he'll be playing against.
He's back on Cloud9!
He's back on Cloud9 because he originally started on the original Cloud9 team that did not make it into the LCS.
Yeah, failed their spring promos for Season 3, but of course the revamped roster for C9, we've seen them do a very good job here. And
it's a pretty good organization.
Yeah, they've picked
pretty successful.
I gotta say, their LCS team is incredibly strong. They picked up a top EU Challenger team, a top NA Challenger team, kind of diversifying the pool out there. And I always like organizations that pick up multiple teams. In Korea, that's really common, right? You've got Frost and Blaze, you got Bullets and Arrows, you got Sword and Shield, right? There's so many sister organizations there,
and they've all worked out.
Yeah.
So diversify your teams.
Get some extra teams out there, and and the thing is, you think about it, right? And even within this, you've got Altec actually, who is a sub for TSM right now. He's on the roster. Couldn't play on the LCS because he's 16, but at the same time, you've got again more teams like TSM who have a bunch of players that they can practice against or scrim against if they have teams that they know well. And again, just more ways to practice and whatnot, I think is incredibly useful for these guys.
And since, like I said, Altec, he's been in the scene for so long, but since he was so young, he couldn't really be on one of those teams, and he didn't get that famous. But he knows all of the top-tier guys, so it's very easy for him to call up, Pupelta or whatever. They can practice against LCS teams. EG, they would be happy to scrim against them, so.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome for these guys. And, of course, you kind of think about the age, right? And he's a year away. Right, Pupelta finally old enough to be on the LCS.
So close.
We talked about him for like all of 2012 and 2013, and now he's there. Altec, if he makes this right, he's old enough to play for season 2015. I don't actually know his birthday, but maybe even the summer split, depending on the timing there. So these guys are like ready to go, like rearing up for their pro careers.
Speaking of ready to go,
right? So are we.
Perfect. We'll jump into Champion Select here. Kale, off the bat, I was already talking about him a little bit in the LCS games. So strong right now in this state of the game. Because of the hybrid nature of the champion and the fact that you can go deep into that offensive tree. Very, very highly prized mid lane pick at the moment.
Well, speaking of highly prized mid lane picks, 3 mid lane bans so far. Golden Glue's most played on live is Kale. His Kha'Zix, of course, played in the promo game so far. We're moving that away, getting rid of probably the highest impact player so far from Skyline. There's the Thresh removed from Glarbrew. We'll see what he goes for afterwards. The Ziggs still gone from Bishu. I mean, his Nidalee still there so far. We'll see what else he runs for. So we got 4 of a band.
He is pretty famous for his Nidalee, but Nidalee, like, we've seen some trouble with a lot of the teams that have been running Nidalee and not really getting to the point where they can siege up and make effective use of her poke. A lot of the all-in mid laners, like the Assassins and stuff, have sort of been outshining her.
Well, we'll see what they go with this one right there. Kassadin dropped away as well, so 4 total mid lane bans. Gonna stretch the pools a little bit of Golden Glue and Bishu. We'll see what they run for. The Elise dropped away, no first pick. Well, lower chance of first pick jungler, I suppose, for Tempest. And it's gonna be, looks like the Gragas hover here. And I want to see if this is locked in, where it actually goes. I know Jat talked about support Gragas being a thing. I know NK Ink's been playing jungle Gragas. Of course, Bishu is a very good mid lane one.
Yeah, it's one of the safest first picks because you can put it so many places. So really like that as the opener. Meanwhile, this is a very strong combination here. Guaranteed engage in 2 forms. Very long range engage from Leona. And then Vi, the single target, is really strong for also ganking mid lane. So if they have a problem with Gragas, then he can pay some extra special attention to that area.
Well, we saw that work really well for TSM, actually, where Odd One really helped Bjergsen, and Bjergsen kind of took over that game.
Hotshot got the extra special attention this time around.
Unfortunately, it was GG for Hotshot in that one. So those two champions picked up. Cloud9 Tempest picking up the Olaf again. And the funny thing is about this match is when Walking Zed played Coast, Olaf went undefeated in that series. And so C9 going to hope to push that forward. Top lane Renekton, also the blind pick here. These guys are kind of picking pretty quick so far in this series.
Hovering over the Sivir, that'd be a nice takeaway because it works so well with Olaf, giving him just another guaranteed speed boost so that he can get to your back line. I do like the combo, and with the resurgence of Shen, there have been a lot of people talking about how Shen being picked after Renekton. So with the nerfs to Shyvana and the movement away from trying to deal with Renekton in the early game, endgame answers for Renekton, like Trundle, like Shen. You have global pressure there.
Oh, it's going to be a fun one to watch for. Skyline looking still to pick these champions, and right now this comp is just going to zerg at you. It's a bunch of hard engage, and then Sivir's like, all right, everyone else, go! And I feel like people are going to die when that happens. You press R a bunch and someone drops.
I do also like the early bottom lane potential that you have with a Vi and a Shen.
Oh man,
like that's just brutal. The other bottom lane pretty much has to play defensively in that situation because even if they call their jungler over, they're going to be outnumbered.
Yeah, well, right there. Speaking of trying to get outnumbered, Annie at least can bring a bear into that fight. Maybe a little bit helpful, but a very long-ranged lane. I think literally the longest range lane you could possibly pick up in League of Legends. 650 Caitlyn, 625 Annie. At least they can play far enough back to maybe not get caught out here.
If you're going to stand back, that's going to be two champions that will make it very easy for you. Meanwhile, the rest of the two other picks there is obviously Dive Buddies. So this is really a very brawly team over here for Tempest. Looks like it's going to be a very strong dragon fighting team. So the early dragons expect to be a hot point of contention. Meanwhile, SKL over here on this side are going to have, like we said, the split pushing Shen. Nidalee in the mid lane, if you end up locking that in, it doesn't provide a lot of control early. She's basically just someone that's hard to push out of lane, but she can't do that much for you. She's just kind of waiting till later.
No, instead they're going to go, no, not so much, but they're going to look at an Akali right now. That's interesting because I was wondering how it would stretch Golden Glue's champion pool because his top four most played on live. Kayle, banned. Kha'Zix, banned. Gragas, stolen away his first pick. Yasuo banned for the tournament, so he's like, okay, well, let me just throw out the sleeper Akali that unless you know Golden Glue, I guess it's Jesse. They're maybe going to lane swap it here, but certainly not the comp I was expecting to see here.
Yeah, they got a few more seconds to pull the switching around, so they can still play mind games if they so choose. It's looking like a really nice combo, though. The double assassin combos, or double ninja combos, when you have Akali jumping in with the Shen shield to back her up. She has so much spell vamp and lifesteal that even if she takes the hit early, the Shen shield should enable her to live long enough to leech back up all the life that she needs.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one. Just so much hard engage here. I like teams like that.
Both of the teams are just...
They really want to fight each other. At least Gragas can knock people back, but the amount of engage just makes for like really fun explosive fights. I still like Curse's comp from last week, where it was like Jungle Pantheon, mid Akali, top lane card. This was like, people are going to die.
Hopefully it's the other guys.
Hopefully it's the other guys. Yeah, it was actually unfortunate. I didn't get the answer out on air, but I was talking to them about their comps, and Voice said, well, yeah, Death is the best CC, and as long as we kill them first, we're going to be okay. It worked out for these guys. We'll see if it works out here for Skyline, but some really fun teams out here for these guys.
All right, so no item spot from Sivir there. Having a problem connecting up. There we go. She's ready to roll. Doran's blade as usual, and 3 shields coming out. So Annie starting off with the ring. It's going to be a little bit more aggressive. Leona definitely does have the potential for the early all-in. We'll have to see which of those dual lanes can shove the first creep wave early and rush level 2.
See what they do with this one. Doran's shield, the start. So I actually like that Afro almost always goes for Relic Shield, because then it guarantees that level 2 push a little bit sooner. But instead of the double Doran's opening, that doesn't really happen here. I do want to see how they end up playing this, though, but with their basic auto attacks. Usually in LCS, we tend to see the junglers start top lane, then get help from over there. These guys don't care nearly as much who hits level 2. So I'm curious to see how the teams adapt to this. Right now, the junglers are staying on that side. They're just kind of waiting. It's one of those holding pattern level ones.
I mean, if these duo lanes are left to their own devices down there, I expect the early advantage to be in this Caitlyn Annie lane, just because huge range advantage. Even Sivir is like a terrible range for an AD carry, so it's a very short range here for the Sivir and Leona, and really, they just rely on actually popping a kill. So if they don't get an early level 2, and they get poked down and harassed early, then they'll be on the back foot for the better part of the game until they get jungle support.
Yeah, now that you mention it, Skyline picked their entire bottom lane before Cloud9 Tempest picked a single champion. So C9T had the entire across the champ select to say, okay, this is the entire kind of we're going to go for. Completely melee support, has to get in the melee range to all in. Sivir lowest basic attack range of any AD carry, and they picked this really long range harass team.
Yeah.
I feel like C9T should win that.
And as expected, they're starting out in the lane and immediately auto-attacking down the wave as quickly as possible. Caitlyn lanes always really like to build up those big range minion advantages, and just like that, a little bit of harass, they automatically have established themselves as the alpha bottom lane here.
And speaking of crazy things going on, actually, Glebe started with the Q on Annie. Such a rare thing to see, but is using it to actually deal more harass damage with his auto attacks. That's interesting to see.
Yeah, so the drawback is you don't get to charge your stun up before getting to lane, but the harass damage doing even more than the stun right here. Like we said, they've already established and shoved this SKL duo off of the wave.
Well, there we go. Level 2, 8 minions to 0 right there. Altec going to miss a total of 1 CS. We'll see what happens to the AD carries. Yeah, how dare you miss 2, or miss 1 total. 11 to 0. Now up to the turret. We'll see if Skyline misses much. Ward goes down on the river, so it looks like Cloud9 Tempest is going to be safe here as well. And their other trinket will be up in time by the time the one in the river expires.
Yeah, meanwhile, top, the old Renekton not having any trouble with Shen over here. 13 to 5, and he's also built up his Fury stack, so whenever he's got that full red bar, Shen really has to worry about the trades.
And thinking about trades as well, look at this mid lane, because Golden Glue is actually completely holding on, actually excelling against Bishu. More minions killed overall, more minions left to farm in the lane, and is pushing Bishu back. Looks like this Akali pick completely working out in the very early game.
Yeah, he's definitely doing a good job. He's got, a potion left still, too, so he hasn't even had to use any of his sustain, which Akali usually, as Voyboy puts it, is sort of a tadpole early, and he has to wait and farm up until he hits level 6 before he can make a lot of moves. But, man, is Golden Glue really just crushing.
18 to 10, very well played right here. We look still at the bottom lane to an early 10 minion lead. Altec and Glebe, however, looking good with the dive on in. Glebe down to half HP, forced back with the shield, but here comes the jungler Kez. Jumps onto Evanescence, gets forced to jump backwards. Can he get away? Another axe lands. That's going to be first blood picked up by the Annie. Probably not ideal, but still 600 gold going to Cloud9 Tempest.
Yeah, nice little gank right there. Draws them in right when Olaf's in the area. Ghost is one of the common summoners for Olaf jungles, but since you don't see it a lot, you're not used to the lane ganks from Ghost. It's really, really strong.
NK finding a bit of damage into Bishu, the shield from his passive, tanking the turret shot as he walks out, but Bishu really being pushed around, down 8 minions still. Golden Glue still looking for the harass there. I do really like this lane, but of course we've seen the bottom lane right now carrying for Cloud9 Tempest. So it's just a good start, and this turret also starting to take some damage early on.
All right, so if you're looking at this game from Cloud9's point of view, all of your lanes are winning. These are all early shoving lanes, except for Bishu in the middle. So the jungler gets to choose. Where else am I going to apply my pressure? I can go down to bottom lane and counter gank, which worked out, or we can try and invade jungle from now on, because Olaf is really strong in the jungle early. And if Vi does not hit a Vault Breaker, then she's going to get bullied out.
So you think Olaf's probably going to win the duels if all things are equal?
Yes.
Okay, that's one thing to watch for. If we see it right now, NK still trying to catch up right there. Hasn't gone back to buy just yet, whereas Kez already with boots and a Spirit Stone going to help him just that little bit more as we go through this one. We've watched the bottom lane for a bit. These guys seem content to back up a little bit from each other and give Caitlyn the room she needs. The top lane is one that we haven't seen very much of, though. Yasuke off to a very small early lead. And, you pick up Renekton for the early bullying, but not a ton happening yet here.
Yeah, Shen caught right back up there. He must have had a pretty good minion wave built up. And I guess it bodes well for conventional wisdom. A lot of people were saying Shen, the new sort of counter pick to Renekton. And by heading up top, might even be able to get a kill on them. That would put him even ahead of Renekton.
Well, NK's going to look for it. Stun's not going to land on anyone right there. Yatsuki forced to try to run away. He's going to get out of this one. But it does at least force, Slice and Dice on cooldown.
Yeah, he barely misses that Vault Breaker. Almost able to get in range. Whenever you do gank a Renekton from the river, you always want to come at him from the side. So his Slice and Dice isn't going to be aimed back towards his turret already and give him a little bit of extra distance. But a very good job of Yuzuki right there, keeping his cool, avoiding the damage from Vault Breaker, and then getting the double Slice and Dice.
All right, good job to him, but speaking of good jobs, it's really got to be Golden Glue still for me, the saving grace here for Skyline. Because he's up 50. He's like, I could have sworn Bishu was like, oh yeah, he's going to crush this lane. It's Bishu, he's great, but really great to Golden Glue. There's the early Dragon attempt though by Cloud9 Tempest. They've got a bunch of people here first, but it looks like Skyline might try to defend this one. You're seeing C9T forced backwards. The catch a little bit there for Evanescence, but gets fired back on down to half health. And Skyline going to sweep away a ward, but they do stop the Dragon.
Yeah, able to stop the Dragon, and if their jungler, if NK had been on his way down towards the Dragon, then they could have even finished it off because it was nice and soft right there, but without a smite, way too risky, and they just return to their lanes. This is something that happens when you do have a mid lane that gets that much control, and now the Tadpole has got her jumps, she's evolved into the frog, and she's ready to go for kills.
Evolved into the frog, here we go. Golden Glue growing up in this game. Still, both these mid laners have gone back to buy Chalice versus Hextech Gunblade. Revolver, here we go. So more spell vamp. NK still looking mid. Goes for the ulti onto Bishu. Does she have the damage here from Vi? Kez is coming around. Great ulti. NK good flash across the wall, but still getting chased down by Bishu. Forces Shen ulti. Golden Glue now on the run as well. Axe not going to do much. Shield would have timed that anyway, but a lot burned everywhere for these guys.
NK is paying a pretty good amount of attention towards that mid lane, so that's probably contributing to Bishu's little bit more defensive play. But they were able to counter gank this time around. Kez in the right spot, right time. They also got his flash down.
And Jesse, I want to point out, actually managed to... I don't play Shen myself, so I don't know how it's done, but I know a lot of top players can do this. Cancels his own Stand United, doesn't show up. Was nowhere near Renekton, definitely was not getting stunned out of it. Knew how to cancel his own teleport.
So, I think it's kind of a bug, but... Oh, the stun combo is enough.
Not good for impactful. Spell Shield wore out before he could actually step on the trap. Flash in from Glarbu.
The barrier.
Great barrier. Can he wait it out? No, he can't stun on top of the turret. That was a close one right there. A blunder, but then he kind of caught up for it.
So the Shen thing. Oh, wow, never mind. We got a pretty strong Akali headed down here to try and clean up.
Level 7, looking for Glarber here. No flash on Annie. Does have her stun back available. Flash in from Evanescence, stuns up Altec. There's the dive on in, but Golden Glue gets stunned under the turret right there. Evanescence takes another turret shot to let Golden Glue out, but that dive does not work.
Yeah, you can see as soon as Annie popped her shield and you could see the stun proc come up, Golden Glue did not want to dive for that, but Evanescence already going forward, and they take a lot of turret harassment, so it's going to be another shoved lane here.
Yeah, they do get rid of both of Altec's summoners, but they carried the Ignite and some time out of that mid lane here. Golden Glue still looking for bottom lane. That's not going to get pushed in, though, so nothing happening here aside from wave clear. Skyline going to hold on still a little bit longer. A 1,000 gold game in front of us just from one champion kill. So the laning on aggregate working better for Cloud9 Tempest. That gold lead is stretching.
Yeah, so they had 2 lanes that won compared to just the mid that's behind here for Bishu. So they definitely get a nice chunk of gold minion lead from the CS. And now the turret damage is actually going to be a pretty big factor.
You're seeing it down to half HP right there. BF stored on Altec, a very happy thing thanks to the first blood assist gold. Worth 100 for him, shared it with the teammate. Golden Glue actually stuck down in the bottom lane for 3 waves now, 2 or 3. Also walks by a ward on his way back to mid. So a bit of a minion lead lost there as Akali was just camping to keep his lane alive.
Yeah, he's roaming around to try and save the other lanes here. Because both the top and bottom were losing, he knew that the gold deficit was going to slowly increase for his team. And he was trying to make a play happen, pick up some kind of kill down there to turn around the bottom lane. But because he was unsuccessful, it just really helped Bishu get back into the game.
Speaking of Bishu getting into the game, goes for the top lane here. Shen stunned up against the wall. Here we go. Bishu gonna land the body slam, lands the ulti as well. Taunt comes across, so there's the ultimate, the ignite as well. Jesse trying to stay alive. He doesn't get forced backwards, but that's a body slam kill. Bishu, 330 gold because of the minion nearby. Nice pickup by C9T.
And all that's left for Golden Glue is another attempted roam down bottom here. You know, he was able to shove one wave while Bishu left, but that's about it. With this time, NK rotating down towards Dragon, it looks like it'll be uncontested.
This could be very well worth it. Kez is nearby, but not with Flash. I don't think we'll get here in time. That's going to be the Dragon picked up. Red team has slain it. Ancient Golem already done here for NK Inc. despite not having much to do in this game. But that's going to be something nice. Only 600 gold now separating the teams.
Yeah, good call there for SKL. Deciding to rotate down since they saw two members, both solo laners up top. Even though there's a possibility of a smite contest, it's Olaf who does not have flash or any jumps. So he would have to walk around and put himself in danger if he wanted to attempt something there.
Didn't want to go for it. Level 7 would have Ragnarok, but still nothing doing for him. Golden Glue sweeping away the mid lane. 20 CS up as Bishu comes back in. He's not wearing a blue buff. Wait, no, this is the wrong time. Blue buff wouldn't be up just yet. I got really confused for a second.
Yeah, it timed out. He used it to roam up quicker up top, though.
Yeah.
So he got some use out of it.
Okay, Blue's coming up in about a minute and a half or so, I think, for the Cloud9 Tempest team. We look down to the bottom lane again. And let's see where these guys go with this one. And then still sweeping. These guys actually in a bit of a lull, but I'm waiting for the junglers to make plays. Vi ulti is back up.
Yeah, I would actually expect C9 to start actually finishing these turrets off since both the top and bottom are low. If they chain those two turret kills, then they can both focus mid and rotate over to save the losing lane. They keep getting checked here, though, because the roaming Akali is very dangerous.
Well, that's going to be turret going down right there. Golden Glue lurking around the sides. Bishu coming by. Did not walk through any wards that I saw, but Golden Glue got spotted. And these guys going to be just going back with just the turret going down and no action.
Yeah, so C9 should probably just shove another wave to get that pushed all the way up into SKL's secondary turret, and then they can send their super long-range duo to the mid lane. If they show up mid, then the 3-man plus Gragas there is going to be more than enough to force Akali off of her turret and stop Golden Glue's farm that he's been able to accrue so far.
We'll see what these guys can do with this one then. If they can pressure these turrets down. Skyline kind of on the back foot. Haven't had any games work for them. It's just been the Dragon pressure that's kept them in this game so far. The lane's just pretty much great for Cloud9 Temps, but definitely a very close game so far. Couldn't call a winner for sure. These guys looking to try to build their advantages, but none have found any big ones yet.
Yeah, so since the Cloud9 duo actually slow pushed the bottom, it was SKL who rotated first because they were expecting Kate Annie to show up in the mid lane and they wanted to go defend it. But since they're the ones with all the short range heroes here, they weren't able to get anything done, and it's a little bit of sort of wasted time here for them as they stand and mill about in the mid.
That's a good point. There's really not any good turret sieging by the Skyline lineup, and they're fighting a Gragas not to mention, so that'll be fun as that plays out over the time. They certainly haven't found any catches yet. The NK ganks haven't worked either. Flash and Vault Breaker up though. Of course Q's up, but Assault and Battery also up. And still not seeing a lot from him. I'm a little bit surprised by that.
Yeah, so here comes in the rotation I was expecting. They should be able to get a lot of poke down while simultaneously taking the turret. Because that large minion wave that the duo lane from C9 created bottom was not dealt with, it means that they don't even have the assassin, their strong person on their team, Golden Glue, at the mid lane and able to deal with this because he's trying to clean up that bottom minion wave.
And so here we are with a 2-0 kill lead as well as a 2-0 turret lead right here. Only thing keeping the Skyline in the game is their Akali and the Dragon. Cloud9 Tempest looking very happy to keep the siege in the mid lane, at least a little bit. Bishu certainly holding this lane strongly and not falling behind very much in minions anymore either. Finished Athene's only 17 minions away. And it's now interesting because Skyline have sent Golden Glue, the Akali, I guess not so much a split push in the bottom lane, but certainly sweeping up a lot of the farm here.
So Bishu, even though he was sort of behind that in lane, he can clear out the minion waves very well. The only problem he would run into is if he extended very far up that lane because Akali's got her completed Hextech Gunblade, and she's got kill potential because of the slow added.
So be careful of Golden Glue. Bishu does want to stay in this lane for now, though. Sweeping away some of the minions. He's pretty safe so far. getting rid of these guys, not a big problem. So again, the game's slowing down, but Cloud9 certainly looking at sieging gameplay.
Well, yeah,
here.
it's going all according to plan for Cloud9 here, because if they keep the lanes as is, the same thing that happened to the bottom lane is going to happen to the mid lane here. It's a Caitlyn and an Annie super range versus the Sivir and Leona. They won't really be able to defend another turret, and another one will go down.
All right, well, Golden Glue not in the best spot. Get the Shuttle T and is invisible. Does not get hit by the Dragon. Here comes the team. Taunt not going to land on anyone. Bijou running away, trying to go down. He will drop. Kez now running with Ragnarok on, but doesn't get much for that. Mid lane turret did go down during this, but Skyline on a 5v4.
Beautiful little bait right there. Golden Glue attracts 2 members, and they're able to pull off the very sneaky Shen ultimate this time. Catching Bijou unawares, turns it into a kill and some turret pressure here, but you know, since they're melee,
will they dive Kez
very
here,
dangerous.
Though? Yep, Golden Glue goes in, lands a
no Ragnarok left, but also no. Oh no, the Gunblade's back up.
It came up mid combo because the single target spells and auto attacks reducing the cooldown. He got it up during the dash, but didn't go in for Kez. Instead, they go for the turret pressure. Probably a smarter choice, and that is the first turret on the scoreboard here for Skyline, bringing the score back only 1,300 with Dragon spawning in 20 seconds.
Dragon spawning in 20 seconds, plus this Renekton has been free farming up top there with that Hydra. So that's a very fast farming Renekton. He can shove the wave and then rotate all the way down. He doesn't even need teleport to go to this Dragon fight. The Cloud9 team can time it and just call everyone down there.
Well, everyone is heading down here. Look at this. All 5 members on this side of the map running over. Skyline trying as well, but they are a bit slower here. Will C9T start this in time? Everyone's on the way, but no, it's going to be started. Dragon might go down before Skyline can retaliate for this one. Down to half HP already.
Poor vision for them as well.
Let's see what they can do. This is going to be a very dead Dragon. Golden Glue getting jumped on, not in his smoke cloud. Dragon goes down, but the fight has begun. Who's going to take the damage? Golden Glue knocked around in the back line, has to jump over the wall and does go down. Shen trades one back. One throw in this battle, impactful in a bad spot, trying to get away, flashing out of this one. No one's going to find any kills just yet, but Evan's in a really bad spot, impactful also. Looks like more kills coming in for Cloud9 Tempest, 3-1 now in this battle. There's not a lot of place for Skyline to go. Now it's NK Inc. onto a Cupcake. That's going to be another kill picked up, 4-1 plus a Dragon for Cloud9 Tempest.
Yeah, so that's why the losing team should never be rushing into a Dragon, even if they know that it's up. They have bad vision in here. Golden Glue gets caught stunned outside of his shroud, so he's not invisible. And he goes down the same time as Bijou. That's a great trade for Cloud9 because Bijou can get off a combo that does a whole bunch of damage, whereas Akali needs sustained damage to have the same impact. And from that point on, Cloud9 just have the upper hand. It was a bit spread out of a battlefield there. As you could see, Altec was having to flash back towards his tanks just to get on the right side. But after those 2 mid laners exchanged, not only is Golden Glue, you know, most of the gold there for the team, but they need his sustained damage. So from that point on, it's all Cloud9.
Well, very well played right here by these guys. Yazuki just with that farm lead definitely kind of soloed impactful in that fight. Saber had a really hard time with this one. Skyline though off the recall gets a bit of time to push down mid lane. Will they stay for this one? It's a bit dangerous. Bijou has ulti. Will they go for a knockback here? Pushing forward, slowed down.
Renekton's coming down from the top, so they're sort of cutting him off here.
Will they find much? They're going to walk into the Shen. Jezzy in a really bad spot. Jumps over the wall. Stunned by Annie. Slowed up. Stunned out by Renekton. Knocked back into the team. Jezzy got nowhere to go. He's going to go down. Kez picked up his 3rd kill in a row here. And that is pretty nice for Cloud9 Tempest.
Yeah, the extra mobility that they gained by taking those turrets down really early, definitely paying off for Cloud9. They just seems like they have been the ones with the game plan here. Early rotations after their turrets were taken down, and not much of an answer from SKL because they were behind so early, and their wave clear on that Sivir wasn't even up to par to be able to defend their mid turret.
And so the push is going to continue now on the bottom side right here. This tier 2 turret likely to fall down pretty quickly, but the engage is going to come in from Skyline. What will they go for? The jump on the back line. Altec taking a bunch of pain. One goes down. Can they go mental? Golden Glue fighting on a Bijou. There comes Shen as well, but the kills are coming back from Olaf. 2 for 1 so far. Double kill. 3 kills coming across. This is so good for Skyline. NK getting away from the fight. Now can they chase down Glebe, Glarbu, and Kez? There's the dash in. Golden Glue finds another one. One more dash up. Has a red buff. Looks for Kez. Goodbye. That's going to be an ace. Look at the engage there by Skyline.
Oh god, the Fed Akali. Let's take another look at this fight from the very beginning here. You talked about the engage. It was a good ball breaker and assault and battery by NK, and they do not hesitate. In the early game, we were talking about how, Leona plus Shen plus Vi is really good, hard engage. Everyone jumps in there at the same time, and Akali kind of gets to hide in the health bars of her own team. So they aren't able to focus her down. If they don't take out that damage at the beginning of the fight like they did at Dragon, then he's just going to rip through them.
And look how sad Caitlyn was. Like, just took every ulti, like, literally every ultimate that could affect an enemy champion did on Caitlyn. Hasted people up, Shen came in, dashed over. Of course, a second turret did go down from that bottom lane there, so Skyline bringing the turret game very close, only one turret apart. The kills only one apart, 1,000 gold game. It's wide open again.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's what's going to happen when you have the Zerg team versus the Tower Siege team. If the Zerg team gets off the great initiate like that, then it's going to go all their favor. But if they are unable to do that, then it's going to go completely the other story. And if things play passively, then the sieging team is slowly going to get more and more turrets that will give them the gold to deal with that. So we'll have to see if this Zerg squad here from SKL are going to be able to pull it out again.
Let's see if they can do it. Bishu wearing a blue buff. He's going to be happy with this one. Ink on his way back out of the base and is becoming very tanky. You look at the builds here, and it looks like an early Thornmail here for Shen, and the Randuin's, of course, already completed for NK Ink. So the front line getting pretty big. These divers, these sort of, I guess they're Ultralisks at this point on the Zerg team, gonna survive into the back line with the Zerglings deal damage from afar.
Yeah, like even Sivir, I guess, is barely a ranged champion. One of the shortest attack ranges for an AD carry. She counts
more like a Roach
maybe a Hydralisk. Maybe if she's rested.
Hydralisk or Roach, maybe. Golden Glue more like a Baneling, I guess, if we're going to go all out with this one. Let's see how these guys can do it. Here we go. Cloud9 Tempest looking to siege the mid lane, of course. A little bit early for Baron, so neither team going for that one. Lichbane, oh man, already done for Golden Glue, so that's fun. Hextech Gunblade into Lichbane. That's pretty single target focused. Golden Glue's going to have a really fun time destroying guys in the back line.
So this Cloud9 team, in the next team fight, they're going to have a good shot caller for the actual team fight because Glebe Garbu needs to land a stun on Akali, and they need to drop a pink ward for vision. Or, upgrade some of those lenses so that they can just pop the Oracle's lens. But they need something to focus the Akali there. So if it's going to be Glebe, then it should definitely be him upgrading that Oracle's pretty soon.
Yeah, I think he does have it, actually. I think that is an upgrade little tinge right there. I know the icon doesn't change very much. It's kind of like Boot Chance. Yeah, it's a little red circle, though. I'm like 99% sure he's got that one. But but here's the fun thing. It's got a minute cooldown. If he sweeps wards, there's like a minute cooldown where it's like, oh, they can't find Golden Glue. Let's go.
Well, somebody's got a pink ward there, too.
Okay,
so
sure.
He's got two answers.
All right. Here we go. Ward coverage starting around. Hey, there's the pink ward. Looks like Dragon pretty well under control. Cloud9 Tempest looking for this one. Shen ulti is available here.
And with that pink ward down, it's already prepped for this fight around Dragon. So Cloud9 already.
There's the dive on it. Alta getting jumped on. Does get away from this one, though. And Impactful forced to run away from Yasuki in the back line. But it's Golden Glue finding Bishu. Impactful still on the run and cutting successfully. NK coming back to help him out. Another kill traded there. Shen alive. Finds the taunt. Yasuki not in a good spot right here. Impactful staying alive as well. 2 for 1. Make that almost 3 for 1. But the flash gets Yasuki out of the fight. Golden Glue did, in fact, die for his kill. But a 2 for 1 still.
Well, you could see the good focus from Cloud9. They were chasing around Golden Glue, trying to get him down. But since their AD carry was spread out and Bishu was spread out, he had multiple people to jump through that not only he was trying to kill, but also gave him distance from the rest of the team.
Very well played fight right here. Good stuff. 9-9 now in kills. This game is just dead even. 38.3 thousand apiece. This is the closest you can get in gold when it's equal. And Skyline have really impressed right here, turning this game around from what was a pretty fair deficit. Yasuki can't keep his turret alive. That makes it 4-4 right there. And now Skyline for the first gold lead they've had, I think, all game.
I think, it's very dangerous because Glebe Garbu definitely was focused on Golden Glue that time. He got his stun off, and they had the pink ward prepped, but they need the damage to finish him off because they only got him to half, and you can see how much spell vamp he was getting back there. They almost didn't even take him down. There's just so many other things to worry about because the Shen and Vi, you can't ignore them, and Leon is coming in, stun locking your damage as well. The Zerg team definitely doing what it was designed to quite well there. Everyone just jumps in onto the back line and takes down Caitlyn.
We'll see if they hide in a brush. We'll call that burrowing later on. But Skyline, yeah. Oh, Jesse getting knocked around. Likely to go down. Taunts away, but is going to drop right here. Good kill picked up. Looks like C9T is the one who cloaked around and found that one in the brush. And they're going to keep the movement going. What are they going to look for? Mid lane, it looks like the Siege. Akali left a split push in the bottom.
Yeah, she's actually going to recall here. Even with one member down, they can actually hold waves pretty well. Even though they can't siege up waves, they do have Sivir. So her wave clears fine now because she's gotten that fully stacked Bloodthirster.
I'm surprised she didn't go Static Shiv, though, to even help that wave clear even more. Did go Phantom Dancer here, but surprising choice to me, but we'll see how it pans out. Golden Glue is bottom side, level 15. Actually the highest in the game, tied with Renekton. So very powerful Akali here. Looks like top lane is the Siege for Cloud9 Tempest. They have minions there in about 3 seconds, and that turret can likely fall quickly. Akali has shown up, but even with a 5v4, Cloud9 don't want this fight yet.
So Akali recalling in the bottom lane tips them off. They don't want to get a full engage once again, so they're just gonna bide their time here. It's definitely something that's got to be worrying them because they haven't been able to keep track of that Akali with all of the other tanks coming in with so much CC.
I really like Skyline's composition, though.
Yeah?
Like, when I saw the Sivir, I was like, well, I mean, you don't really need Shen and Vi to run that fast because they can deliver themselves anyway. But it's really just the fact that Akali can show up too so easily and they can follow through. It's a very impressive comp. I guarantee you it's one that they have prepped specifically. They know, like, yeah, we'll get these 5, and none of them are, like, huge priority picks, aside from, like, the Vi and Leona kind of. So you can put this team together pretty easily in a champ select.
I mean, it's definitely a full steam ahead, one direction we're going with this comp, but it definitely works if you're able to catch the other team. And Cloud9 don't really have a great split pusher, so they don't really have the option of trying to wait out SKL. Really what they need to do is get some good ward coverage and try and catch someone like they caught Shen before earlier.
We'll see if these guys can do it. Looks like Cloud9 Tempest, though, forced to play much more defensively. They're relinquishing map control, it seems, to Skyline, saying like, they're around the engage range of like 2,000 from these guys. Like Sivir ulti, Flash, Vault Breaker ulti, like someone's going to get caught if that happens. So C9T playing very defensively, putting wards down as they leave, but their way into this game, I haven't seen it in a while. It just seems like it's C9T slipping back more and more.
Yeah, as soon as we saw that first display of the coordinated all-in engage from this team, it's really been a completely different story. Early game, definitely going to Cloud9, but something that SKL seemed like they were willing to give up with this comp.
Interesting stuff right here. So, game definitely slowed down. C9T not giving Skyline the ability to dive in here. And Skyline, they can't siege. They're not going to dive under turrets with arguably a fairly squishy lineup here. So I say squishy with like 3 tanks in the group, but still, it feels like they're really hesitant to dive, and so they're playing it kind of safely as well, looking for more open field fights.
Take a look at that Shen and his armor stacking.
Yeah,
and we'll see how long they have to wait before he's the point man on the turret dives, because he's getting close to the point where he can shrug those off and start the dive action. Yeah. They'd much rather, though, catch him out in the jungle. Somewhere like that here. So
almost have a chance here, actually. Don't quite go for it. Mid lane turret kind of nearby. I'm like, whenever they're like in the same screen, I'm like, this might be the engage.
Yes, because it very well could be.
Uh-oh, Golden Glue. Ooh, he jumps away, but this is going to be rough. Blocked there by NK Inc.
Cloud9 need to take this opportunity, though. They've got the main member of SKL down right now. Golden Glue is super low. He has to go back to base. So they're going to need to make something happen off of this.
And what a call by Skyline, by the way. No Shen ulti burned. Golden Glue knew he could get out, and it's like, no, it's fine. I don't need it.
Golden Glue's got home guards. There's no window for them to take anything back. You have to finish him off. You can't let him go with any amount of life.
Well, Cloud9T, 28 seconds till Dragon. Ward's getting swept on all sides. Looks like they're going to go for the fight. All right, Kez getting jumped on. Pop's ulti. There's the dive in. They find Impactful. Leona hits as well. A lot of damage coming across. Glebe Glauber just gets exploded there. Yasuki in the front line, not that huge of a tank though. Kez getting jumped on. No more Ragnarok. He's going to go down as well. Gragas not making the disengage happen. Actually, ulti was down, so another 2 for 0. Dragon's up in 5 seconds.
Even when Altec is able to get away from Vi after the ulti, he still has to be so scared of the rest of the engage from the rest of the team that he can't put out any damage. So, because he's running for his life the whole time, Caitlyn has to be able to auto-attack from the back lines. He's not able to do that because he's always running, so even if they don't kill him, he's not putting out any damage.
You know, I gotta say, that Golden Glue catch a little while ago, all planned by Skyline.
Yeah.
Dragons and Anti-ults both down.
Exactly.
And that was just,
It was Wraith Camp is what it was. Without that Wraith Camp, he was a dead man.
Absolutely the case. So I'm glad that there was a ward in the brush allowed him to jump to the Wraiths too. Like, so many things went right there for Skyline, but good stuff for these guys. Now a 2,000 gold lead, the first substantial gold lead they've had for more than 12 seconds so far in this game. It's definitely looking better for these guys, looking for fights and finding them. And if I'm Cloud9 Tempest, I stop trying to fight dragons because they've backfired a lot recently now.
You got to think, like, what is their next go-to plan? Because they have not had a lot of luck sieging up the turrets either. If they go anywhere, really, within, what you just said, like 1,200 range of SKL, then they're going to get engaged upon.
And the monies are kind of pouring in now for Skyline. Like, the really rough duo lane there that held Impactful down, he's up to 1-1 and 9, a bunch of assist gold, 3 completed items, equal CS to Caitlyn. The damage threats are, I mean, look at this. He's even got more gold for an incredibly lost lane. The Sivir.
Yeah, he's fine now. It's a lot to do with how scared this Cloud9 team has had to be after that first engage. They haven't been able to freely farm even waves that are open. If they're too far out, then they just have to let them die to other minions.
Well, here we go. Baron Nashor, ward control. Both these guys actually can see it, so no control at all, just vision. Zonya's nearly done for Golden Glue. That's going to help him in fights.
Man, like, if you're in Altec's shoes, you can't even shoot this Shen. Because not only does he have a Blade Mail, but he's also got Randuin. So if you shoot him, you're going to be killing yourself, and you're going to make yourself slow, so you can't get away from anyone.
Oh, yeah, you're just kind of sad if you're an auto attacker at this point. He's got nothing else to really hit. MK Ink's got a Randuin's too. And here's the engage.
They saw him!
Goodbye. Goodbye, Altec. Didn't even need the Leon ulti. Like, that was completely on a corpse right there, but scorched him. And now I feel like this is a good chance for Baron.
Like, look, he's on the screen. Kill him.
Yep.
And success. So that's a lot of ultimates down, though. Since they use Sivir as well as Leona as well as Vi. That's a lot of their utility down, but all the damage there for C9.
All right, how can they play around the Baron? Of course,
Gragas steal? Question mark?
He's too far away. C9 gives them the respect and just gives away not gives away, but leaves the Baron to pick up by Skyline. 4,000 gold now, wearing a Baron buff, 5v5 on the map soon enough, and these guys are looking so awesome now. Impactful kill and some race, I like it. But now, like, I feel like if I'm Sivir, I buy defensive items, because you're just there to make Akali look good. Like, don't let Yasuki kill you. Make sure you get, like, a GA or something. No, BF sword. All right, he wants damage.
Yep, time for more kills. Need more damage. All they have to worry about, like Void Boy said, best CC is death.
They're going to bring it. So Giant Tank Shen now finally starting some magic resist. And one thing I was thinking about as Shen was building his build, right, Randuin's into Sunfire, Randuin's Thornmail, no CDR on that champion at all. Still finding ways to get into the fights pretty well with Shen ultis. Like, normally we saw, like, Visage getting rushed early, and it would, like, give him a lot more Shen ultis with the 20, now 10 CDR. Didn't even try to get it, and it didn't seem to hold him down any.
I mean, even when the Shen ulti is down, this SKL team can bluff. If they run at you, then this C9 has to scatter. So, I don't know. Really, the only counter engage they have is Bishu's got to throw his Gragas ult to me. As soon as Sivir speeds up the team, he's got to just throw that thing out there and try to knock them back to buy time for the rest of his team to regroup.
Yeah.
Thing is, they're going to be able to siege up around turrets now. And this is going to be the point where SKL have to dive a turret. So we'll have to see if Shen is split pushing, they don't have him to be the first person taking turret damage. And it's going to be on NK instead, who, he's got a good amount of armor, but it's not nearly what Shen's packing.
That's going to be interesting then. So Shen bottom lane has the ulti. Everyone on Cloud9 Tempest, aside from Glebe, have picked up Spectre's cowls on their way to, I assume, Banshee's Veil.
Yeah, probably going to be too little too late, though. Even if Vi doesn't ulti Altec, he's going to have a really, really rough time. Like we said, dealing even just with the Shen.
Now Jezzy and Yazuki in a fight right here. Yazuki forced away. Mid lane now the target of the siege, and Skyline really just looking for rotations, trying to find ways in, happily tanking the turret, not even caring, sweeping with the minions to find something else to do. But C9T really good at defending here. This is going to be, I think this is hard to crack open for Skyline.
I mean, they're going to go for the turret dive.
They've got to.
They've got to. That's the options. When you build a beastly team fighting team like this, you don't really have any other options. So Shen tanking up some turrets hit there, doesn't even affect him. It looks like that will be a successful strategy. Because Cloud9, like, they can't really do anything but team fight this team, and that's not going to turn out well for them.
It's really not. I don't know how you deal with this at all. I feel
you
like
either need a global so you can split push, which they don't, or they need a strong assassin who can split push, which they don't, or they have to pick somebody off and count on a mistake from SKL and good ward coverage.
So
and they don't even really have good ward coverage. So options limited, Freak.
Wait out, Baron. Try to burst people out with Anti-Gragas, and then hope you have the follow-up. That's my guess. That's pretty much all they got. And here they go.
There's the re-engage. Vi's not with the team, but neither is Altec, so it's 4-on-4.
Ascension used in the re-engage coming. Jezzy not landing the taunt. Bishu jumping away from this one. Sivir ulti was used to help the team disengage. NK Inc. forced away. Altec getting some more farm. Maybe like 6 Adam Caitlyn can do something if they wait forever, but...
He's got a bit of magic with the Shiv and some armor penetration, but the power's not there. There's no Phantom Dancer, no Infinity Edge. So he's going to have to farm up a long time. Really, they just need a turtle under these turrets and take advantage of the tower dive when it comes.
Well, we'll see if they can find the fight they need when that turret dive does come in, because Skyline has still got plenty of gold still to earn. These guys mostly at about 3 items apiece, so they've all got 2 big item slots still to fill up with, and it seems like Dragons and Barons are going to be given to them without any contest, aside from like making sure that they're not being too greedy. So I feel like Skyline's gold is going to keep going up relative to their opponents, and are going to find more item windows. You talked about the tanky Shen just taking a turret and not caring. I think that's going to keep happening here and get worse.
The last lone secondary turret that's standing outside of the inhibitor ring, I think, should be going down pretty soon there. SKL could return to that spot fairly easily.
So 3 Randuins now, by the way. Epheniscus has picked one up. Giant freaking front line now. 100% here for Skyline.
Plus, they just completed 2 Veils.
Yeah. So the engage in the front line also gone. Ascension, of course, picked up for both these guys, though. Mikhail's slightly helpful here for Cloud9 Tempest. Glebe Glaru has one, so he's finding some things to do. I would almost, like, really want Leandri's Annie here if I'm Cloud9 Tempest, just to try to get rid of some of this front line, who have been kind of greedy with armor for the most part.
At least soften them up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe something. We'll see. Jezzy split pushing the bottom lane. I like Golden Glue. He's like waiting around seeing if someone will challenge Shen. Not finding it. He will find the red buff here, but this is a little bit risky. Skyline with a 3-2 split. If they guess wrong and get jumped on, like there's no ward coverage on the bottom right down.
You know, this is what Cloud9 are waiting for. They could hop on this situation while Akali's in the forest there, if they knew that she was by herself. They don't know where she is, though, so it's still dangerous for them to make their move.
They don't seem to know this. Baron up in 1 minute. Skyline keeping all the minions.
They just pinged her out. Just pinged that recall. Maybe that was just coincidence.
Maybe. They said, hey, we don't have vision here. Don't run through this area.
Akali could be there.
There could be an Akali. Due potential, at least Akali, which is more than enough to scare anybody away.
Akali is enough of a dude to scare away Freak.
Dude, I mean, DP5 is normally what it takes. DP Akali is just enough. Here we go.
Please specify that you mean dude potential when you say that, Freak.
Sorry.
Please.
I apologize. Yes.
Oh, God.
Hybrid penetration mastery, of course, is here for Golden Glue. Anyway, 25 seconds on Baron. They're leaving Jezzy bottom lane. He's going to take the double golems while he waits, so
right.
Just still accruing gold.
So we're still going to be looking at the same situation. Shen split pushing bottom, rest of the team's going to be at Baron. If you're Cloud9, you could say, hey, there's no way we're going to beat them at Baron. Let's 5-man try and snag this Shen. See if we can get 1 kill for ourselves and tank out their main tank. Because we've already seen when a team rushes over to Dragon with no vision, it really turned out poorly for them.
Yeah.
Same thing's going to happen around Baron. And if they just get close, then Sivir will pop her ult and they'll catch them anyway.
So some decent ward coverage here, and looks like Shen going to be
left. It's gonna be a rumble.
Okay.
Rumble at the Baron pit.
Here we go. Cloud9 jumping their way in. Some wards as they go for the dive is here. Here we go. Who's going to get jumped on? NK looking for the back line. Finds Bishu. Finds Altec as well. The dive has begun. Altec going to be safe. Bishu still getting chased down. Altec's going to fall to Jezzy while the Gragas drops as well. Making that one happen. 2-0. Evidence is still chasing down. 3-0. Yatsuki jumped in as well. Make that 4-0. Only Glebe Glarby left alive. Skyline sure to pick this one up.
So Golden Glue is able to simultaneously chase down Bishu and Altec while hiding the front line there. Because Bishu and Altec are running for the hills, they're creating distance for him to jump to. And man, SKL look like they are just going to end it off this win.
And the 7,000 armor front line is going to tank the double Nexus turrets. Not a big deal for NK Inc., Jezzy, and Evaniscus. First one about to go down. No minions to make them die fast, but they just don't seem to care. And he's got nowhere to go. And there we go, 20 seconds on recalls. Game 1, gonna go to Skyline here. This is a great result by these guys with an awesome team comp.
I'm a fan of this one.
Yeah.
I have to say, as far as team comps that are just like best team fight, you have to bring something else, because if you already are forced into a team fight composition of your own, like you don't have your split pushing answer, you don't have your mobility answer. Like, what are you going to do besides try and fight this team? They're just going to accrue a bigger and bigger gold lead.
They're just built to fight you, and it's not like Cloud9 had a bad set of champions. Like Renekton top, great. Olaf jungle, awesome. Bishu on Gragas, absolutely wonderful. Annie, Caitlyn won their lane hard. None of that mattered.
I think they needed a little bit more playmaking from the Gragas and Annie. Maybe splitting up the team, trying to get somebody stunned out there, and they just weren't able to find it.
Well, that's going to be all kinds of crazy. And just think about like the next pick and ban phase now, because I'm wondering if you pick the same team if you're Skyline, or if you're like, I think they'll figure it out next time around, and they got to go something different.
So there have been a lot of different answers to just team fight oriented compositions, and if you don't have the surprise factor, then probably won't work out as well.
Gotta find something different. Well, we'll see what the adaptation ends up being. Guys, we've got to take a quick break, but when we return, it's time for Game 2 between Skyline and Cloud9 Tempest. With one more win, Golden Glue and crew will pull off the upset and advance to the semifinals. The 2014 North American Challenger Series will be right back, so stick around.
Yo, man, look at me, man. I got all the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp. Man, I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slew. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day change, it's all the same. You rolling up the block, but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girls singing, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans fitted.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2014 North American Challenger Series. And like the man said during the break, we look good. And of course, so do Skyline. It's time for Game 2 in this quarterfinal battle between Skyline and Cloud9 Tempest. With one more win, Golden Glue and Skyline will pull off a huge upset, taking out the top-seeded C9T and advancing to the semifinals.
Got to say, Golden Glue definitely stepped up in that game.
Yeah.
I mean, he really dominated that mid lane with Akali. Yeah. And he beat up Bishu, basically. He went 9-2 and 6 by the end of the game, but it was really the early CS leads. He was the only one on his team that had the early CS lead.
Yeah.
And he was able to do a lot with it. Fed Akali, if you have really good engage, they were able to, capitalize on it.
Yeah, and just think about how that game started, right? 4 mid lane bans, 3 of them from C9T targeted at him. Then the first pick Gragas to steal another champion away, still dunks lane with champion number 5 in his pool. And that's just, I love that. It's so impressive.
And he got, a couple of drive-bys from NK Inc., but it's not like he was camped by NK Inc.
It wasn't odd one style.
Yeah, exactly. He didn't get a whole lot out of that. So it was really hats off to Golden Glue. Meanwhile, bottom lane, we have to say Impactful did, lose that lane in the lane phase, but it was because he went for the team-oriented pick in Sivir, and it really showed why in the late game when they turned on the Zerg mode and they finally got the engage that they wanted at really the crucial time, because Cloud9 were just about to get another set of turrets, and extra gold could have pushed them through. But man, the hard engage worked out so well. They got an ace for it, and that was the story there for SKL.
And I just like teams that do that, where they're like, okay, we're going to sacrifice lanes but find something else. Like, I just feel like so many teams will pick, okay, here's a lane matchup that's pretty good. There's, a bit of variance here and there, but it's like, we'll lose this one. That's fine. We'll blind pick our entire bottom lane because we know we'll transition later. Found the fight they needed, turned the game around. I love that kind of strategic play. I want to see if Skyline has more in that pool, or if, that was their one trick and they've got to, slug it out sort of normal style for the rest of it. But it was such an interesting mismatch.
Yeah, you really have to have confidence in your team, because you'll get frustrated when you're losing your lane phase like that.
Yeah.
And it's not an easy thing to be like, okay, we'll lose the first 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Because we have confidence that we're going to destroy them with the hard engage.
Yeah, down 6 kills, down like 3 turrets at one point. I think it was 3-1 at one point in that game, and just Akali, please, please kill people in that fight, and finding the one there. And of course now the sides change as well, so you've got, even if you wanted to try to deny mid lane picks, you've got even less opportunity now from Cloud9 Tempest, because Skyline gets first pick. That they can deny at most 3 champions. Number 4 is going to go in there. I feel like a Akali ban actually shows up and they drop something else. But I feel like you still drop the Kha'Zix because it's the same type of champion. You drop the Akali and say screw it. I feel like Kayle is still there and you give away Gragas. That would be me if I'm Cloud9 Tempest.
Kayle is a very dangerous champion to give away. I wonder, there's a lot of pieces to that puzzle actually that they could take out, like Shen.
Yeah.
Could take out Shen too, or just pick something else in the top lane. There's still so much to work with here.
Yeah,
since
if you win
they're spending
the top
all
lane,
the bans on mid lane, you've got all the options everywhere else.
That's a good point. Okay, we'll see where they go with this one.
Know.
Ziggs dropped away from Bishu. Same choice we had before. Kassadin banned away from Golden Glue. I think that's still a champion you do want to get rid of if you know they can play it. Gleb's Thresh still gone. He took Annie last time. It didn't mean enough for them. We got 3 more bans to go in this game.
Yeah, I mean,
there we go.
when he was on Annie, he yeah, there's the Akali ban. He definitely, after they got destroyed in that one fight, he was like, okay, guys, yeah, we need to focus this Akali. Got my pink ward, got my upgraded sweeper, we're good to go. But still, since the team kept spreading out, Akali had multiple targets to jump to that were enabling her to dodge more damage, as well as take out all the carries.
Yeah.
So it was an interesting little dynamic there.
Well, it looks like actually it's going to be Skyline actually banning away the Kayle in this one. So that makes me want to think Zed just because he plays Kayle himself, and I'd be surprised if you ban your own champion. So I feel like they're banning a counter pick there. There's the Kha'Zix banned out as well. So 5 mid laners gone. First pick at least going to come through here for NK Inc. He's going to like this one. And we'll see where Cloud9 Tempest goes.
Yeah, both of these games he's gotten one of the top 2 junglers. I mean, Vi still is available though, so now it's up to Cloud9. Are they going to want to pick that one up? If they do the same thing, Leona Vi lock in, like there's the same exact engage.
No Akali to clean up, but still something else here. And already Skyline, definitely a new strategy. I feel like Vi was kind of integral to that whole lineup. Elise is not going to pull out the same kind of moves.
Yeah, SKL?
Yeah, Skyline definitely going to run something different. So we'll see what else is in this sort of strat pool of theirs, not just champion pool, but strategic pool. Leona still the hover. I like that pick, actually. I think it's a strong choice overall.
You know something about NK? If he is taking this Elise into the jungle, NK, when he was on Velocity, one of the strategies that actually got them into the LCS was his jungle Ezreal.
Right.
Jungle Ezreal that would come shove early turrets. Elise, also range, also very good at shoving early turrets. He could take the jungle Elise, come take some early turrets, and knock down some global gold that way, because Elise, like, she's almost even better than Ezreal at taking down the turrets, because in human form, she can harass you under turret, get you low enough, and then when you leave, she'll go into spider form and get the attack speed buff to take it down really fast.
Yeah, and the Spiderlings will take turret shots, a whole bunch of fun stuff there. So it is going to be the Leona lock-in here for Cloud9 Tempest, the Gragas. Again for Bijou, they're putting the trust in that one, saying with Akali gone, you'll feel better here. Skyline, meanwhile, going for some similar looks and some different looks. The Lulu support coming in now as well for Evaniscus does play her a lot on live, but Impactful still maybe liking the Sivir here.
So Lulu is one that can actually shove in Leona pretty good. You know,
yeah.
Glitterlance starting out, it's one of Lulu's biggest pros there, to having that support. And that with a Sivir, both of them have really good wave clear. She can either start Ricochet or Boomerang Blade. A lot of them will just start Ricochet. Ricochet plus Glitterlance, just obliterate the first wave, and then try and keep your opponent shoved up so that they won't take advantage of your lack of range.
And that might work really well for these guys. Cloud9 Tempest, actually, they see the picks and say, okay, we'll grab the Vi happily, so a pretty similar diving ability team, but Lucian picked up now as a different AD carry to beat up on Sivir. I still think it's a good lane for Lucian, but a different way of fighting for this guy.
It's definitely a kill lane here. Leona Lucian, hard, fast kill lane. They're definitely going to be looking for those opportunities, and especially if you have a jungler like Vi, she can easily answer Elise. So that'll be a really interesting matchup down there at bottom. But we did see the Gragas and Vi combo for TSM. Man, they crushed Hotshot in the mid lane. So if they try and do that and actually get Bijou ahead this time, then maybe we get to see how the game will turn out when Bijou gets to be the one sort of orchestrating where the game goes, instead of Golden Glue making his roam with Kali.
Well, let's see what Golden Glue goes for here. Does lock in Katarina and Renekton, so still the reset-focused mid laner. You didn't ban them all. Akali and Kha'Zix are gone. Katarina's still here, and now with the blind pick Renekton, Cloud9 Tempest waiting for their top lane counter pick. They're going to get it here, and they're looking at Shyvana to try to hold on against Renekton and make it to late game.
Interesting, because I thought the Shen, like, held up pretty well in CS versus the Renekton, and then was also able to offer shields for the rest of his team. So it seemed like a good answer to the Renekton. With Shyvana having a little bit less damage this patch, still she's able to sort of handle the early, like, nobody can actually handle the early Renekton, but she could sort of handle it.
Yeah. Jesse held up pretty well, like -3 CS made at a landing phase. Like, that's good. Like, that's a good score. If you're like, oh, I'm not losing hard. Oh, good job. You totally won lane.
Katarina, though. Anytime you have a Katarina composition, gotta watch out for your squishies. So Altec, once again, is going to have to be watching his backside here, because they don't want to give him any sort of resets.
No. You know, there's actually a team I saw with Katarina that I really liked back in the middle of, I want to say, Season 2. TSM would run Leona Darius Katarina and would just, like, hard engage fights, and someone would get a reset and carry it. and it was really fun to watch. Not the case here, but still kind of interesting. That is going to be the Shyvana picked up here for Cloud9 Tempest. You see the lineups on your screen. Kobe, what speaks to you?
Again, I'm going to be looking for the early movements from Vi. Where's he going to spend those ultimates? Because if he can get Bishu a good foothold in his lane, then Gragas, he can be the one in control and start roaming around.
You got to figure Bishu, you'd think he'd like this matchup here. Both times early picked the Gragas, first rotation for Cloud9, both games.
Yeah.
Both times, of course, the counter pick potentially for Golden Glue. First time it worked. Akali won the lane, won team fights, all kinds of fun stuff. Katarina, I want to see if he has similar success. We just don't see her very much. The only cat we've seen was Skara's, and they lost.
She's not a lane bully, that's for sure.
Yeah, no.
If she's going to get the early lead this time, it's got to be from the jungle, or else something is really wrong in that matchup.
Well, maybe it's going to be NK Inc. making it happen. He is Elise, after all, the most sought-after jungler in the competitive scene right now. We're seeing him move on across their lanes. Let's get into this one.
So this time around, the Leona does have a Targon here. So Glebe, when he's going for Leona, he is looking for that early shove, and they do want to play that Lucian lane as the kill lane.
Well, we'll see if they can find it. These guys are fanning out early on. And Sivir, once again, actually, it's Bishu and Impactful doing the recall spam in the middle of the lane. It's actually the same champions last time, too, so this is a very familiar dance for these two.
I like the sending your AD carry to go do it, just because then they're not quite sure where your solo lane is.
That's true.
You could pull a tricky little switch there, but even if you're not going to do it, then I still kind of like throwing the AD carry there instead.
I like it. 10 warding totems also, the initial opening. We definitely see mostly yellow trinkets for these guys. There was a team, it was a Korean team, I forget which one, opened, I want to say 3 or 4 sweeping lenses at level 1. I just remember hearing about it. I didn't see the game, but I thought it was a really interesting choice. It's a really useless anecdote. I was like, this happened once. It's like, thanks, freak.
You know, it would be a useful anecdote if you had seen someone by the orb. If someone starts a blue trinket, then you can let me know.
Okay.
Please, because I want to.
Tell you
I
what.
really want that to be a thing.
Here's what I'm going to do. Every game I play on live, I'm going to buy a blue trinket and then undo and buy a yellow one.
Okay.
And so every game I'll have bought a blue trinket.
I mean, it's the blue trinket. It's actually a good comeback tool because then you don't have to face check stuff when your team is down and you have to get some vision on Baron. You don't have to walk over to the wall where a lot of teams will catch you. So it is, the idea is good. It just needs a little buff.
Hypnosis taking some damage. It's all right. Pix helps a little bit.
And there it is, the Glitter Lance and Ricochet shove.
Let's see who gets the minions first there. Looks like the melees are starting to be available here for Glebe. He's going to find one, but the shove already way faster here for Skyline. They're trading with the minions pretty quickly, but Impactful missing like all those minions. He got the melees at least.
The shove almost worth, I guess.
At least it's end of the turret. We'll see if they miss any. Looks like 5 CS. It's all 6 CS. The shove doesn't do anything except get the experience first.
Something else is you have to be careful about using both your Targon charges early because you want to save them for the cannon minion. You get so much more value out of the cannon minion being shared between both people. You actually need to be careful with those, and probably only want to use it your last one if you're going to need that help. You really need the heal from it.
Yeah, I've actually been playing a lot with a Targon support recently, and you can actually get the first wave, both melees. It'll come up in time for the cannon. The second cannon you have to store for.
Yeah,
you
okay, so you got to burn the first 2 melee creeps to get it back up in time. Okay.
Yeah. This time he should have it. The thing is, they did kill that wave a little bit late. Maybe he doesn't have the charges up, but should be clever here. There it is. Yes! Orange Sphere. He's got the Targon shield up. Cannon's theirs.
All right, so the mini game here, can he get to the cannon without taking a whole bunch of harass? Looks like with it shoved up this far, you know, he may take a couple auto attacks, but oh, that's a good move. Scare him off of it. Wait for it to get low, and then he secures
Cash
the
money.
gold.
40 plus 45 gold. There you go. Targon's making the money happen. Now he's got to save it. He's got to save his charges now for the very next cannon.
The
It's in a minute and a half.
Junglers just passed each other, came opposite ways down the river here. They did not see because one came out as the other one was going in.
Okay, here we go. Turret's going to be pushed up against. I got to say, though, Skyline, for how rough their lane was before, another sort of blind-picked lane for the most part, and they're doing a lot better. They're not nearly losing as hard.
Well, you have to count the CS here from the Targon, and they're definitely making a lot of gold down there. Bishu gets stunned up and has to burn his flash early in the game.
Good play by Golden Glue, managing to block the body slam, forcing the flash away. Good early gank in here by NKink, and now that lane is very pressured. Kez likely to spend a lot of his time near mid to help counter gank that if something goes wrong.
Golden Glue has already had to use his potion, though. Like we said, Katarina, not the strongest of early lane phases.
Yeah, holding okay in minions. 18 to 22, not that horrible, all things considered. Shield unimpactful, not really sure why. It's fine, it's going to time out, not a big deal. This lane holding fairly close to equal. The top lane, actually, 25 to 20 is pretty close as well, to be completely fair. Small lead for Renekton, I guess to be expected somewhat. Yazuki more or less holding on.
Also, Jezzy up here he used his Trinket Ward a bit late. You know, saved it for the Tribush instead of putting it in the river like we've seen a whole lot. So he was protected from that double buff gank, and it only just ran out.
Well, good stuff by these guys. Yazuki starting to actually get some control, some agency over this lane, pushing it in towards Jesse's turret, giving him some space, but I feel like it's just going to be Renekton catching some farm here.
Yeah, by using his burnout there, he was able to shove the lane, but he missed a couple of those last hits. So he's doing his best to push up the lane at the cost of some gold.
All right. Okay, Ink lurking around. He knows there's no flash on Bishu for the next 3 minutes.
It's a ping out here, though. They suspect some fishy activity. And Kez might be the one being stalked.
Okay, Ink, what's he going to look for here? Does not land any stuns. Kez gets out pretty safely. They know no gank's going to happen now in the mid lane. Jesse going to take these minions. He's all right here. Can't quite last hit the casters yet, so he's got to... There we go. Okay, pretty clean right there. And now a 10 minion lead, actually. A 33% minion lead here in the top lane is actually pretty decent for Renekton.
Looks like Kez is going to try and farm very hard from his level 5 up to try and get 6 before he goes for that gank. Going to rely on the Assault and Battery to secure his target instead of wasting some more time here, because he's already spent a lot of time just walking around the map.
Yeah, and the ultis and ignites were also traded mid. NK Ink, wow, the damage. Stuns up Bishu. Not going to go for the ult. Ooh, good repel by NK Ink. That was close.
Yeah, Bishu tried to fake him out by just walking away for a little bit there before throwing the ult. But NK Ink...
Jump onto Impactful. Actually, spell shields the stun. Getting chased on by Altec, but gets a Whimsy. Does not land the Hex at a good time, though. Altec backing off and gets probably an advantageous damage trade.
Yeah, it was a nice Whimsy right there, turning him into a cupcake as soon as he dashed in. But with Impactful turning around, they were still able to come out ahead in the trade. And the Targons is really making the difference here as far as gold for that bottom lane.
Absolutely, and the Whiff Glitter Lance definitely did not help that fight. What I meant to say instead of the Whimsy there. About 150 gold missed, or 150 damage missed out right there. Impactful, though, happy to sit in this lane and not freezing it here. Trying to get rid of the minions rather quickly and unlock that lane a bit more. Yazuki, Jezzy, they, again, traded ultimates a little while ago, but not much happening for these guys anyway.
So, if the game continues on the path that it's going right now, really the excitement will only come from that level 6 Vi gank, and then the potential for the first dragon. So if Vi decides to gank either mid lane here and try and secure something for Bishu to get him rolling like we talked about, or come in around the side there for the bottom lane, then he could make a play with Leona. So there's really two good options for him around the dragon, because both of those lanes have good CC to set up ganks.
Nice.
And that would be their move to go for an objective after a kill.
Okay, let's see what they do with this one then. Bottom lane just kind of chilling for now. Actually, the first recall did come in impactful with the BF sword. Very happy for him. And both these bottom lanes have traded their recalls onto this one. Yazuki still shoved around. Top laners still not yet looking for the movements around the map. These guys really just trading their gold. NK Ink grabbing his red buff as well. So we do wait for this dragon fight here. We do wait for what these guys are looking for.
Yeah, it's definitely in NK's hand, or in Kez's hands right now, because he's got his flash and his ultimate. So those are two big cooldowns that should be burning a hole in his pocket. As soon as you get those, you definitely feel like you need to use them. And there's not terrible ward coverage here. He could even go for a lane gank if he really needed to, since Leona does have her combo now.
Oh, nice. Yeah, and Evan is actually not 6 yet, so a bit of a level lead. The jungler, actually, Kez, is about half a level above NK Inc. as well. Hit 7 first, NK still 1 camp away. If they time the dragon right, they've got a slightly stronger smite that might matter here. Pink ward coverage coming out as well. They're looking for this.
That's a very popular pink ward spot nowadays. See how long that one lasts. 2 pink wards down already for C9. One in that defensive position. I really like that ward, you know, up sort of by the bottom turret here, because it's going to last a very long time, because not that many people will roam there. But it will give this bottom lane the confidence that they aren't going to get any dive action soon. No roaming from Golden Glue behind the turret.
None yet, at least. Let's see what these guys end up moving with this one. Golden Glue, I actually kind of like teleporting Katarina. He's doing Ignite for the better one-on-one, but I kind of think back to like the most recent IPL, I guess the last IPL, where Fnatic had a really good game over WE with a teleport Peke triple kill.
Uh-huh.
And that was like just crazy. Like the turnaround from Katarina is just huge if you get a TP. But
yeah, I feel like TP's strong in a lot of cases, but it's more risky because if you don't get that TP kill or double kill or whatever to start it off, then you're not going to have the extra damage for finishing off your single target in team fights that Ignite brings, and you might not get that reset that you really need later.
Jesse in a really bad spot. Goes for the damage. Ignite on Yasuki might just be enough damage. Nope, last tick, not going to pick up Yasuki. Ooh, so close right there. Burned his flash and didn't get much for it, but it's going to be an attempt on Dragon, so worth it for Skyline.
Yeah, definitely. Jesse does a good job right there. He basically makes himself a martyr. He pushes all the way behind the turret, thereby drawing out the Vi ultimate that we talked up so heavily. With that down and with Kez up top, very good, easy call here from Skyline to go grab the dragon. So they get the objective instead of first blood.
And Jesse cashes in his lane lead for a Sunfire Cape, though it's likely to be there. Wow, close one right there. Golden Glue does survive that one, but does drop low. Lucian ult gets rid of the minions bottom lane, so no turret pressure allowed. But Shyvana got a recall as well. So these top laners about to change their game plan around a little bit with Sunfire Capes done on both these guys.
Yeah, and this time around, without the sneaky Okali pick, that Cloud9 must not have expected there. Bishu's definitely doing fine in his lane. He's actually doing really well against Katarina, as expected.
Yeah.
Able to bully her around because, you know, her early phase not that bad.
Okay, so actually, despite the dragon as well, Skyline behind in gold here. You talked about the Relic Shield a couple of times, and it's definitely an important factor here. It's a more invisible lane win, but certainly a lane win so far here for Cloud9 Tempest. Just now, Gold Pretend getting picked up there by Evaniscus.
Well, you gotta think. It's not only is it the doubled CS of Leona, so there's 30 CS basically there, but most of those CS are the cannon minions that they've been focused. So those are worth a lot more than a lot of the you know, smaller minions. So that plus the Bishu CS lead is doing a lot for Cloud9.
And Yasuki now with a close score in minions, but a first blood 400 gold bonus. Really helping him out here. Kez looking for some help in the bottom lane. Not going to find too much here just yet, but this is starting to look a lot better for
If I was him, I'd definitely stick around here because his Assault and Battery is almost backed up. And even though Glebe doesn't have the Leona ultimate, he still has a lot of playmaking potential as they get shoved into turret.
We'll see what they can find on this one. Top lane is going to be the location of choice for Katarina. Does get pinged out, I believe, but looking for this top lane. I don't know how likely this is to succeed, though. They're against a very tanky Shyvana, and yeah, that doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah, ultimate's up, and since Katarina coming down the river here gets seen on the exit of his path, so Bishu aware that he was up top and trying to shove the lane as quickly as possible.
Ooh, nice attempt right there by NK. Doesn't find the CC, though, so Bishu pretty easy to rotate on this one. Golden Glue sweeping away some of the minions. Uses 0. Wow, nice.
So once again, Cloud9 with the nice start, but we'll still have to see the first team fight here from SKL, because last time when they got a good engage, they were able to snowball that into a huge lead and eventual victory. This time around, though, it's going to be a lot more difficult because they don't have guaranteed engage. They're going to have to rely on a landed cocoon. Besides that, there's not very much hard CC here. Without Renekton going super deep and making use of his melee stun.
We'll see if they can find something. They're not doing anything yet. Skyline actually a much slower game here, which is unfortunate for them because they're not winning the laning phase in the first place here. Bishu happy to keep farming, taking away rates. having a good time, I guess zone Wraiths, but having a good time gaining gold right here. And the game being slow, I know it was kind of true last time, but really more so this time as well. Cloud9 Tempest happy to play a slower game. Continue to accrue an advantage. Leona getting caught up. Several ulti pop. There's the re-engage coming through. Spellshield's going to block the ulti, but here comes Kez. Knockout from Evanescence is onto himself, but the Lucian is there to deal some damage. Now Ken, Skyline, goes one around. Kez very low, running away. Ignite is on. Kill picked up. Reset for Katarina. Altec not in a good spot. Stun on a Golden Glue. Ricochet, I believe, is going to be available soon, but doesn't find much else to do. Q doesn't do much. This turret, though, very low.
3 members here in the area to try and defend, but you're right, it's only a couple of hits on the turret, so probably going to go down. Oh, Bishu waiting on the pink ward.
Bishu gets jumped on, and there's the reset. Golden Glue finding one. Deep Larva jumped on now as well, and the spin comes across, doing a lot of damage from Katarina. Bishu now, not a lot of places to go, does not have flash, will body slam the wall, and doesn't get stunned in time. Cloud9 Tempest loses another kill and the turret, and Jesse rotated mid.
So we talked about how they are lacking, a lot of hard CC, but that was all basically catching Glebe Garbu out, and then slowly members of Cloud9 trickling in. They didn't have to make use of the hard CC, and they were able to just pull chase with some Katarina resets.
Well played by these guys. Impactful, tanking a little bit of this mid turret. They're going to trade these actually, but the top lane turret did get solo pushed by Yazuki. So 2-1 now, but the mid lane turret, the hardest one to kill, has been grabbed. However, no one's stopping Shyvana. She's down to tier 2 so far.
She's still doing some pretty good work on that turret. You're right, nobody's even getting really close, and it's so early in the game. People don't even have level 1 boots, some of them, much less home guards. So that's not going to be something Yuzuki has to worry about very quickly here. And he can take not only another wave behind that turret, but even go into the jungle here and start some counter jungle action.
Okay, so a lot of gold kind of just draining out of Skyline's pockets right here, trying to get this top lane in a little bit of a better spot. But I gotta say, a lot of good stuff by Yazuki to set this all up. Golden Glue still sweeping away mid. Has accrued a bit of a CS deficit, but has done a much better job in fights.
Yeah, after that last set of fights down there, it's enabled him to pick up that needlessly large rod. So it's a huge boost for him. He's got the dual penetration build here with both the Sork boots and the Haunting Guys backed up by some AP now. So he's definitely packing a punch. Only problem for him is that there's a lot of CC answers on Cloud9. This team, pretty much everybody here, except for Lucian, is going to be able to stop him.
Death is the best CC. They've all got the opportunity to remove the
there you go.
ult. There you go. There you go. And I'm actually curious what item Golden Glue goes for. Death Cap, Deathfire Grasp,
wow,
or
they're starting with
Zhonya's.
the dragon, though.
Okay, Dragon is getting started. All 5 here. Picked up! Nice steal right there. And the fight has begun. Knock up there from Lulu. Will the damage come across enough in time? Kez is going to go down. Yazuki around. Golden Glue stays alive. Bijou doesn't find the damage. He missed the ultimate. And now the re-engage is here. Again, 5 versus 4. The chase onto Altec. Can he go down? Yes, Jesse finds that. Now Glebe, Yazuki, and Bijou all running away. Jesse zoning out 1. NK chasing the rest. Does not find the jump over the wall. No, there's the repel. Does he have the damage? Yes, he does. Impactful finds it. 5-2 for the Dragon.
And SKL, Skyline are able to use the Dragon Pit actually to their advantage. Usually, being trapped in the Dragon Pit against the Gragas is a terrible thing because he can AoE you, but the barrel just barely missing Golden Glue there, the outside radius is a little bit bigger, and he was able to channel his ultimate on both Vi and Shyvana there, forcing them to actually run out, while Jez's was able to screen the back line and disallow the damage from joining the fight. Just very well played by Skyline right here around that Dragon Pit, even though it was stolen away by Kez.
And I like the timing by Skyline here. Every single fight we've seen around the 18-minute mark, these mid-game team fights, the AD carries have a rough time against the top laners. We saw that when Impactful had to run away from Yazuki and Saber versus Shyvana, and also here with Altec running away from Jesse's Renekton having a bad time there as well. The difference being that Impactful presses R and helps his entire team, and then it says, screw it, I'm going to kite, which works a lot better. If neither AD carry is going to do much damage, well, one brings more utility.
Well, Altec tried to press R and run away, but the flash from Jesse actually got behind his culling there at the end and cut him down from back.
Pretty good play. So Spirit Visage, the next item it looks like from Jesse, still scaling up as a scary Renekton man. Evaniscus in a bad spot, ulted around. That is a very likely, oh my god, the flash. Will Evaniscus even live through this? You're kidding me. Wow, Evaniscus changing his ways from the LCS, not dying nearly as much this time around.
That's 2 really big ultis down for Cloud9, but he ended up burning his Lulu ult at the end there too, and now they're shoving onto this turret, but a collapse from Skyline.
Okay, they're going to join this fight before the turret goes down. Yasuki down to about 2/3. Kez joining the battle. Gold and Blue kind of towards the back line, but Renekton in this battle. These guys trading blows a lot right here. Impactful pops the ulti. His team is going to chase down. Kez flashes away. Where's the Jace going to go? NK Inc. looking for the kill onto Vi. Jesse getting jumped on though. He is going to go down 1 for 1, but the reset is here for Katarina. Can they chase? Can they find more damage? Does not land a cocoon though. That might slow down Skyline. Just a 1 for 1 trade.
Jesse has repeatedly put himself on the front line so that the rest of his team can focus on protecting the back there, and he keeps going down for it, but it's definitely a good play by him, and it's definitely worth it. He's been able to buy his team time over and over again, but the last kill barely putting Cloud9 back up in here.
Yeah,
100
really
gold.
100 gold. This game is very, 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 very close. Gotta say it's a pretty impressive one overall. And one thing I do want to point out is Impactful having a very different game from last time. So very first game he was like pure support, 1-1 and 9 to start the game out, just like letting Akali pick up all the kills. This time around, this Sivir is a much bigger threat relatively in team fights. 3-0 and 2. I mean, especially getting less pooped on and landing a part of that. Less pooped on is my G-rated version of that one. But overall, like having a much better time. Katarina, she's actually, you know, having a bit of a hard time killing the frontliners herself.
So a lot of that I have to give credit to the support change there. Picking up Lulu instead enabled them to start that combo of Glitter Lance Ricochet that we talked about, and from then on, you know, they really got off on the right foot and were able to have a much better hold on the bottom lane than before.
So 2 items completed for the Skyline AD carry. Looks like it is going to be Zhonya's Hourglass here for Gold and Glue. That's going to be his needlessly large rod item of choice. I have seen DFG. You get that first kill really fast. But going a bit more defensive, relying on his team a bit more here. NK Inc. 003 on Elise has made some things happen in this early game. Sweeping trinkets coming around, also helping Cloud9 Tempest remove some wards. And now we've got a bit of a lull here. Once again, Skyline not a good siege team, and they're waiting for objectives.
Yeah, that's pretty funny that you point out 2 ways you can go with needlessly large rod on Katarina. The first one, as you pointed out, going for the Zhonyas, you just use Zhonyas and wait for your team to get you the reset after you jump in, or you go Deathfire and you get that reset yourself by amplifying your damage. It looks like he is going more for the wait for my team to do a little something, and I'll come out of my Zhonyas with the reset. But you're right, again, short range here because they've decided once again to go a Sivir. And Sivir's strength is in her mobility and movements around the map, able to catch those team fights when they find good opportunities rather than sieging up. So they're not really the ones to start those 5 vs 5 sieges. They're always sort of trying to defend them, whereas Cloud9 could be looking for a dive because they have so much hard engage.
5 vs 4. Cloud9 is happy to take this mid lane turret down. Katarina still on the split push bottom and gets nothing for it. So turret goes down in the mid lane. For all the sort of praises I'm singing of Skyline, you got to remember C9T, they're actually winning in gold right now. 2-2 in turrets. They've got a couple of dragons in their name, and they're up about 800 gold, almost 1,000 gold right here. But it just
so
still
many
looks...
pink wards for them to clear out.
Oh, man.
It's almost too many auto attacks to spare time for.
Dragon's up in 10 seconds right here. Pink ward is there. C9T happy to clear that one away. Jesse forced back, and it looks like Skyline actually right now split up with 3 seconds. Cat's on the wrong side of this fight. Which way are they going to go?
They should swing down to the bottom and come up from where Renekton is because they actually have better vision from that side. Whereas this top side, they could easily get engaged on. Remember, Cloud9, you have to keep your eyes out for not only the Leona Solar Flare, but also Vi's engage and Bishu's ulti. If Bishu can split this team up, then it should be a much easier time for Cloud9.
Well, Skyline looking for this one. Actually, Bishu is separated from the team. They all back up because of this one. Some damage coming across. Pink ward getting swept away. Skyline are standing on a ward and have no way of killing this one right now. So Cloud9 Tempest knows about this. Renekton hiding off on the side, and they ping the mid lane turret. Someone's going to shove this.
It's starting to push in Skyline's favor, but it's going really slow.
Definitely slowly. Some poke coming across from these guys. NK Inc. aggroing the dragon again, and Jesse just goes in for this one. Impactful looking for the fight. Server's going to actually block away the ulti, and here comes the battle. Jesse just in the backline, taking up all the damage. They're trading back. Hez goes down. Yasuki in the backline, 1-for-1, 2-for-1 so far. Good fight for Cloud9. Tempest pushing everyone back. Impactful. Good flash by Evanescence, but still not in a great spot. Looks like that was just a huge fight for Cloud9. Tempest still forcing the backline away. Impactful still trying to run. Will make it out, but now control is here for C9T.
So this time around, Cloud9 were actually able to melt the tank faster than Skyline were. You know, Jesse, like we said, he keeps on trying to get to the back line and screen out all the damage of Cloud9. They actually took him out so quick this time that there was only time here for Skyline to grab one.
All right, so very impressive stuff so far with these guys. A fairly close game overall, and it just seems like the strategic power a little bit weaker this time around from Skyline. We are, by the way, in a paused game right there, which is why you're seeing us and not the players and their champions, but
sorry about
we're getting
that.
into that soon.
Yeah, so this time around, they don't have the hard engage that they had last time, and they also don't have the Akali that had a super good laning phase, which is always something that's amazing to have on your team.
Yeah, and with a really defensive sort of like Katarina build, she's having a pretty hard time killing off Kez and Yasuki. The prior Dragon fight, right, Katarina in the back line, got pretty much a full spin, Kez dropped, and then they got to kind of push forward and clean up, and Skyline had a really good time here. This one, Jesse died before any of the frontliners from Cloud9 Tempest did. Katarina's kind of sat there spinning, but like really not hitting that hard overall.
Yeah, they need to build more for tank melting because they have to work through two real strong tanks with the Vi and the Shyvana that keep on jumping back there. Whereas we only have Renekton for Skyline, who's trying to do the same thing, and it's not working out quite so well for him because he does fall off in tankiness towards the late game compared to those other champions that get the resistances as opposed to fat health.
Yeah, and so we're seeing these guys kind of continue to move forward. Of course, the AD carries just starting to build, get farther along in their build. So we had Bloodthirster, Phantom Dancer already done for Impactful. Last Whisper's next up, but doesn't have it yet. So
that'll help.
Yeah, it'll help, but he can't yet get rid of Kez and Yasuki. Meanwhile, Trinity Force was very close to done here. So a similar situation where Last Whisper's coming up soon by the AD carry, by Altec here on Cloud9 Tempest. But the power hasn't swung to the AD carries yet. Tanks are still very beefy, very hard to get rid of, unless you're alone, like Jesse, in which case you just get 3v1 to go down.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see if they actually switch their strategy, because right now, same strategy for both teams. Front lines, dive the back line, see who kills the tanks first.
Yeah.
The first team that switches to try and peel for my back line might see some more success. The only thing is you can't peel Vi, because she gets a guaranteed
She will
engage.
get there,
So
100% of the time.
It's rough.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit difficult. We are back into the game, though, guys. The Dragon, of course, did go Cloud9 Tempest's way. 2,500 gold now puts them ahead. Great fight with these guys. Yasuki got the turret gold. That was good. Didn't leave too soon. Impactful getting top lane. These guys trading objectives. We're just here 3 turrets to 3. A very close game, but something that Cloud9 Tempest has been controlling.
Seems to be towards the end game, whichever team is in control of better CC are the ones that are able to make the easier plays. So if it stays true here, Cloud9, with their early lead here, should be able to dictate the next objective fight, which will be either around Baron or they're going to have to wait for another Dragon to come up.
Well, it's going to be a good 5 minutes away. Right now, just a holding pattern for Skyline, and such less threat in the last game right here. Definitely the power in different hands right here until Katarina really activates. Just not that big of a threat overall. The Last Whisper nearly done for Impactful. Should be in a bit of a better spot. Bishu is still doing pretty well as well. Actually won his lane this time, 205 minions. Pretty good impact in team fights. I finished Death Cat being really big for him. Like, I don't know, man. The power's in the right places, I feel like, on Cloud9 right now. And Skyline have some catching up to do, like, even still.
Yeah, it does look pretty good for Cloud9 right now. But we have seen Skyline come back already. Now, they're trying to head off this split-pushing Shyvana. See if there'll be some interesting antics down there. She does have one jump available to her, but Shyvana, I don't know. We'll have to see if she can get out of this one. She's deep in enemy territory.
She's sitting.
Tune in and find out next on the North American Challenger League.
Yeah, again, guys, sorry for a quick pause right there. It's funny, actually, because Shyvana is kind of Singed-esque. When you think about it, right? Pops the ulti, bonus armor and MR,
bonus move speed with her burnout on, and then also leaves behind a nice trail of fire. She basically
that tells you where she's going
exactly.
or where she went.
Yeah, but basically becomes singed. And as you know, in League of Legends, you do not chase singed. It's a bad idea. It won't go well for you. And I've seen a lot of crazy things happen from these harebrained chases where you run around catching a top laner and the theme plays in the background as you're trying to catch up to him, and then your team does something else. Jesse did that with the Dragon earlier on, right? Dove super hard as connected top lane, forced the jungler up there on a really, obvious dive, but still did it. Got a Dragon for it. I think there's nothing up for Cloud and Tempest to do, so Shyvana's just kind of like alone pushing.
Yeah, that's the thing. When we talk about split pushing, you have to have not only the split pusher, but also the rest of your team showing on the map, at least getting something else accomplished, or else there's no pressure there. Because they'll obviously go after your single person if the rest of your team is not doing anything, not showing, not creating any pressure.
Exactly. Dragon actually dead. Baron, pretty hard for these guys to do, though I guess they could if they had time in the ward control. And all the outer turrets are gone. So there's not a lot for Cloud9 Tempest to look for without getting the minions pushed up, getting their team in position, and then starting it. And as the team with the lead and a team that actually can siege with Gragas and Lucian, I feel like that's the next play here for Cloud9 Tempest, that they should be able to play the siege game and be much less afraid of Skyline's dive.
Yeah, there's not really a reason for them to have a split pushing Shyvana that doesn't have any sort of teleport or anything. They can group up right now because they're ahead. Make use of the Gragas ultimate, knock people away. Lucian culling under turrets is a really great tool. We'll have to see if they can actually get into range.
So here we go, guys. 26 minutes in. Shyvana on the way around the map. Gets between the turrets, taking only one shot.
Here we go.
I
The
don't think
hunt
he's gonna
has
get
started.
caught. I think he's fine. They let him go.
Oh, that was unexciting.
Woo! What an escape, Shyvana. Flap your wings and out you go.
She took like one tower hit.
Yeah, there are no Dovahkiin in this
it.
game. Oh, well.
It does look like they are going to group up for the siege, though. Here we go. So Gragas blue buff, this is perfect. He can keep on throwing the barrels under turret, and they can even set... Oh, they're going to set up a bush gank here. That's mean.
NK Ink's going to say, hey, I saw you guys burrow in there. No Zergan by you guys. Cloud9 Tempest, though, just turn that into a top lane push. Bijou sweeps out the minions, and I think Skyline gets here just in time, but with a giant minion wave, they might rush this down. Jesse wants this battle. Look at this. Just goes for the minions and doesn't really get punished for it.
So what you have to rely on when you only have, cocoons as your hard CC is flanking to start the engage if you want to go for it. And Jesse right there already went the path that he would have. If the rest of his team was there, that could have been an engage. But nobody in position means they're just clearing out waves. And we're fighting in this jungle territory where they have limited vision.
Here comes the dive. Great ult by Bijou, impactful in a horrible spot right here, trying to run away. Jumped on by Yazuki and is going to go down. That's one kill picked up overall. Let's see the rest of this one. Katarina, what can you do with this one? Run away is pretty much all you've got. Jesse getting jumped on very low on health. Another kill picked up by Bijou. 2 for 0. Make that 3 for 0. Cloud9 Temp is really dropping down Skyline right here. These guys are still running away. Can the rest of the members survive? Because their turrets sure aren't going to.
Well, Bijou definitely helped out the tank line with that dive there, landing his combo onto Impactful and just obliterating him. So when they can get down that AD carry, it's a real easy team fight to follow up. Now that they are 5 versus 2, they can roam over to the Baron. Even though it's Elise, there's always the possibility of a steal. There's so much CC here that they could just murder him as soon as he shows up.
And Bijou has his ulti up in about 12 seconds right here. We'll see if he can knock back the Elise, make this happen. Down to half HP, Katarina is around right here. Bijou, yep, he looks for Elise. Kez is low, does have Smite available. He's done a very good job of smiting.
Flash, and he has a Smite.
There's the repel, goes into the air. They stop hitting Baron, picks it up. Nice job right there. Golden Glue likely to go down,
and
does fall. Oh, but Kez loses the Smite. NK Ink getting out of the Baron pit and doesn't even get
and he gets a kill on top of it!
Are you serious? Yes, he does! NK Ink. I wasn't sure Elise had that much damage, but does right there. But there's Lucian. That's going to be a kill. So only 3 Baron buffs left, but that was freaking impressive.
All right, we're back right back in this one here. Skyline, not only do they pick up Baron, and he trades 1 kill there, but Jesse has wasted no time shoving up the mid, so they get another objective in their pockets.
A bunch of minions for the bottom lane, but that's not going to turn into much right here. That's fine. They got at least something out of this one. Very nice turn of events here for Skyline, bringing the game back in. Still 2,500 gold, but whew, man, they dodged a bullet with that one.
NK there, Flash is available, goes right in.
Yeah.
Beautiful steal. I mean, we've seen so many that I'm starting to really question going for Baron at all, even if for the winning teams.
And the thing is, Kez has gotten most of the smite steals, I think. Like, we had a very early dragon fight in this game where Kez just dove in and took it off
with the
screen.
Vi.
Yeah. Again, against Elise, right? The invading team trying to take it. You figure like, all right, well, Kez been smiting well this game, keep it up, and then, man, very impressive play here by NK Inc. And now the game is a little bit reset. You got a Leandri's Elise. You talked about killing front lines. You got a mage right there for the jungler, burning out the health. And I'm waiting to see actually what Golden Glue goes for, because that could be Leandri's, it could be Void Staff, it could be even DFG.
So I like the early Leandri's from NK Inc. here because he's got a mid laner who does not need blue buff. So he'll be getting blue buffs, and he can continually spam out the AoE damage spiders as well as targeted human form Qs to get the early burn down on members of C9. So it's a pretty good build there, especially since they're working with Katarina. You just get everybody softened up, and then she can finish them off and go for the chain resets.
Yeah, Katarina's got her Void Staff now, so that whole frontline killing thing just turned around. No Aegis here. No, there is actually. I take it back. Leap Larbu has got a Locket, so the AoE is going to be a bit weaker this time around. Oh. Come on, Bishu. There we go. Picks it up. Blue buff on that Dragon.
Okay, so at least won't get his own blue buff, but they're looking to trade here. 2 versus 2 in that situation, and Sivir is actually on the wrong side.
That's an easy pickup. Kez taking the blue as well with a smite, so Cloud9 Tempest loses Baron, but picks up both blues. That's going to be a nice little edge for them, but Skyline using the Baron to push with 1 minute left on it.
Consolation prize, get the blue buff after losing out the purple buff. Only member without purple buff will be NK though, so he won't have the regen that I was just hyping up. And it seems like it'll still be a hard game for any sort of siege for Skyline, because they still don't have much of a range. Like, even if they get up to the turret, it'll probably be even NK with a greater probability of landing auto attacks onto the turret than Sivir.
Yeah, Skyline right now also not sweeping away minions very well either. The Baron buff team doesn't find anywhere to push, finally now getting rid of minions around the map, but these guys are content to play it pretty slow, it seems, because they're really not trying to rush anything down.
Meanwhile, Golden Glue cannot take on the white.
He just
Raid
boss for something. His Zonas is down, and no one was around him a while ago.
Yeah, he ran away from the white a while ago. He didn't have to use it on it though. It's probably a fat finger. Maybe he wanted to take a picture down on the bottom side, Summoner's Rift.
I mean, his name is Golden Glue. You figure might as well turn himself golden. And yeah, screenshot, whatever. Turn in a trophy. See what happens. 2,000 gold still separating these teams. Got honestly a very close game, and it feels like these guys have really slowed it down because Skyline, like, they used their one crazy awesome strategy, then got kind of banned out a bit. And now they're like, okay, well, if their bag of tricks is really shallow, then like they really need this game here to try to close it out before they get figured out. Cloud9 Tempest, of course, need this game to stay alive. So these guys really risk-averse right here in a very important game, too. And so it's these last few minutes have been very reserved.
Shyvana just canceled a recall. Okay, so it looks like they are making the call to continue split push. Very interesting.
Shyvana's huge. 3 completed items. Very much above Jezzy right here.
Yeah, no attack item though. There's no Blade of the Ruin King there, so she's just a giant menace that wants to get in front of Impactful and keep Impactful's damage away from the rest of the team. Because usually Sivir's going to shred down your team like no other AD carry, very heavy AoE. But if Yuzuki can jump back there and get in his face, then he can basically focus all of Impactful's damage on himself and keep it away from the rest of his team.
I guess you could say it wouldn't be very impactful then. There we go. The team grouped up though. Shyvana scoring off against NK Inc. I like that choice actually. Skyline sent their jungler as the best suited person to defend against that. Not a ton of MR on Yasuki there. That might be okay for this Elise. Level 16 to 17. Not too bad for these guys. And the rest of the 4v4 is here.
We're gonna have to get Golden Freak statues for the pun awards.
Yes, I will take this from you, Crapo. Don't you dare try to outfun me. Only guy I see try to contest the throne. I won't allow it. Impactful blocking a bit of damage with the spell shield.
He's
So the culling is up as well. You know, Gragas has everything available to him. Lucian Scott is calling up. They're not really making the push at this turret. They can push it pretty hard if they use both of those to clear out the wave while simultaneously doing some damage to this Skyline team. But they just have to pull the trigger here.
See if they go for it. They're not just yet, so just some more poke coming off on both sides, really. Feels like Cloud9's waiting for things to respawn on the map just to have control over them when it does come time for this one. These guys trading wards down there. Mid lane, a big wave ready to push, but NK Inc., and he's getting all the split push farm is the thing. NK is going to be a bigger and bigger threat throughout this game. He's getting top and mid lane farm as they come in.
So Elise is mostly single target damage. If he gets bigger and bigger... Whoa! Golden Glue gets caught!
Not good. Oh, the Zonia's going to help out a heck of a lot as the ultis get burned across. Kez and Glebe Larby, they're in the front line. Jesse going in hard. There's the spin. Gets most of it done right there. The battle's still coming across. Altec around. Evaniscus not in a good spot. Jesse also pretty bad right here. Yasuki joins the fight. A lot of numbers here for Cloud9 Timbers. They don't find much. Glebe Larby gets Cocoon, has to flash away. There's the damage coming across. Impactful. Finding able to shoot. Yasuki forced backwards. A lot of damage though, and the burnout's going to keep him alive. Wow, the trades and no one goes down.
Now, the Golden Glue getting caught out there was almost a really good bait because he was able to Zhonya's in time before they chained the CC, but it was still only 3 members of Skyline. So Jesse kind of made the call to aggress anyway, even though it was 3 versus 4, because they had the slight positional advantage. Without the extra damage there, though, they couldn't actually make anything happen, and it was a good disengage, actually, by both teams not taking losses there.
Well played on both sides. High-level fight and everything. Riley's Crystal Scepter done for NK Inc. He's got that synergy there with the Riley's Leandries. An extra % health burn. Not a ton of magic pen, but a decent amount. Looks like Golden Glue is going Deathfire Grasp now. Has the Fiendish Codex, one of the key components of that item. And Infinity Edge. An item lead here done for Impactful. And, I just got to say it, Altec gets a blue trinket!
All right, this game is going to go down in history here. Because Altec heard me. I'm going to take credit for that one, yeah.
I just want to say, if Cloud9 Tempest wins this game, we've got a 100% win record for blue trinket in televised LCS Challenger matches.
So what this thing can do for them is they can check objectives from really far away. They can check all the bushes, so they don't have to worry about the sneaky Fnatic-style bush camp that will get Skyline back in this. Since Skyline have to rely on picks, sort of, to get their kills without the hard engage, you know. So, I don't know. I kind of like it here.
I do too. I really do, because the only way Altec really dies here with this much awesome frontline appeal for him is if he gets caught out of nowhere. There we go. Jump onto NK, force a repel up, dodges the Leona ulti, and not much from the Gragas one. 2 ultis down for very little. Saber burns hers, but doesn't find an engage here.
Jesse always wants to fight. Even if the rest of the team is running away, he's running head on. Those ultimates spent that you just called out means immediate Baron. Oh my god, that percentage
Look how
damage.
fast it's going, and no one's even checking, because who would Baron at this point? Oh my gosh, picked up. Are you serious, Skyline? Picking up that, and the blue ticket was still on cooldown. Man, he wish he bought that earlier.
Great call. Yeah, exactly. You need the blue trinket. You need it faster than that.
Sooner.
Because you can't. That's exactly the situation that you want it when you can't. You have no vision in Baron, and you need to check it without getting too close to the wall, because the Skyline team can kill you over the wall. But again, we have to shout out the shot caller for Skyline. Not quite sure who it is. I think it might be NK, because he did a lot of the calls there for Velocity. But he was able to rein in Jesse.
Uh-oh, the fight is starting because no one is around actually to defend that turret. And it's going to be everyone kind of backed away. Shyvana was actually still recalling from bottom. So Skyline getting control over this one. Still looking for sieges elsewhere. 5 turrets, by the way, down for these guys. They've gotten more control over the map. The only tier 2 turret left is the bottom lane, which might just be where they go.
They keep getting Barons, but they're behind at the point that they get Barons. So they're basically using the whole Baron both times just to get more gold lead back. So they get back to even, then start losing again, then get another Baron, use it to get back to even,
then lose another fight.
All right, so this time around, though, they should be able to get another turret. All the cooldowns are back up, though. So the hard engage from Cloud9, if they land their abilities, they can still turn this one around.
Let's see what they get. Kez actually with the Banshees. I'm a little bit surprised at that because I don't know what he's trying to really block there. Aside from just magic damage in general, which I guess, you know, with Katarina is probably worth it right there. As Skyline
Question mark? Sorry? The cocoon? Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's just a good MR item in general, right? Like, you don't have to just buy Banshees for the shield.
You're right. With the Spirit Visage nerf 10% CDR, you might even just default go over to a Banshee's Veil if your champion does not have inherent regen or healing or whatever to benefit from that passive.
Yeah, because it gives more actual combat stats. It's a little bit more health, a little bit more
Glitter
MR.
Lance, that's what he was blocking.
Yep, blocked the Glitter Lance, pretty powerful there. Mikhail's Crucible, by the way, done for Skyline's support. These guys trading blows. Look how low this turret's getting. Cocoon lands on Kez.
And look at it, it's NK doing the turret damage. Like I said, Cassiver's auto attack is so short that they're relying on the Elise to get the turret damage.
And Jazzy gonna happily tank the turret. They know this will go down in this fight, and so Cloud9 Tempest backs off. Not enough wave clear here. The push
Big minion wave up top.
Ooh, and that's going to be forced Altec to go defend that one. Look at this dive coming in. Jesse in the front lines, taking the turret. The battle has begun. The spin coming across. A lot of damage coming in. Golden who's going to pop the Zonias. Yuzuki forced backwards, pops the shield. And Kez, look at the damage output, goes down. Impactful with huge damage there. Altec showing back up to defend the team. And Golden Blue now, overextension by Glebe. Largo goes down to Impactful. Bishu now forced away. This is going to be an inhibitor turret going down. Skyline 2 for 0 so far.
And NK getting so fed by all that splitting that he was doing was actually really good because he could finish off the single target to get Golden Glue his reset.
Beautiful start right here. Golden Glue, though, forced away by a barrel. He's very injured. Yasuki holding the front line now, hexed away. And this is a low inhibitor, but these guys are taking damage on the way. Inhib goes down. Skyline, I don't know if they can stay for this.
Yeah, they don't want to stay for this. They got 2 Blinking Red members. And they're going to have to recall to the Dragon area as they ping down. So they successfully got their gold lead once again off of that Baron play. And they've got a nice open door into the base now. So won't be that much of a problem, even though they are lacking the range for sieging up.
Well, this is looking pretty good for these guys. 2,000 gold. Putting Skyline in a pretty good spot. Tempest, a little bit calmer than I think they would like from their name. Kind of chilling, getting the wave clear still going, but haven't found any major openings in a while. Altec still grabbing gold on the split. When he gets Infinity Edge, he'll be a lot stronger right there, but the differences in AD carries is huge when one has an eye edge and one doesn't. It's just massive.
So the difference in AD carries is pretty big right now, but look at the difference in tanks. Like, it's a whole item extra here for Shyvana. She's got a whole Warmox up on Renekton, and Renekton is still doing his job.
Oh,
so,
yeah, he is. He's 100 CS down even.
Exactly. The tank differential not really having the big impact because the AD carries, like you talked about, also have their little bit of discrepancy there.
And we'll see what this NK Inc. jungler can do. He's starting to build one more durability item that could be Banshees or Visage. At least does have some self-heal, but I can see it going either way, just to not get Gragas ultied.
He does have the life steal, but I think I like Banshees against this team because the Cloud9 team's got a lot of really good abilities to block. If you can block a Gragas, bro, that's a whole bunch of damage you're not taking. As well as, you know, Vi never really wants to ult Elise because Elise can outplay it with a well-timed repel. But even so, he'll definitely not be a target with Banshees.
Not at all. So, the minion's still getting killed on all sides. Bottom lane, of course, has the dead inhibitor. And Dragon's up in 14 seconds. Baron's up in a minute and a half. These could be objectives that Skyline waits for, or they might try to push in a little bit sooner when the bottom lane pushes into the base. We'll see what it ends up being. But I got to point out that Impactful is huge. Finished Banshees. Infinity Edge is now done for Altec, though. So these AD carries are similar damage, as Altec is more vulnerable to getting killed. The ulti does
no
not.
Stun.
Yeah.
We haven't really had a super crisp Leona ulti to start something off.
No, really not. So unfortunate for Glebe not finding these. Only level 15 for him. A little bit lower than everyone else in this game. These guys dodging around the CCs. Banshees does get popped from Impactful. He's got to be careful that he spell shields well now in this game. And the top turret is the area of focus there. Altec forced to the bottom lane to defend his Nexus turret.
Time for the dive.
And it's going to be the dive here. Yasuki jumping on the back line with Kez. What can Katarina do in this one? Looking for a damage. Finds Yasuki, forcing the flash away with Deathfire Grasp. The damage coming across the cat. She's going to Zonias away from this one and stay alive. NK Inc. taking the turret down. Now Kez forced to run away. Still 5v5. But the damage coming across now from Gragas. Is he going to find enough? NK Inc. dropping low. No, the Katarina reset. Can she find any more? Finds one, goes down. A second coming up from Impactful. 2-1 in this fight. And the inhibitor likely to go down. But Yasuki and Kez rejoin the fight. NK Inc. forced to flash away. He's going to survive.
Jezzy now on the run. Yazaki, the giant tank, they do find the kill onto NK Inc. Jezzy low as well. Will he stay alive? Looks like yes, and re-engages the fight. Now Kez getting slowed down. The damage from Sivir is gigantic, but they might trade front lines. Here comes Altec back into the fray, gets slowed by Lulu in a 1v3 and forces them back. A 3-for-2, actually, plus inhibitor. Skyline getting that one.
And the 3-man Skyline squad does escape with their lives after that. 2 inhibitors down. Really well done job. At this point, Cloud9 are thinking we're a little bit desperate. Baron is up though, so there's a little bit of counterplay. No smite available means it would be a really, really desperate counter Baron though.
It would really be difficult, but we've seen crazy things happen in this game, to be fair.
We have. Okay, so the bottom inhibitor is not actually down.
Yeah.
So they don't have to be as desperate as I thought. They can still just defend here, wait for everyone to respawn, and go for another team fight. We saw in the last one, they definitely have all their eyes on Katarina right there, because not only did Bishu solo ulti Katarina, but they also then used the Assault and Battery right after on her. And she was able to Zanya's without any follow-up damage, so both those CCs, which are a big part of this team fight, used on her without any follow-up damage, and that meant that they were not able to secure her kill, losing again another objective.
Oh, very well played here by Skyline. That's going to be the Wraiths going down. They're kind of taking every objective they can, putting some wards down and sweeping some away from Baron. Looks like this might be the target of their attention. Dragon being ignored right now. That gold seemingly not worth it for these guys. And Cloud9 Tempest easily sweeping away the top lane minions.
Remember how quick they killed Baron last time? They can do the exact same thing here. Elise has AoE entries and ridiculous percentage damage.
Baron does go down. Jezzy holding on the front line, getting Lulu ult. A gigantic health pool there. Stun on Evidence, but no one cares about that. Hit up a little bit by Gragas. The fight has begun. Jezzy still holding the front line. There is Sivir putting out so much damage. One's going to go down. Katarina getting the reset. It's going to be Azonia's onto Bijou, trading 1-for-1, 2-for-1 now. Big lead there for Skyline. Yuzuki's got nowhere to go. Altec versus Ed's going to be the kill for Altec, actually. 2-for-2 in this fight. Guardian Angel from Yazaki, but it's Bijou going down. He went back in that fight a little bit too early. Yazaki running away for now, but it's still a 5 versus 2 on the map. This is so much room for Skyline to kind of push in and get more out of this game. Can they get anything else?
Yeah, this should be a Nexus for them. I don't know if Bishu recognized Impactful there. Because he had a giant fairy on him, he walked a little too close.
Well, here we go. There's the focus in Nexus down to half HP. They're just going for it. Impactful taking a bunch of pain. Lulu ulti, but he's going to go down for his troubles. No! It's going to be Altec falling down. The Jezzy's still trying to get away from Yazaki, and that is the Nexus. Skyline 2-0 in Cloud9 Tempest. Wow.
Have to give credit to the team fights of Skyline, because both times we counted them out because they're losing early game, losing the turret game, and then they just bring it back in the team fights. Also, NK Inc., I'm pretty sure it was NK Inc.'s shot calling, but first he steals a Baron, then they get a pick and they call Jezzy back to go for the second Baron, which leads to the roller coaster of inhibitors that they were able to roll.
And then the third one at the end too, leaving everyone there kind of just to look at them and pick that one down. Very well played by Skyline. Great result by these guys. And now, of course, that's tonight's best of 3. It's in our match history. It's been a great game. Let's take a look now at the updated Challenger bracket. Thanks to their huge upset win tonight, the 8th-seeded Skyline advances to the semifinal round, where they're going to play the victor of Sunday night's battle between YSO Esports and the Chinese powerhouse LMQ.
And the bottom half of the bracket features next week's quarterfinal match on Saturday, February 1st. The spring promotion participants, Determined Gaming, take on Curse Academy. Then on Sunday, February 2nd, it's another team that came up short in the spring promo, Cognitive Gaming facing VVV Gaming White.
And of course, coming up tomorrow, we have more North American LCS action coming your way. Up first, it's ManCloud and XDG taking on Crepo and the Evil Geniuses. Our broadcast starts off noon Pacific, 2100 CET.
And remember, right after Dignitas and Counterlogic Gaming square off, it's our second North American Challenger Series quarterfinal, YSO Esports versus LMQ.
And of course, that does it now for us tonight with the Challenger broadcast. Thanks again to our friends at Coca-Cola. Now for myself, Kobe, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, good night, and GG.
We'll be right back.